The story opens with a scene of a girl kneeling on the ground, shouting loudly, "I am his fiancé. The one who can stay by his side, even if it means enduring contempt, can be no one else but Scarlet Armand." As she spoke, she slowly lifted her eyes to look at the man before her, addressed as His Highness Callier. His only response was to place the tip of a sword against her neck. Tears streamed down Scarlet Armand's face. Choking up, she said, "Please, love only me." This was a short scene from the novel The Tyrant's Private Life. It's a romantic fantasy novel. The male lead is Emperor Callier, a man infamous for committing countless atrocities, so brutal he even killed his own siblings. That tyrant fell in love after meeting the female lead, and from then on, became someone who favored peace. Just the slightest twitch of the female lead's toe could make him obey her every word. Because of that, only those closest to him knew about the tyrant's private life, and of course, they were sworn to secrecy. That's how the story goes. Next is the scene of a girl hugging a pillow, lamenting her fate. She says, "But what's with this ridiculous ending?" Tears rolled down her cheeks. Wasn't the tyrant's change of heart supposed to signal the end of the original story? She recalled, "One day, when I was in my 20s, I died, and was reincarnated into this book, becoming the tyrant's fiancé, taking over the body of Scarlet Armand. That Scarlet loved the tyrant obsessively and always picked fights with the female lead. As a villainess, naturally, she would die by his hand. Of all people to become, why did I have to end up as Scarlet, the one who gets killed by the very man she loves? And I didn't even get dropped into the beginning of the story. Thankfully, the original plot hadn't quite started yet. I was this close to dying before even getting a single word out. As soon as the original story begins, Scarlet starts making trouble for Charlean. But still, it's not like I committed any serious crime like murder. Why does the other person have to be that tyrant?" With that thought, she got out of bed and began sorting through the plot in her head. The first time the tyrant fell in love, it was nothing short of a disaster. He was the youngest swordmaster in history and the youngest ever to earn the title of Sage. But what did that matter? Apart from his close friends, he treated others worse than he would animals. Later, she went to seek out the servants for more information about the emperor. One of them replied with clear irritation, "The reason His Majesty the Emperor is called the Sage? It's because there's hardly anyone more knowledgeable than him." The servant muttered under his breath with a sigh, "Ugh, I'm swamped with work right now." Scarlet stood there, hearing everything. She thought to herself, "I heard that, you know." Back in her room, Scarlet clutched her head in frustration. In short, that title is the exact opposite of his actual personality. She scribbled a drawing of Charlean's face on a piece of paper and scrawled in big letters, "Evil." Then she angrily crossed out the phrase, "Live with compassion." First of all, emotional reform clearly won't work. And that family of mine, they've gone too far. How could they send their only daughter to a place like this? No matter how cold and cruel he is, they should have broken off the engagement. Seriously, what kind of family does that? Thankfully, when she was transmigrated here, she retained Scarlet's memories. In them, the Duke Scarlet's father was an utterly cold-hearted man. She vividly recalled the slap that shook the heavens, accompanied by his oh-so-loving command. "Lock her up. Not a single drop of water until morning." No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't bring herself to call that man father. A man like him struck without hesitation. Even when she did nothing, people would glance at her with disdain. Even the servants ignored her. In Scarlet's memories, this family was the type who, no matter how much you hoped, would never respond. Scarlet shut her notebook and started planning. "I need to escape. That's the only answer when it comes to this wretched ducal family." But her most urgent problem now was breaking off the engagement with the tyrant. Scarlet glanced at the invitation card on the table. 10 days from now would be the Emperor's birthday banquet, the occasion where Scarlet Armand would be officially introduced as his fiancé. This signaled that the plot was about to kick into full gear. And Scarlet's love wasn't the beginning of a sweet story, but the very moment that marked her downfall. Scarlet picked up the invitation card and sighed. Phew! In her memories, all she ever saw was the cold, distant back of the tyrant. What on earth did she see in him that made her fall in love at first sight? "I won't go chasing after you just because I caught feelings. Keep dreaming." But the problem is, Scarlet sat down, holding her head with a deep sigh. Once the heroine shows up, who knows when I'll get killed? Maybe I should just run away. If every encounter leads to disaster, then why even meet at all? If I can't break off the engagement, then what's the point? Maybe I should just say it outright, "I want to cancel our engagement?" Would that even work? Scarlet imagined the scene. "I'm sorry. Let's pretend we were never engaged in the first place." "Charlean," the tyrant would shout, "you dare insult me? Game over." "No way," Scarlet shuddered. If this keeps up, Scarlet's memories will become my future. I'd rather log out of this world myself. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Wait a minute, what if I change things up? The engagement with the Emperor was sealed with a magical contract. To annul it, both parties must willingly agree or one of them must die. I need his agreement. According to the contract, I have to continue meeting my fiancé. Even if he's a tyrant who kills without blinking, there's no avoiding this. Scarlet smirked. Then there's still a chance to make him so disgusted with me he'll want to end it himself. I'll act completely insane fake crazy if I have to. Just you wait. Then Scarlet burst into laughter like a madwoman. Ha ha ha, hoo, ha ha ha. Her laughter and sobs echoed down the hallway. A passing servant knocked gently on her door and asked, "Milady, you've been laughing and crying alone for a while now, are you all right?" In the blink of an eye, the Emperor's birthday banquet had arrived. A scene from the original story surfaced in Scarlet's mind. This was the first time anyone had ever treated me kindly. Even if I die, I'll never forget it. The Emperor is a man of deep emotion. He would never fall out of love so easily. As soon as the memory faded, Scarlet grimaced. Deep emotion, my foot, he's so cold it's deadly. I can't even. And why do Scarlet's memories always pop up at the worst possible time? The servant called from outside the door. "Milady, are you all right?" "Ah, it's nothing," Scarlet quickly replied. Lucy the maid attending to her stepped inside. "I'll go fetch your dress. Please stay here and rest." Yeah, go ahead," Scarlet waved her off, flopping lazily into a seat. "If I manage to break off the engagement, I'll run away anyway, so there's no point in pretending to be proper anymore." That's why the servants constantly had to remind her. "Milady, eating while walking like that will damage the family's reputation." "And what about Duke Rumen?" Scarlet pouted. "No one cares." The banquet wasn't until the evening, yet she'd already spent the whole morning preparing. Still, even without preparing, I'm naturally gorgeous anyway. Praising herself shamelessly, Scarlet was abruptly drenched in cold reality when Ree walked in and saw her mid-performance, sobbing and laughing all alone. Scarlet wished she could vanish into thin air. To distract herself, she focused on the pile of dresses Lucy was holding. Her eyes were immediately drawn to a light pink one. Picking it up, she admired it. "This dress, Lucy, you don't like it?" Lucy replied. "No, let's go with this one." She looked puzzled. "Milady, do you really want to wear that dress? Isn't it a bit too plain?" Scarlet nodded confidently. "Add some jewelry and it'll look even better, right?" Lucy looked even more anxious. "But, are you planning to wear something that simple to a banquet at the Imperial Palace?" After Scarlet put the dress on, just as she predicted, whispers immediately spread among the palace maids. "Is that the lady? Is she out of her mind?" Scarlet smirked quietly. "Heard it all, you know. Just the reaction I wanted. Just a simple outfit, and it's got everyone gossiping. Perfect. I used to think I didn't suit peach tones, who knew this color could make me look so adorable?" She turned to ask Lucy. "Don't you think so? This makeup wasn't a waste after all, right?" Lucy stayed silent. Scarlet frowned and turned back, only to find the maid behind her wearing a grim expression. "What's wrong? Why are you just standing there?" The maid stammered. "Forgive me, milady." Out in the courtyard, a luxurious carriage was already waiting. The maid froze in surprise when she saw Scarlet approaching. "Please, this way, milady." Scarlet raised an eyebrow. Why so shocked? She thought to herself. Well, I guess it makes sense. Who wouldn't be stunned seeing someone show up to the Emperor's birthday banquet in this outfit? But this dress is the perfect start for my crazy plan. Though I have to admit, rich folks really do have comfy cushions. This seat is heavenly. As she chuckled to herself over her master plan, the mood suddenly shifted. A gloomy air settled around her. Sitting across from her was Duke Armand, her so-called father, with a cold, scowling expression. Scarlet glared back. That glare isn't bad, but what's it good for? This guy treats his daughter like trash anyway. And the Duchess, always acting like she's on her deathbed, terrified of being associated with me. Avoids me like the plague. Whatever. I'm done with those people. Suddenly, a voice called out. Hey, did you take the wrong meds or something? Scarlet flinched. It was Iszar Armand, her half-brother. In the original story, Iszar was the only one who stood by Scarlet when she was sentenced to death. When she tried to take her own life, it was Iszar who found her and saved her. The memories came rushing back. Ah, it hurts, my hand. The doctor's vague instructions from back then echoed in her mind. Though the young lady is out of immediate danger, she still needs to be monitored. Scarlet remembered weakly asking. Who was that? Iszar had frowned, looking annoyed. This brat. He seemed about to say more but stopped. He gritted his teeth and simply muttered, "Just rest." He stared at me in silence for a while before sighing. Maybe he had been really worried about me. In my memories, Iszar was the one who treated Scarlet with kindness. Scarlet glanced over at him with a soft look. Credit where it's due, or maybe it's just because I treat him a little more nicely. Iszar, however, looked pale and uncomfortable, sweat forming on his brow. What's with that face of hers? No wonder I keep getting goosebumps. Scarlet beamed. What's the matter? Do you really not know? That dress you're wearing. The dress? Oh, it's perfect, isn't it? Honestly, I look amazing in everything. Iszar was speechless. There've been rumors lately that you've gone insane, guess they're true after all. Iszar quickly covered his mouth after accidentally blurting out his thoughts. All right, that's enough. Don't say another word. Suddenly, he turned sharply toward the carriage door, leaving Scarlet bewildered. Huh? What's up with him? Lately he's been real careful with his words. A loud bang echoed through the carriage. Duke Armand shouted furiously. Scarlet Armand, have you completely lost your mind? If you're going to shame the family name, at least try not to go overboard. Don't you dare step out of this carriage, just go back home. Scarlet frowned. That trash of a duke is always in a foul mood. She asked plainly. What's there to be ashamed of? Is it because of this dress? Last time, I got slapped for buying too many flashy outfits, so this time I chose something really plain. If our family's reputation is at stake, it's not because of me. Wasn't it your son who came home drunk just last night? I hear rumors about him drunkenly singing in the streets have already spread across the capital. Are you not concerned about that tainting the family name? Then, Scarlet smirked to herself. Well? Must be boiling with rage now, huh? She'd never talked back to him before. When he runs out of words, his fists usually do the talking. But that's exactly why he shouldn't be messing with me now. Glancing slyly at her brother, she thought. Huh? I thought he'd be furious if I dragged him into this. Why so quiet? The Duke bellowed again. Scarlet! You insolent brat! Duchess Milia Armand replied in a bored tone. Enough, both of you. Honestly, not an ounce of maturity between you. Scarlet thought to herself. After the Duchess passed away, he helped that woman even before they were married. She was cast aside by the Duke. The real issue is, she was already pregnant while he was still engaged. And that child was Iszar Armand. That explained why Iszar was older than Scarlet. From her mother's standpoint, it was infuriating, clear proof of betrayal. Still, she was just a victim too, Scarlet admitted. But then, memories from the original story came flooding back. Please, stepmother, forgive me, lock her up until she calms down. I won't do it again, please, mother, I'm begging you. Even if things went that way, it wasn't right to take it all out on me, Scarlet reminded herself. Back in the present, the woman spoke. Scarlet, be quiet and let him. But Scarlet ignored her completely. Ah, right. Iszar, is it true you sing in the streets every time you're drunk? That's what the rumors say. Milia Armand furrowed her brows the moment her son was mentioned. Scarlet smirked inwardly. Why don't you worry about your own son for once, madam? She went on. I also heard he got beat up too. That doesn't happen all the time, right? Oh, and madam. Milia clenched her teeth the moment Scarlet called her madam. Scarlet chuckled. If you want to hear me say, mother, then maybe stop pretending you care so much about me. The woman turned away angrily. Scarlet just shrugged. If you all think I'm crazy, why not just cancel the engagement already? Wouldn't that be simpler? All right, that's enough. Though, that would take some paperwork. Scarlet thought to herself. Before I cause a scene, I should at least take a nap first. 1 second later, she dozed off right then and there, snoring audibly, leaving the entire family dumbstruck. She was out cold, snoring so clearly it echoed. Milia Armand couldn't help it, she burst out laughing. In her sleep, a sound crept into her dream, a soft weeping. What is that? That sound, someone's crying? A blonde-haired girl was sitting on the floor. Slowly, she lifted her face. It was herself. Seeing the terrifying scene unfold in her dream, Scarlet screamed loud enough to blow the roof off the carriage. By the time she jolted awake, everyone else had already disembarked and entered the palace. It had just been a dream. As Scarlet stepped out of the carriage, she thought. But seriously, the fact that I could sleep through all that really means I'm insane, huh? Thank goodness I'm not late. And of course, no one even bothered to wake me. That dream wasn't just a dream. I shouldn't think about it right now, I've got more important things to do. Alright, time to go meet my tyrant fiancé. Scarlet arrived at the venue for the banquet quite late, and looking rough, to say the least. But she quickly composed herself. I'm not too late, right? Open the doors for me. The guard replied. I'm sorry, my lady. His Majesty has already entered. We're no longer announcing new arrivals. So I have to sneak in? Scarlet mused. But sneak in quietly? No way. I need to make an entrance. I understand. No problem. Just open the doors for me. As you wish, my lady. The doors opened. Scarlet peeked inside, and her jaw dropped at the overwhelming opulence. Oh wow, this is insane. The so-called tyrant had once claimed he'd keep the birthday celebration simple compared to previous emperors. If this is what he calls simple, then what kind of over-the-top extravaganzas did the past emperors throw? Now then, where is my tyrant fiancé? As soon as she stepped in, all eyes turned toward her. Look over there. That's Lady Armand. Did a gust of wind blow the sense out of her today? What kind of outfit is that to wear to a banquet? Scarlet thought to herself, that's more than enough attention for now. She glanced at a man nearby. Hot damn, that guy is fine. Could he be the emperor? But no, according to the book, the emperor had silver white hair and violet eyes. This guy wasn't it. So where the hell is that emperor anyway? Ugh, this is exhausting. Why are there so many people here? Suddenly, she overheard someone say, Lady Fleda, look over there. Rumor has it that the Armand girl's mind isn't quite right. Seems like the rumor might be true after all. What's this? These girls, they look kind of familiar somehow. A girl with green hair turned and caught Scarlet's unreadable, almost judgmental gaze. Then Scarlet suddenly burst out laughing and said loudly, a traffic light. Red, yellow, and green hair perfect trio. The three girls stared at her, confused. Lady Fleda, what's a traffic light? Let's see, judging by how she's spouting nonsense, maybe the rumors were right after all. Scarlet walked up and patted the green-haired girl's shoulder. You wanna die or what? The girl flinched. Don't touch me. I'm a busy woman, you get me? Scarlet leaned in and whispered. Remember what I just said, lady. Fleda's hands went limp from fear. Scarlet scoffed inwardly. So weak. I'm sensitive, okay? Who told you to start trouble in the first place? There were plenty of people around, but not a single one dared approach Scarlet. They knew better. Her infamous rampage a month ago still lingered in everyone's minds. Scarlet was here for one reason only, to meet him, the one who needed her. In the original story, it was said she fell in love with the tyrant because of how gentlemanly he treated her. But the real reason was that she was needed by him. Because he was the only person in her life. And that is just plain foolish, isn't it? To love someone based solely on that. It's way too dangerous. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Over there. That's the not quite right lady of the Armand family. Scarlet heard it and smiled with disdain. Oh wow, didn't expect someone to stir up trouble so loudly. Let me see what that guy looks like. She turned around and saw a man with platinum hair. Her eyes widened as if she suddenly recognized something. She quickly bowed. I am Scarlet Armand of the Armand family. Your Majesty, greetings. Scarlet thought to herself, it's not that I love his manners, it's his face. Smart, handsome, but cold. Someone said. The rumors about the lady are true. The people standing near Callier in Scarlet's eyes were like squids. Truly, he had the power to turn everyone around him into squids being grilled by his aura. Handsome? That's dangerously handsome. No, I can't be swayed by that appearance. That guy is the tyrant. The tyrant. A murderer who could kill me any time. So I have to stay alert. Charlean asked. Miss, is something wrong? Scarlet was almost distracted by Charlene's charm. You're going to be the tyrant, how can you stir people's hearts like that? Will that tyrant become the heroine's pet? Her cheeks suddenly flushed. Focus. I didn't come here to play around. She replied. Nothing, Your Majesty. It's my first time meeting you, so I was a bit dazed. You're just too beautiful. Forgive my rudeness. But there was something she wanted to ask. I heard Your Majesty enjoys magical things very much, is that correct? Callier said coldly. Miss, if you intend to show me something miraculous, you'd better give up. His expression showed no interest at all. I knew that, but that's enough. This is the first time I come to meet Your Majesty as your fiancé, so I prepared a gift for you. Could you at least take a look? Fine. Let me see what you've prepared. The bait was taken, making her heart leap with joy. If what you've prepared looks ordinary to me, I'll remain indifferent as long as it takes. Your Majesty, don't worry, please look carefully. Scarlet held up her glass of wine. Your Majesty, look here. With my magic, I will now transform this plain dress into a dress that will enchant everyone. Happy birthday, Your Majesty. Then, without hesitation, she splashed the wine onto herself. Oh, that rich scent. Your Majesty, look. It has turned into a blazing red dress. What do you think? By this point, you're definitely crazy, right? People nearby started whispering. Oh my, what is this? She poured wine on herself? In front of His Majesty? How can she? Scarlet laughed to herself. How could someone this crazy marry him, right? Isn't this miraculous enough, Your Majesty? Seeing that expression? If I do well this one time, I might be able to break off the engagement. Emperor Callier once said to Charlean. You want to congratulate me on my birthday? No one celebrates the day I was born. Those words are all lies. He hid the deep yearning in his heart. So she shouldn't say such things either. He said that in the original story. Usually, the heroine would want to hear such words, but I hate them. She bowed slightly and cheerfully said. Once again, happy birthday, Your Majesty. Callier heard the birthday wishes, and his face immediately darkened. The nobles around whispered under their breath. Oh my, His Majesty's expression is terrifying. Anyway, thanks to this incident, I left a bad impression on our first meeting. Let's hope this progress continues quickly. At that moment, the Emperor called out loudly. Duke Armand. The Duke responded. Yes, Your Majesty, I am here. He said coldly. The young lady doesn't look well, does she? Aren't you going to take her back to the mansion to have her examined? A heavy atmosphere pressed down on the Duke's shoulders, forcing him to lower his head and quickly pull Scarlet away. I will take my daughter back immediately, Your Majesty. Scarlet left with a little regret. Wow, but those staring eyes seemed like they wanted to kill me. Still, I have to admit, he's really handsome. Then she thought to herself. All right, handsome guy, this is your first time seeing a crazy person like me, right? If I do well this time, maybe I'll get the notice to break off the engagement right away? Scarlet didn't forget to blow a wind kiss to Charlean. Charlean was caught off guard by the kiss, almost twisting his neck in surprise, and said stunned. Wow, she's not done yet. Just wait, Your Majesty. Outside in the carriage, Duke Armand was nearly ready to tear Scarlet apart, pounding his fist hard on the seat. You're really crazy. So embarrassing, such a disgrace. But Scarlet just turned her gaze to the sky and looked at the ground, indifferent to the Duke's furious face. So noisy, but judging by that reaction, it looks like I succeeded, huh? While she was floating in her own world, Iszar called out. Hey, are you drunk? Also, you smell terrible. Scarlet was not happy, another one ruining the mood. What? Isn't it handsome? Where's the handsome part? Iszar looked at her and smiled. Look at this, you're as red as a ripe apple. Doesn't it suit you well? Scarlet stepped closer and asked. Right? Iszar continuously waved his hand to stop her. At that moment, Duchess Milia Armand entered and said. Once we arrive at the mansion, I will call the doctor to come examine you. Can you behave yourself a little? Doctor? Why? Seeing your behavior like this, you definitely need a doctor to help your brain get back to normal. Oh my God, how could that be? Scarlet thought to herself. Exactly, just break off the engagement already or maybe I'll be kicked out too. She pretended to be wronged and sniffled. I heard His Majesty likes the color red, like blood. So, as his fiancé, I just wanted to give him a special birthday gift. What did I do wrong? Scarlet's quick change of tone left Iszar stunned. He asked. All right, about that, what was that? Was he scared? Then came the dress, decorated all over with red from head to toe. So His Majesty will hold me in his arms. Do you want to die? No way. And His Majesty will officially become my partner. Become a couple? Later, I will ask His Majesty for a strand of his hair. Every time we meet, I'll ask for another. Why? What? Like that is the only way to be happy. I'll keep the strand under my pillow until we get married. Not believing his ears, Iszar asked again. Are you serious? Iszar sighed deeply. Seeing his brother's expression, Scarlet realized. Oh wow, I overdid it. That's how you raise a flag, right? Later at the mansion, Duke Armand saw the carriage returning. The knights wondered. Why are they back so early? Did something happen? Could it be that Miss Scarlet caused trouble again? Humph, she has been quite well behaved for the past month. Before the knight's hand even touched the door, Scarlet kicked it wide open with a straight leg. Watching her foot flash by, the bewildered knight asked. Is that a foot? Scarlet rushed out like a gust of wind and ran away. The Duke gave an order. Quick, catch her. What? Milia commanded. Call the doctor immediately. Scarlet is beyond help now. The knight still couldn't believe his eyes. Was that really the young lady just now? Seeing the empty seats inside, he asked. But the young master didn't come back with her? Milia Armand frowned and sighed, recalling that no matter how she thought about it, it seemed her daughter really had gone mad. What if she really dies? What then? Iszar, you don't want to attend her birthday party, do you? Right after, Iszar was forced to get off the carriage. Get off the carriage! Take care of yourself, you idiot! Left standing in the middle of the road, Iszar looked confused. Huh? What? Duke Armand furrowed his brows and asked Scarlet. Armand, what did you just do? Scarlet raised her hand, then hesitated and stopped. Oh, and by the way, now I'm His Majesty's fiancé, you know? So let's keep some distance. She pointed her finger directly at his face. You know, right? How can a noble fiancé have wounds on her body? That's unacceptable. Recalling this, the Duchess rubbed her head, feeling dizzy. She wasn't this rude before. Now she's truly gone mad. The next day, Scarlet wrote a letter to Emperor Callier. To His Majesty Callier the noble son, you are like the moon, perfume, trees, and sparrows. I regret having to part ways with you at the birthday banquet. So, see you next time. She wrote it herself and then promptly felt nauseous. See you, my foot. It'd be better to just cancel the engagement altogether. That said, she still had to quickly decide when to meet again. The emperor and his fiancée had to meet the exact number of times required within a month, and everything that happened related to those meetings had to be recorded. Thinking of this, she felt embarrassed. Well, isn't this basically public dating? The key was to appear crazy enough to him, but keep things just limited enough. Doing this continuously would be perfect to fool that suspicious tyrant. Let's see how he will respond. If he replies, it means yesterday's stunt wasn't impressive enough. Lucy, are you there? I'm here, milady. Bring me the ledger, please. Scarlet's mother, the Duchess Armand, had passed away earlier and left an inheritance to Scarlet. Although the money wasn't much, in the original story, Scarlet had used it to stir trouble in Charlean. Having spent all the money on that, she had to borrow from the elders in the family. Scarlet lamented, thinking that sum was not small. How could she have blown it all at once? Lucy brought a cup of tea and placed it on the table. Oh, you've already prepared? I like tea, thank you. Lucy nervously wiped sweat after Scarlet thanked her. No need to thank me, yes, it's nothing. Scarlet sipped the tea, thinking. Lucy's expression just gave her away. That look is really interesting, I have to keep thanking her. Really, thank you. Yes, milady, just call me if you need anything. After Lucy left, Scarlet's face darkened as she started calculating. The problem now is this. Just as she expected, the money was too little. With this amount, she couldn't escape from the Duke's house and live independently. Scarlet had saved this money over time, but she had to find a way to earn more. Luckily, she had a plan to make money. With just this small amount, she targeted the safe zone, to be exact, the barren land called the Cradle, because magic couldn't penetrate it. This land was abandoned by people, but few knew it was a safe haven for spirits to live in seclusion with the heroine. It had become extremely fertile land. Scarlet smiled dangerously. Spirits, huh? If I get their recognition, I won't have to worry about resources anymore. The rarest treasure in the world was spirit stones. If I take these stones to sell. Thinking this, she pushed the door open and went out. Lucy saw this and hurriedly called. Milady, where are you going? To the bank. I'm going to withdraw some money. I'll take half of the family's assets and leave this place. At the royal palace, Charlean returned after training, exhausted, and lay down to rest. At that moment, memories resurfaced. Happy birthday to your majesty, utterly unbelievable. She dared to do that right in front of me. His mother's voice echoed in his ears. Oh Callier, my unfortunate child. How much better it would have been if you had never been born. Even the words behind his back. Be very careful around His Majesty, or you might die. All the rules and protocols had been broken. The image of Scarlet on that day lingered in his mind, making him sit up, feeling deeply uneasy. The moment she blew a kiss at him flashed again, causing his face to flush. No, it's not that I feel uneasy. Scarlet Armand was just a name from a prestigious family, though that family was steadily declining. Yet, he had agreed to the engagement because of the influence of this noble house. According to the investigation results, the Lady Armand is ruthless and heartless. With such a personality, your majesty should reconsider whether she is worthy to be empress. You say the lady is ruthless? That lady? Recalling Scarlet's dazed look that day, I will show your majesty an interesting story. Just investigating on the surface can hardly reveal the truth. What should I do? Ambiguous, crazy, murderous, yet I still haven't lost interest in that strange young lady. Let's just wait and see. Not just Scarlet Armand, but Scarlet herself. Back at the Armand household, Lucy called the young lady. The royal palace has sent a reply. Receiving the reply, Scarlet smiled brightly. Good, very good. I've already sent her the schedule for the month. Now I have to make him see I'm even crazier. I'll show him the bitter taste of madness. At the royal palace, Callier was also pondering over this schedule when someone entered and said, "Your Majesty, someone has summoned you. Even though it's not official, I have something to report." It was good that the summons had come. The person placed a mountain-high stack of documents on the table. The emperor frowned. "It's only early morning and you've already overdone it." "Overdone?" The man replied. "It won't take much of your Majesty's time." This man was Callier's close aide, Count Clovar. Clovar said with dark circles under his eyes. "Breakfast is done, so it's time for you to work." Thinking to himself, he added, "Someone barely ate, only slept 2 hours, and went back to work." Charlean thought silently. "I know what you're thinking." At that moment, the communication orb glowed. "Is that Count Rumen?" Count Rumen, head of intelligence and close to Callier, along with Count Clovar, both looked worried as they were summoned. Charlean probably threw the documents on the table and said, "Investigate again, Clovar." Clovar lowered his head. It was indeed as suspected. Rumen, worried to tears, asked, "Could it be that my report was unclear?" It's understandable to face difficulties when investigating the Armand family. Their ancestors were heroes who stood shoulder to shoulder with the forebears of the Callier and Lisabelle clans. What those heroic ancestors left behind for the Armand family is something even the tyrant's closest aides cannot penetrate. However, Scarlet is someone who often strolls the streets. At least something should be investigable. Thus, such careless intelligence gathering is unacceptable. Charlean asked Rumen, "Are you sure you have thoroughly investigated?" Clovar silently grumbled. "This is outrageous. This is going to be troublesome, Your Majesty." After all, Count Rumen is known for his tears. If things continue like this, what will happen next? This time when Rumen called, Charlean abruptly cut off the communication. Unexpectedly, the Emperor actually severed the link. Clovar frowned, thinking, "Looks like I'll have to work overtime again." "Just as expected," Charlean said. "You choose investigate the Armand family or investigate Scarlet Armand herself." It had already been weeks since Scarlet became the betrothed, yet she had only just appeared. Still, choosing to investigate this individual was better than doing nothing at all. "It truly is a difficult choice for me, but what exactly should I investigate about the lady, Your Majesty?" "Investigate what I want to know first. And don't make me irritated." "Understood, I will do my best. I'd rather eat cold porridge than investigate the Armand family." "Then can you tell me your official schedule?" "As usual, Your Majesty plans to meet the lady twice a month, yes? While Your Majesty follows the schedule, if you're nearby, it will help in gathering information." "I must see that face once more." The fleeting, elusive images of Scarlet crossed the Emperor's mind again. He smiled and said, "Very well, the schedule is not finalized yet, you know what to do. Send the schedule to Armand. I entrust the rules to you once a month, Count." "Yes, Your Majesty." "I take my leave." Clovar left, wondering. Why does His Majesty seem so cheerful? A tyrant ruling an empire rarely shows joy. But truly, what kind of person is this lady? What could she have done to make His Majesty change like this? Clovar imagined. The son of this empire is my man. Could it be Scarlet Armand? Within a day, I must swiftly investigate her. Elsewhere, Scarlet said. "Of course. What's this about a whole month schedule? We could meet again as soon as tomorrow." The next day, Scarlet was summoned to the imperial palace. Along with the letter came a note. "Please walk here." What kind of damn training is this? Clearly, no rush to meet quickly and get it over with. Wait, what should I do now? Wear a red dress to make a strong impression? Or did I leave a weak impression last time, so this time won't matter either? Or prepare with all my sincerity? But what if that tyrant isn't satisfied? Sure enough, arriving empty-handed at someone's place won't do, right? In the end, she chose to wear a truly red dress. Wow, the shopping street near the palace is so splendid. That made it easy for me to find what I needed. Grapefruit and white flowers were the two things that Tyrant hated most, especially white flowers. Why? She didn't know, but the scent of those flowers was really fragrant. Since that's the case, I have to bring an extra bouquet too. This one, and this one, give me a bunch of white flowers with a strong fragrance, please. Quickly, a bouquet was prepared. The shopkeeper said, "Wow, your lover must like this very much." Scarlet smiled gently, thinking to herself. Like what? He absolutely hates them. All preparations done, it was time to go. Good. I'll make him lose his arrogant look. Time passed, and she arrived at the meeting point. Miss Armand was exactly 2 hours and 13 minutes late. There were some unavoidable circumstances on the way, so it's okay. Anyway, today's final schedule is quite relaxed. I am Count Clovar, your guide for this schedule. Please call me Clovar. Nice to meet you, Clovar. His Majesty is waiting, so please hurry. True to the rules, he was a workaholic. Last time I didn't meet him, I guess he was asleep somewhere in a corner. Anyway, a bit disappointing, I only arrived tonight. Usually, the magical lamps would be lit, but today they were all turned off by the Emperor's order. Next time you come, you'll be able to admire the palace by night. Count, I have something to ask. Yes, milady, please go ahead. Isn't this a prison? Clovar clapped his hands loudly. Milady, you have sharp eyes. It's the first time someone coming to the palace knows it so well. Ah, is that so? They both put on dark expressions and forced smiles. Is he going to show up like this? Clovar, do you think I don't know? In the original story of the tyrant, not only the male and female leads are well developed, but also his attendants. They are the ones who constantly watch over his private life, because they enjoy teasing him. According to that book, Count, Scarlet leaned close to Clovar, making him flustered. Just call me milady, Scarlet. Scarlet deliberately laughed, spitting some saliva onto Clovar's glasses, making his face darken. You say I need to meet His Majesty? This guy is famously clean freak. Oh dear, Count, are you all right? How does it feel to face such a disaster? Clovar turned away, trembling. I'm fine. Feeling emboldened, Scarlet grabbed an old cloth and wiped Clovar's glasses. Clovar trembled even more. Ah, milady, why is the Count like this? Are you all right? Scarlet smiled. Huh? Clovar thought to himself, seriously, who meets someone for the first time and gets mocked like this? The cleaning rag I accidentally brought turned out to be useful. Just then, a low deep voice sounded. What are you two doing? Right in front of me and still dawdling? They both startled and called out. Your Majesty. Charlean looked at them sternly, as if catching them in the act. Greetings, the son of the Empire. Milady Armand has arrived, hasn't she? Yes, Your Majesty. I wish to see you as soon as possible. Charlean noticed the basket Scarlet was carrying. Milady, but what is that? Oh, this? It's a fruit. Your Majesty invited me here, and coming empty-handed would be a bit rude. Your Majesty, look at this, aren't the white flowers beautiful? Seeing the white flowers, Clovar's face darkened as he silently yelled in his mind, oh no. That wasn't all. Scarlet then held out a pomelo in front of Charlean. And this is a pomelo. Indeed, I quite like pomelos. Charlean's face tightened like a drawn bowstring. In his eyes, Scarlet looked like a witch. This is a wild pomelo from the Jerus territory, specially transported there by white mages. They look delicious, don't they? Charlean's face turned dark as he called Count Clovar. Yes, Your Majesty? Count, you look very tired today. Not at all, Your Majesty. Go take some rest. I will accompany the milady inside. At your command, Your Majesty. Let's go inside. Scarlet felt a little scared but quietly followed behind. So quiet since earlier, what should I say now? But Your Majesty, why did you just order all the lights outside to be turned off? Meaning, could it be a private moment for just the two of us, where we can shine brighter together than ever? Charlean's weary gaze replied. I'm working right now. Working? Yes. This cannot be scheduled. What was Milady Scarlet's expression at that moment? She covered her face and said, I feel so hot, I'm just kidding. But, Your Majesty, do you want me to help you with your work? The milady said. Help me? Yes, if not, there would be no reason for Your Majesty to choose this time and place. I'm very curious, please tell me. Any request, I'm willing to comply. Yes, exactly. As Milady said, I have business to attend to, so I summoned you here. There's someone I want to meet and talk with. Oh, talking? I'm very good at that. As they stepped inside, they saw prisoners' arms. Scarlet hid fearfully behind Charlean, silently judging the cheap quality of their clothing. Hurry up. Talking about this huge underground prison, what's going on? Who would want to meet someone in a place like this? He definitely isn't normal. We shouldn't look each other straight in the eyes. Suddenly, someone called out. Hey, girl. Over here. I said over here. I'm innocent, milady, please, save me. Wait. Scarlet was grabbed by one of the arms. Let go of me. Can't you? Don't go. You have to hear my story of injustice. You're a kind person, aren't you? Charlean stood still, watching the situation. Scarlet kept struggling. Let go. What's wrong with you? It hurts. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as she heard Charlean warn the lady carefully. Charlean's hand moved like a demon, drawing his sword and swiftly slashing toward her. Seeing the blood splatter, she was stunned. Oh my God, this isn't like the original story. Charlean turned and said. It's all bloody and messy now. Isn't it? Milady, isn't this guy a hopeless lunatic? Scarlet was so scared she sank down to the floor. Charlean stepped forward, stomping on the severed prisoner's arm, then said. The Count has another task now. The road ahead is still long, let's go. The person milady needs to meet is deep inside this prison. Yes, sir. Who exactly are we going to see? And why does he seem so cheerful? What a madman. Is this really how the tyrant is supposed to be? Scarlet looked down and realized the gift basket she had been carrying was left behind and lost. She frowned at the Emperor. Even before meeting the heroine, this guy's craziness is already off the charts. I wish I could smack that adorable yet cunning neck of his just once. Scarlet raised her hand behind her when... She stopped speaking, startled, and dropped her hand. What was that? Could he hear my thoughts? Scarlet hurriedly explained. Haha, after such a long walk, stretching the whole body is necessary. But Charlean didn't respond to her topic and said, there are two paths for you. Among these two, the one milady is most likely to choose is approaching right now. They both stood before a room. Inside, a man holding a flower cheerfully said. Sissy said so. I do too. I love Sissy. I didn't expect you to whisper so sweetly. Scarlet asked curiously. Your Majesty, who is that? Charlean turned but said nothing. At that moment, Scarlet bowed and called inside. Sir, are you all right? Charlene's eyes seemed to fall into a daze. He had once been a renowned prophet, known as a wise sage. Although now he had been imprisoned for 19 months, he remained silent. The old man's prophecies were linked to the Armand family and could not be taken lightly. Charlean recalled the old man saying at that time, please protect this old man from strangers. Yes, being locked up here in prison is best for me. Instead, the old man spoke a prophecy. There were two paths, and the path most likely to be chosen was drawing near. However, that path would bring destruction. Your Majesty, you cannot hold on to even a bit of happiness for yourself. Aside from the Temple of the Gods, the only ones who can foresee what will happen are the Armand family, where the seers are in deep slumber. Scarlet asked. Sir, who are you talking to? Someone not from the Armand family predicted that when the secret of the Armand family is discovered, there will be jealousy. Maybe I can use this old man to learn that secret. Are you talking to fairies? Is Sissy the fairy? Perhaps the inner self of this girl is her. For a moment, Charlean smiled, then quickly adjusted his expression and stopped Scarlet. Miss, he's a criminal pretending to be mad. You shouldn't get close. Scarlet's eyes brightened as she asked. Is there really a fairy, sir? Charlean tried to stop her but then heard the old man say. Why, you don't believe it? Well, only those with pure hearts can see fairies. Oh, really? I only have a heart that's not so pure when it's devoted to my lord. Then there's no hope. You said my lord? Yes, we're going on a date now. Scarlet chuckled quietly, looking at Chin's face. What a cruel expression. Miss, now you're a man. She reached out her hand. Oh, quite a unique hobby. Suddenly, Charlene's sword flashed out, blocking it, his eyes sharp and threatening, not allowing the old man to touch Scarlet. Charlean warned the lady. He is just a criminal who likes to play with people's minds. It's best you don't trust him. You need to be cautious of everyone. Scarlet replied sincerely. I apologize. He's not someone anyone can just kill, so that's why I approached him. Charlean asked in surprise. Really? Could it be that he's protecting you? Of course not, Scarlet replied. He was talking about fairies, so I was very curious. I believe fairies exist in this world. Charlean asked again. Fairies? Scarlet nodded. Yes, but it's useless because I can't see them. Charlean sneered. Let's get back on track. He sighed deeply, then said. Now I don't know if you'll do well. Scarlet was suspicious, wondering what he meant, but then thought, pretending to be a naive fool does have its uses, right? Yes, besides the usual crazy actions, one must also be rational. Otherwise, being crazy without understanding would just lead to disaster. Suddenly, Charlean turned back and called the lady, then held out his hand. Reflexively, Scarlet also reached out, still wondering why he suddenly did that. Unexpectedly, Charlean pulled her toward him to face him. Now she had white hair and was sweating. She asked. Is this the person I will face, Your Majesty? Yes, miss, ask anything you want. Anything? But who is this person? He didn't answer but just smirked. The woman in the prison asked. Your Majesty, are you well? It's been a long time. Yes, Your Majesty. Charlean glanced at Scarlet and called again. Miss Scarlet, go ahead and ask. Scarlet was stunned. Could these really be the eyes of a sage? Fan said. Actually, miss, you are standing too far, but for me, this is enough to see clearly. The woman reached out her hand toward Scarlet, who suddenly turned pale and dizzy. It's time to make a choice. Fan grabbed Scarlet's hand and continued. Poor miss, because of this, everything will begin to change. What was destined will be broken. From now on, you will receive blessings. Suddenly Charlean pulled Scarlet back. Enough, that's enough. Fan smirked and said indifferently. All right then. Charlene's eyes were now filled with deep feelings. Your Majesty, could you please let your hand off? Scarlet was embarrassed, unsure whether it was from shame or something else, when Charlean pushed her forward. Honestly, let's just get back now. Oh, Your Majesty. Suddenly letting go like that, what if something happened to me? Don't you know reflexes? France, sitting in the prison, suddenly smirked softly. At the end of the day, Clovar came in to report. You're back already, Your Majesty? Miss just left the mansion. Charlean replied indifferently. All right. Did something happen in the basement prison, Your Majesty? What did Fan say? What? Yeah, what? Really? So, what exactly did France say? Charlean set down his glass and said. France said Miss Armand is truly pitiful. Don't mind it. Huh? Charlean recalled at that moment. I'm fine, miss. You don't need to pretend you're okay. Prophecies are only possibilities, you shouldn't bind yourself to them. Haha, really, I'm fine. I don't pay attention to what Your Majesty says. No matter how we live our lives, we can only live fully for today. So if today Your Majesty feels fulfilled, that's enough. That's my view, and today I feel very content. Clovar looked alarmed hearing about what happened in the prison. Oh God, my lord. So France really said such unfortunate things. And that what is destined will be broken too. Why such a gloomy prophecy? Is the lady all right? On the contrary, she looks well. Wonderful. Prophecies aren't all magic, right? She even smiled quite happily. She's not so bad after all. After returning to the mansion, Scarlet sighed and stretched, more tired than she expected. Let's just go to sleep quickly. At that moment, Iszar stepped out and asked. Just got back now? Iszar, it's this late, why aren't you sleeping? What's going on? That's what you should be asking. You both came back safely, now go clean up, take a bath, and such. Scarlet wondered to herself, what's wrong with him? Why are you so upset, Iszar? Iszar stepped closer, clearly unsure how to say it. Is that so? You don't worry at all even though something happened to me. Could it be that he feels like she doesn't remember? But at that time, she almost left this world. Something happened and he's not worried? Scarlet saw Iszar's eyes welling up with tears from worry. She blinked in surprise. I'm sorry, Iszar. I'll come back early, okay? I was wrong back then. Why bring up time travel now? Anyway, thank you for worrying about me, but don't worry, I'll live well from now on. Seeing her cheerful expression, he felt somewhat reassured. Then you go ahead first. Sleep well, Iszar, my boy. Thanks. From now on, I'll try not to die. Of course, starting tomorrow I have to do something about it. 3 days later, at the Imperial Bank, a cheerful employee said. So, you want to buy as many safe zones as possible near the Western Palace, right? Scarlet replied happily. That's right. Given my finances and current stock, I can probably buy up to 300 cents, about half a stadium. People around whispered. When they heard Scarlet wants to buy safe zones, everyone said Miss Armand is totally crazy. Scarlet overheard and said right away. Hey, I heard all that. Not bad, I'll register for the largest standard. Yes, please sign here. We'll notify you of the results by tonight. Great. At least the land issue is settled first. Scarlet snapped her fingers and called William Lance. Yes, miss. Prepare the carriage for me. Miss will return to the mansion immediately. No, I have to inspect my lands first. Hee, just wait a little longer. Money? No, it's my adorable little fairies. She arrived very quickly. So this is the safe zone, closer to the palace than I expected. In the original story, when Charlean met the fairies, they said they had been born for half a year but hadn't eaten anything yet. By now, the fairies must have been born. They love the sweet scent of fruit. These fairies are important beings who gave wings to Charlean, someone who started with nothing. Therefore, for Scarlet, meeting Charlean was like a baptism, because the fairies love fruit. On the way back, I have to buy some seeds from the magical flower garden. I don't want to own too many, just about 1 fairy stone will be enough. While walking, Scarlet heard voices nearby. It sounded like they were refusing passage to the top of Bahori. Apparently, the intervention came from the Shrine of the Gods. Every shrine that appeared today showed some problems firsthand. Forget it, they're all going to die anyway. Your Majesty, if not, just bring a boat and kill them all. Scarlet quickly hid behind a tree. She realized it was the Emperor and the golden squid from the banquet. It startled her. Is he out for a walk? Anyway, I will look into it more and report back to Your Majesty. Even if the finances are being embezzled, pride remains. Hiding behind the tree, Scarlet thought, wait, why should I hide? From the perspective of a crazy Scarlet, this is actually fun. Alright, let's surprise him. Then she covered her mouth and made a sound. Callier heard it and immediately turned his head, asking, "What's that sound?" Scarlet jumped out suddenly, making Charlean startled. She laughed foolishly and said, "Your Majesty, I missed you so much." While saying that, she ran toward Charlean but accidentally twisted her ankle. Fortunately, Charlean quickly caught her. Hearing someone's voice, it turned out to be Miss Armand arriving. Scarlet was stunned. This person isn't in the plan. Looking closer, she saw he was incredibly handsome. Armand, really? Was this Charlean's idea? Charlean made a scary face and asked her, "What are you doing here? This is scary." Rumen only now realized, so that girl is Miss Scarlet Armand. Why is she running out from the forest? Scarlet was already annoyed because of the shrine issue. If your Majesty bruises even his fiancé, then that's really troublesome. Before everything explodes, I have to stop it. Your Majesty, are you alright? You're tired too, so let me escort the miss, Rumen said, but Charlean completely ignored him. He asked Scarlet, "Are you hurt?" She whined in reply, "Yes, hurt in my heart, Your Majesty." Charlean smiled coldly. "You haven't even fallen yet and you're already saying your heart is hurt? What am I witnessing here? Seems like Your Majesty doesn't mind being touched, huh? The relationship between you two is better than I thought." Scarlet continued, her face bright. "Because Your Majesty is so handsome, seeing this face makes my heart feel relieved. Talking nonsense like this means I'm probably fine." Rumen felt the conversation was a bit unnecessary and spoke up. "Your Majesty, I still have many matters to attend to, please allow me to leave first." Charlean remained silent. Rumen understood the silence as agreement and quickly slipped away. Scarlet thought puzzled, why doesn't Charlean leave with him? If it were me meeting someone in such a mess, I would have run away already. How many more times do I have to ruin my image in front of him? At this rate, I'll die just like in the original story. She thought further, that Charlean, why is he so cold-hearted and stubborn? This won't do, I have to find a way to deal with him. Scarlet continued. "Your Majesty, you asked why I'm here, right?" Charlean replied with a single word. "Yes. I came to inspect the land because I'm the one buying this plot." Charlean frowned. "What? Why exactly?" Scarlet was unfazed. "Simply because I heard that the fairies have appeared." Charlean was stunned, speechless about the fairies. He recalled the old man in prison saying, "Sissy, I love you too." Scarlet smiled secretly and asked the young lady, "How old are you this year?" Charlean answered immediately, "Believing in fairies has nothing to do with age, Your Majesty. If I could meet fairies, I wouldn't hesitate to trade all my wealth for it." Scarlet thought, how naive she is, believing those rumors and wasting her fortune like that. Then she looked at Charlean. "Good, got a reaction." She continued, looking straight at her handsome Majesty. "Do you think I'm so pathetic that you don't want to look at me?" Charlean shook his head. "No, I could have stopped this." Scarlet smiled faintly. "It's not over yet." Then she said seriously, "Your Majesty, is that why, as Your Majesty's fiancé, you can sell the land to me at a low price?" She wondered to herself, am I overdoing it? After a moment of silence, Charlean asked, "Excuse me?" Scarlet was startled. Why is he taking off his gloves? Is he going to hit me? Charlean reached out toward Scarlet, making her fearfully shut her eyes tightly, but he only gently picked a leaf off her hair and said, "It seems the young lady isn't afraid of me at all? I will consider that request." "Thank you, Your Majesty. It's getting late, let's head back. Please be careful on your way home." Back at home, Scarlet pondered, why did I say, "Please be careful," to him? And yet I obediently said goodbye like it was nothing. But I have to admit, how can someone be that handsome? Is it a rule that villains have to be good-looking? Seriously though, he really is the male lead, but at the banquet, I didn't feel that way. Or is it because we met in the forest, so my mood was different? No, it's not the atmosphere, it's that I sense something different. How to say it? It's like he is Charlean the tyrant to me, a man who is clearly distinct in his attitude between the woman he loves and other women. To the one he loves, he is extremely kind, but to others, sharp as a blade. I'm not Chelera, to him, I'm no different from the other women. But why did he smile gently when he said, "It seems the young lady isn't afraid of me at all"? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Who could come at this hour? The Duke? Really, Scarlet Armand thought and promised herself, this time I won't listen to him anymore. If he wants to hit me, I'll run away from here right away, still can't escape now. She sat up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, open the door." "Already asleep so soon? That voice is Iszar's?" "It's you, open the door." Scarlet called out. There's someone inside, is this a bathroom or what? Finally, she said. All right, open the door. Yes, yes. I even thought it was the Duke. Scarlet reached out to open the door but suddenly froze. Thinking again, it was late at night, why would Iszar come here? Was he with the Duke? Scarlet changed her mind, no longer wanting to open it. I'm not opening the door. What? At this hour, what do you want in a woman's bedroom? You're really sinister. What are you talking about? And don't talk to me like that. I came because I have something to say. Now be a good girl and open the door for me. Scarlet thought silently, even if that's not true, I'd still curl up and run away. We're not that close to just sit down and chat, right? She continued. I'm not wearing any clothes. Oh my God, I must be crazy. It seems he's here alone. Scarlet whispered. Lower your voice. If we argue, I wonder what the Duchess will do to me. I'm right here. Okay, geez, I know. It's nothing special. I just... Huh? Can you speak up a bit? Nothing today, just wanted to wish you good night. Scarlet was stunned. Huh? What? You came because you were worried about me? You couldn't sleep because you're afraid the Duke might give me trouble. Only then did Scarlet open the door. Iszar saw her and immediately asked. Humph, are you wearing clothes or not? Scarlet, annoyed. Iszar, you're sick, aren't you? What? No, it's just that lately I've been doing cute things that I never did before. Go to sleep quickly. You sleep well too. That night, the Duke didn't let Scarlet be called. Meanwhile, I already thought of a way to tease him. The winter flowers fall, shedding all their petals looking like a spooky spider raised in a magic tower. Poor Iszar. Meanwhile, Scarlet's fiancé, Charlean, was lost in thought, pondering the astonishing calmness she displayed. Even when facing an emperor shrouded in terrifying rumors like himself, she showed no trace of fear. The unlucky star had appeared precisely at the birth of the prince. If this were ignored, not only the royal family but the entire empire would be dragged to the brink of annihilation. The Pope's prophecy was nothing but baseless words. Yet no one dared openly oppose it. By then, the power of the divine temple had grown beyond control. For the prosperity and longevity of the empire, the prince's fate was sealed. Everyone believed the prophecy and rejected him. He was forced to draw his sword to fight for his own life even if it meant killing others. The blood of those he had slain soaked an entire mountain. How could someone like that still be called human? At that moment, all that remained was the name, tyrant. But to him, Scarlet was something special. She did not see him as a monster, but as a different kind of human and never made things difficult for him. If she heard all this, would she deny it? Charlean felt it clearly, she was not afraid of him. What was called? At that moment, Callier looked down at the map and thought. He remembered he had promised to consider and then reply, sell the land cheap? Was this fearless or just shameless? A land where elves live? If she goes there now, she would definitely be angry. Is that why? Since when did he begin to feel curious? Wanting to see what she would do. Maybe just this once. At the Armand mansion. Here are the documents transferring the safe zone issued by the Empire. Miss, please read carefully and sign. The man before her was the #1 guard, disguised as Count Clovar on a mission. Thank you. Scarlet took the paper, wondering silently. Do they give me a discount? Huh? Why is the price exactly the same? Did the landowner say anything else? Is there a problem with the documents? No, nothing at all. Oh, so the contract was just an excuse to meet me? His Majesty the Emperor did not send any additional message. If you wish to discuss directly, you may request a meeting. I will adjust the schedule accordingly. Scarlet snapped. Charlean, didn't you say you'd think about it first? Or is this just mocking me? Clovar and the maid Lucy instantly froze at her words. It was clear the young lady was very upset. Is something wrong, miss? Clovar asked cautiously. In his mind, he thought, I have to report this to His Majesty. He instructed me to remember everything she says. Suddenly, Scarlet broke into a bright smile. I'm just a bit excited, that's all. Forget what I said earlier. Clovar was confused. She's even weirder than the rumors say. So, can you sign the documents now, miss? Scarlet huffed. Playing games with me, huh? Fine. All right. Clovar's mind raced with a crazy thought. Could it be, His Majesty is really dating the young lady? And even, getting cozy? His Majesty's romantic interest is her. Scarlet signed and pushed the paper back. So that's done, right? Yes. Now it just needs the royal family's approval to complete the process. I'll take my leave now. You've worked hard. Miss, I will prepare a meal for you, all right? No need. Go get the carriage ready for me. Where are you headed? To the bank. I want to review the land I just bought. Yes, I'll prepare it right away. A box of pastries was brought over. Scarlet took a bite, feeling her spirits lift again. Calmness returned. I trusted Charlean too much. I thought I could buy the land at half price. No. That's not it. I misunderstood. The tyrant said he'd think about it, not that he promised anything concrete. Stay positive. Still, when I asked for a discount, he didn't get angry. Oh, and I haven't even visited the magic garden yet. The magic seeds for educating children only take a month to bear fruit. I'll go today. The weather's really nice. How much longer until we arrive? Miss, we're almost there. Scarlet looked outside the carriage. Let's see, magic garden. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Haze, I'm so dumb. Right, I just need to turn left at the next alley. As she was heading that way, someone shouted loudly. Hey, you over there. Scarlet turned around. A girl named Fleta stood there, staring at her and asked. Lost your way? I heard you were scatterbrained, and I guess it's true. Last time I was too shocked to say anything. Not this time. Scarlet froze for a moment, thinking. Who is she? How dare she threaten me? What did you just say? Are you threatening me? Do you realize you're speaking in public? How could you say such rude things? Fleta glared. Threaten? Humph. Suddenly Scarlet realized. Ah, now I remember. She's the green-haired lady from that banquet. Fleta was startled to be called the green-haired lady and immediately retorted. What? My hair isn't green, it's teal. Scarlet shrugged, coolly replied. Oh, is that so? But who cares? Well, I'm off then, Miss Teal. Wait, Fleta called out sharply. By the way, my name is Peridot. Peridot Fleta. Hey, are you even listening? Scarlet sighed and turned back. All right, you know, Miss Fleta. Just out of curiosity, are you trying to be friends with me? Peridot looked embarrassed but tried to keep a cold expression. If not, then good because you're not exactly the type I like. Suddenly, Peridot's attitude shifted, her tone sharp and harsh. Friends? You're always the same. Acting like the noble lady of the Armand family, while all the crimes you've committed make others both terrified and unable to accept you. People like you, I don't even remember their names. Do you understand what I'm saying? Peridot stared directly at Scarlet. Miss, you won't live long. Scarlet frowned, but Peridot continued, her voice lowering. My words aren't baseless. I mean, up till now, all the fiancés of that tyrant have ended up dead. Some died at his hands, some were controlled by others. Even if that's true, it's not something you should be saying in broad daylight on the street like this. Scarlet laughed coldly. In the middle of the street and you still dare to speak like that? And you dare say I'm the one who'll die soon? I didn't expect you to make up such nonsense. She took a step back, eyes full of contempt. Talking to you is worthless. And honestly, I don't know why I'm even wasting my energy. Scarlet stared straight at Peridot. This is your final warning. Just wait and see. Peridot wasn't willing to back down. Miss, if you don't want to die before me, you better watch your mouth. Scarlet clenched her fists tightly. I will live. No matter what, I will live. Peridot shouted in anger. You rude brat. Just wait. The entire scene was witnessed by Clovar. He immediately returned to report to Charlean. Time XXXX, day XX. Purchased magical seeds at the magic garden. That's all the information about the young lady, sir. Charlean frowned. Is that all? Yes, your majesty. This is the full investigation report for today, sir. Her daily behavior, even when in front of me, is exactly the same. Indeed, her actions and speech are crazy. It's just her nature. She even said she was only joking around. Suddenly, Charlean smirked, causing Clovar to panic instantly. Your majesty, did you just smile? Charlean replied calmly. Me? Your majesty, I have something to say. What? Are you dating young lady Armand, sir? What? You've been following the young lady so closely that you've lost your mind? I told you to investigate, not get infected yourself. No, that's not it, your majesty. I just asked an unnecessary question. Ha ha ha. Stop talking nonsense. Get back to your work. Weekly orders. Understood. Where is young lady Armand now? According to information from other covert watchers, she is currently in a safe area, sir. At the same time, Scarlet breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, planting is done. On the other side, Charlean said. I'll handle the rest of the investigation myself. The matter with that clingy young lady has been settled. Scarlet thought to herself, it cost more than I expected, but I've already arranged the remaining money. Good, everything is going according to plan. At that moment, Charlean approached. So this is where you are. Scarlet turned around and called out. Your Majesty. Inwardly, she cursed Charlean, you liar. What do you think I'm here for? To have fun? Thinking that, but still keeping a bright smile, she said. I'm planting fruit seeds. Charlean raised an eyebrow. Why do that? I heard these seeds will sprout in just 3 weeks, so I found it fascinating. Ah, you mean those seeds? Scarlet was surprised to see Charlean sit down beside her. He actually sat on the ground? Didn't expect that. She gently bumped his shoulder and whispered. Ah, I plan to gift these to the fairies. Fairies? Scarlet started to worry. What now? She couldn't think of any crazy action at the moment. The fairies will appear here, so I want to quickly nurture the seeds and give them to them. After that, I didn't say anything more. It took a long moment before I looked up at him. He was quietly watching me, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Just a feeling, but it seemed, he wasn't even aware he was smiling. It seemed like I had just witnessed something I shouldn't have seen. Hey! She quickly turned her face away. Wait! How embarrassing, I have to say something. Come to think of it, isn't this place my land from now on? What do you mean, young lady? So, about that, since this is the young lady's land, does that mean I have to pay a passage fee? No. Your Majesty, don't think like that. All right. If Your Majesty is here, then we should rewrite the contract. Instead of a passage fee, I'll let the young lady use the land as she wishes, and I'll reduce the price of this land by half. Really? Is that true? Why suddenly? Isn't that too easy? With conditions? I knew there'd be conditions. What trick are you planning now? Fine, Your Majesty, tell me. Anything is fine, just don't make me go die. Then it's a deal. After hearing Charlean's condition, Scarlet was surprised. Rite of passage? So really, it just means being allowed to come and go? Why? All the products and fruits grown here belong to me, right? Charlean looked at Scarlet's bright expression and thought, I didn't expect she'd like this option so much. Though I anticipated it, I didn't expect such a clear reaction. Scarlet smiled brightly. Haha. Half price is fine. He easily agreed to lower the price for me, that's more like it. If only he would just cancel the engagement. Charlean calmly said. I will finalize the contract in the next official schedule between us. Scarlet turned away, guessing, meeting again? To cancel the engagement? Cancel, no, the next schedule, right? I will send an appropriate date and month to the duchy. The young lady can choose whichever day she prefers. The noble young lady happily runs around, clearly delighted. She doesn't even care about this? As for the location, I'll decide. Scarlet froze for a moment, thinking, so we're really meeting again? A few days later, at the Armand family mansion. What is Miss Scarlet doing? Curious, you want to take a look? The young lady is working on a failed insect magic product, a type of magic researched based on humans' discomfort when stepping on insects, being sold cheaply at the magic shop. Scarlet brought the spider in front of Lucy. Lucy immediately stepped on it. When you step on it, it leaves a specific message. Fool! What does the young lady intend to do with that? It's already pre-written. Suddenly, loud shouting was heard outside. What's going on here? Get lost. On the Duke's forehead appeared the phrase. If I am guilty of filthy, inhumane crimes, then I deserve to be hanged. The Duke, furious, shouted loudly. Scarlet Armand. Scarlet secretly smiled inside. That's bloody revenge for the other day when he crossed me. Miss, the Duke is coming this way. He's not in a good mood today, huh? I'll go prepare the carriage. You should change clothes too. Yes, let's go out for some delicious food, all right? Yes, I'll get ready. The Armand family butler approached and said. Did the Duke call for me, sir? You're only here now? The butler bowed his head. I apologize, sir, but why does your face look like that? Too noisy. Where is Scarlet? Treating your face is more important, miss. I'll call a doctor first, or maybe a mage. A commanding voice rang out. Where did you get that tone? Go find her and bring her to me immediately. I won't let her off today. Duke Armand threw the butler's glasses to the ground and shouted. What are you waiting for? Get out there already. Old and deaf, useless old man. Just a few years ago, I never thought it would come to this. Baron Armand, the current Duke, is the younger brother of the previous Duke Aaron Armand. Aaron Armand, the first head of the family, was beloved by everyone. During his time, many prophets appeared, and he brought prosperity to the declining family. Even the stubborn elders had to respect him. Even when he fell in love with an ordinary woman, no one stopped their love. His life was once perfect, like a story told by legends, but it didn't last long. That young man, only 22 years old, died suspiciously. The woman he loved, instead of becoming Duke Aaron's Duchess Mia, was married off to Baron and became the first Duchess. Something must have happened, but the Duchess said nothing until she passed away. The Duke shouted again. Bring her here quickly, do you understand? Yes, sir. Baron grew more furious by the moment. The young lady had a hard childhood. The butler picked up the broken glasses and thought, how many pairs has he broken now? Suddenly Scarlet appeared and asked, what happened? Did the Duke break your glasses again? Ah, miss, you shouldn't be here. The Duke is very angry. I was planning to go out anyway. Oh, let me fix it for you at the village. It's all right, but it won't be free. Instead, I have a condition. Scarlet whispered in the butler's ear. Let's team up to tease the Duke, but keep it a secret from him. Yes, miss, I'll follow your orders. Very well then. Anyway, seeing the young lady happier than before puts my mind at ease. Inside the palace, Charlean giggled. She had thought Scarlet would only smile slightly, but she didn't expect her to jump up and down like that. It's precisely because of those two words, broken engagement, that she reacted this way. That so-called crazy action truly belongs to a humorous young lady. The tyrant was also very surprised by her harmless motive, and her unpredictable behavior made him laugh. Whether she dies or he does, this engagement will take place even if she doesn't want it. For someone who rarely smiles like him, her existence was something quite interesting. For now, I'll pretend not to know. Watching her isn't so bad, let her live once properly over the next month. He wondered if he could win her over by any means. The next day, Iszar Armand was walking when Scarlet called out, Hey, Iszar. Iszar turned around. Scarlet looked amused. Hey, you slicked your hair back? Is this the first time you realize you're a noble? Oh my, I almost didn't recognize you dressed so neatly, completely different from usual. Iszar asked. Why are you only here now? Did you oversleep? What about the Duke and Duchess? They're probably preparing to receive guests. The mansion is decorated extravagantly, almost as if to show off. That's right. Today is an important day for the Duke, a day to dine and chat with the elders. It's said that the Duke hosts a family reunion banquet when welcoming important guests, even if the main invitees don't come. Though somewhat flashy, it's also to show a harmonious and warm family. Scarlet wondered why she was obediently following the Duke's wishes, then answered herself. How could I not? Let's hurry up. Iszar thought quietly to himself. He said, I don't like attending family events at the Duke's request, but I'm curious about the faces of those old men, so I guess I'll go. Hey, are we going to the city center? Wait. You bought that land? Suddenly you bought the safe zone in front of the palace? You know where it is, right? Hey, don't talk about these things in front of the Duke and Duchess. Yes, I know. As they chatted happily, the Duchess called from behind, reminding them. Hurry up, what are you still doing? It's been a while since we last met, the elders will arrive soon, come in now. Yes, let's go in quickly. Milia Armand thought quietly, strange, has something happened recently? Her gaze is noticeably sharper. Scarlet, my child, you haven't changed at all. Still doing those meaningless things like when you and your mother were younger. Scarlet turned around and asked. Wait a minute, is the Duchess scolding me? Every time she mentions my mother, does she always want to nag? The Duchess calmed down and replied. Who would say such a thing to a daughter who has lost her mother? Seeing the Duchess speak so casually like that, everyone guessed she probably wasn't aware of her own age. Just as Scarlet was about to jump into an argument, someone approached, beating a drum and tapping a staff, speaking in a serious tone. The young lady is absolutely right. I don't like her, but I have to admit she's not wrong. Scarlet looked at those people in surprise and immediately recognized them as the elders. Honored to meet the Duchess, honored to meet the young master and young lady. But how long do you intend to block the way? In front of the main hall, this scene was not good at all. That's right, it's not just today that we've argued with her. We are busy people. Iszar Armand could only sigh in exasperation as the Duchess and Scarlet exchanged meaningful glances. At the dining table, Iszar asked. Are you okay? Did you hear what the Duchess just said? Scarlet replied nonchalantly. Sorry, it's not your fault. Don't worry about it, just eat. You're worrying too much. Iszar nodded. All right. Speaking of the elders, we just met them earlier. Their personalities aren't any easier than the Duke and Duchess, huh? Yeah, I met them during last week's meeting. They're serious and not easy to joke with. The truth might be different from what you think. Different? How could it be different from what I think? Actually, you don't know much about the relationship between the Armand family and the elders. Iszar continued. The Armand family originally protects the borders of the Demon Beast Forest and isn't involved with the Empire at all. This has long been unclear in the original story. To fulfill this role, cooperation between the elders and the family is very important. Therefore, unlike other families, the elders of the Armand family hold considerable power. Ultimately, to become an official head of the family, one must earn their trust and confidence. But more than ever, right now the Armand family has a poor relationship with the elders. Not only lacking trust and loyalty, the family also faces hatred from them. The previous duke was widely respected, but the current duke receives little attention. The elders continue to work with the family, possibly out of loyalty to the former duke. They respected the former duke and his lover, so Scarlet's existence is somewhat special. Talking about the family suddenly makes her feel confused. Things she never cared about are now completely unknown to her. Hey, are you okay? After all, in the original story, even these great elders will die in the conflict between the two sides. I'm planning to run away from here, but what about the others? If that happens, all of these people will die at the hands of the tyrant. Even Iszar too? Scarlet, are you really okay? Iszar asked worriedly. Ah yes, what did you just say? Snap out of it. The meal ended, and the family meeting was about to begin. Others who aren't involved, whatever happens is not their responsibility. But suddenly Iszar grabbed Scarlet's hand, reminding her, since all the elders are present, don't act arrogantly. Scarlet asked in surprise. Hand? What do you mean? Iszar looked down at his hand in confusion, then quickly pulled it back. No, I'm not really sure about this either, it's just that you looked so dazed that it made me uneasy, so… Ah, I see. I'll trust you for now. Scarlet wondered. What was that expression on his face? But she knew she couldn't just leave them be. Iszar blushed and said, I told you not to look at me with that weird expression. Scarlet thought to herself. There must be a way to save Iszar and the people important to me. I absolutely have to save them, save their lives. Even though I haven't been in this world long, the only people who truly care and treat me well are the maid Lucy and Iszar, my half-brother. At least in this mansion, I must save these two at all costs, so that when I'm old I can be at peace. How to save them, that's the real question. Suddenly Iszar stood up and said, Scarlet, get up, the family meeting is about to start. Ah, I'm not strong enough to shoulder the responsibility of protecting them directly. Scarlet sighed. Do you have enough strength to protect those two in the Armand family? Iszar asked. Are there people like that in the family? Even if there are, why would they have to protect those two you care about? At that moment, the steward appeared, bowed, and said, The two of you have arrived, young master, young lady, they are waiting for you inside. Iszar glanced at Scarlet and asked, Ready? Ready, Scarlet replied. Iszar nodded. For now, the meeting is the top priority. The meeting room doors opened, and all the elders' eyes turned toward the entrance. Iszar Armand, Scarlet Armand. It's an honor to meet you, dukes, Iszar greeted politely. Annoying, why are you only arriving now? Sit down quickly, an elder barked. Yes, my lord duke, Scarlet glanced briefly at the elders and thought to herself, why didn't I think of this earlier? I already have the elders on my side. She had found a way to save Lucy and Iszar from death, a sum of money to harass Charlean. That money came from the elders. But why would the elders lend her money to sabotage someone else? The reason was simple, they were softened by Scarlet's late mother. Scarlet was her daughter. They had no choice but to be lenient with her. Scarlet thought, I grew up without a mother by my side, yet these people just discarded me? Are they even human? No matter how close they were to my mother, just a single word from me made the elders lend me money. Still, anyone involved with dark magic would be executed for aiding financially. But this time, she wouldn't borrow money from them, elders. Instead, they would owe her. The Duke said, Now that everyone is here, let's begin the Armand family meeting. A moment later, he continued, It's still about money, so let me clarify. This is not just a matter for each family, but for the entire clan. If the border of the demon beast forest collapses, the whole territory could be at risk, don't you understand? Alright, I don't know what tsin is. Are you asking for money to buy poison mushrooms or what? Someone objected. Tsin isn't poison. It's a plant extremely effective at capturing demon beasts. If things get out of control, even the family head can't escape responsibility, another explained. So you're threatening me now? A family meeting or what? Someone sneered. This is more like a dogfight than what I thought. Iszar whispered a reminder. Don't let others overhear. Someone spoke up. Last month, under the Emperor's orders, we had to wipe out all the goblins in the demon beast forest. Surely everyone knows the centaur has appeared there. What? What do we do now? Someone asked. Didn't I just say? That's the CEN, it's the only proper way to deal with the centaur right now. The original records also mention the demon beast forest. Ancient magic left by the Armand ancestors to seal between the forest and our territory is weakening. I'll use the Tsin to stop it, but the Tsin alone can't solve the problem entirely. Iszar thought to himself. It's time for me to speak up, isn't it? She raised her hand to speak. I know in this situation we need the CEN, but why this situation happened, you still haven't made clear. That is the key point. Honestly, none of us know why. You don't know? The demon beast forest is a forbidden area, no one is allowed to enter. How could we risk our lives and go in there? Right? I knew it. That's why I said, no ability, so the tyrant is chasing us. In short, the culprit behind this incident is a kind of flower. This flower causes the demon beasts to mutate, making them insensitive to pain and poisoning them. The Armand clan elders didn't know about this and tried to stop the demon beasts with the CEN. The situation got worse and worse. In the end, the tyrant himself went into the demon beast forest to solve the problem. Surprisingly, he discovered the flower in a nearby safe area. The forest was stabilized again, but all the elders were executed by beheading. When the centaur disappears, it will appear again. That must be dealt with first before the clan's troubles can end. The Duke said. Anyway, I don't have money to give you all. You should know that already. Scarlet thought to herself again, luckily, I remembered everything the tyrant said and did to find that flower. For me, finding that flower is no different than finding ordinary flowers easy as pie. So in this situation, I will help you deal with it. Iszar turned to ask her. Hey Scarlet, are you okay? Why have you been grinning like that all this time? Ah, it's nothing. I just had an idea pop into my head. Scarlet was curious, what is she planning that makes her so excited? The next day, amidst the busy atmosphere, Mr. Bryan said. Please pack your luggage carefully to avoid mix-ups, we will load them into the carriage. Yes, I understand. Then Scarlet went over to call Mr. Bryan and Madame Andrine. Miss Scarlet greeted them. Good day, ladies. Madame Andrine asked. What is this about, miss? Are you trying to tease us old folks? Bryan joked. Not at all, Scarlet waved her hand to dismiss the idea. It's nothing else. I have something I want to give to both of you. Lucy brought over a jewelry box. This is an inheritance from my mother. Seeing the jewelry, Bryan and Madame Andrine were surprised. Miss, why are you giving us this? I think you'll need it. Didn't we talk about this at the clan meeting? I'm not the head of the family, so this is all I have to offer you. But I truly hope everything will be resolved smoothly. You both are important to our clan. Even if you get rejected today, I hope you'll still take good care of yourselves. Well then, safe travels. Madame Andrine replied. We're not leaving right away, just moving residence. Oh, is that so? We'll come again in a few days. There's no way we'd give up in a single day, the problem remains a problem. We appreciate your kindness, miss, and will surely repay it. They expressed their gratitude. Thank you, miss. Scarlet thought to herself. All right, for now, showing this level of goodwill is enough. After everything is settled, then I'll talk about showing my true self. When the time is right, I must speak up. After leaving, Scarlet reminded them. Please take good care of Lucy and Iszar. Lucy said. Miss, the elders said they will stay at the Eastern Mansion for a while. Is that so? Seems like they'll be there for quite some time. Then Lucy handed Scarlet a letter from the palace. This is a letter sent from the palace. Scarlet pouted. I can't believe it, I was so focused on the clan meeting that I didn't even realize today was the day to receive the official schedule. She opened the letter and read aloud. His Majesty is busy this afternoon, so here is the next official schedule. They require me to decide and reply as soon as possible. After finishing the letter, tears streamed down her face. What is this, really? She thought to herself. I thought this letter would be about canceling the engagement. Oh my God, is that kind of craziness still not enough? As expected, for that tyrant, this is still not enough. Clenching the letter tightly, she vowed. I have no choice but to change my strategy. She told Lucy. Get me an outfit to go out. Lucy asked. Miss, what kind of outfit should I prepare? Choose the most pure and elegant one, but it still needs to have character. Something in a nice color, I want to dress properly for once. Yes, I will prepare it so you can wear it tomorrow. Scarlet thought to herself. I need it right now. I have to meet someone and see if he can handle a personality like mine. Though she didn't know what would happen, everything went very smoothly. For the first time in a month, all documents had been fully recorded. Moreover, the morning meeting was cancelled, so I had extra time to sleep. Oh, if tomorrow goes as smoothly as today, that would be wonderful. That's what I thought until Scarlet arrived here. At that moment, Clovar was happily informed by the guard. Someone's here. It's Scarlet. What? You said Miss Armand came looking for me. Because it's important, Miss came without notice. Tell them to wait by the carriage for now. Just as he finished speaking, Clovar was startled to see Scarlet step inside. She was escorted right off the carriage. At that moment, Scarlet looked up and saw Clovar. She waved cheerfully like a child. Inside, the Count was pouring tea for her. Please have some, miss. This tea was imported from the East. If you don't like tea, I can make coffee. Scarlet didn't reply, only stared at him intently, making Clovar uncomfortable. She didn't know what to say, sweating and starting to tremble slightly. The Count asked, "So, miss, what brings you here to see me?" Now she finally responded, "Suddenly coming to see you, yet everyone still treats me so kindly now, I'm sure of it." "What do you mean?" "From the very first time we met, do you remember?" The prison was pitch dark, the sorrow was no joke. A beautiful fate had begun. Clovar grew stiffer and stiffer, as if turning to stone. "Yes, oh, my saliva is fine. You are my hands, my breath so embarrassing, I don't know what to say anymore." Clovar hurried to correct her before her teasing got out of hand. "That's never happened." Scarlet continued. "I've been alone all this time, so you must have suffered too, haven't you?" Scarlet thought, "I can't act crazy in front of the tyrant, so I'll find another way." Clovar shouted, "What are you even talking about, miss?" Outside, the servants eavesdropping said, "Oh my God, what's going on?" "Do you know?" Scarlet is acting coy, saying, "The noble situations are complicated, Prime Minister, you like me, right?" "Oh Lord. I understand the Prime Minister's feelings. Love sure makes things complicated. Whether we want it or not, one day that feeling will stay in the heart. For me, it's not the first time, so I'm used to it now. But even if denied, those feelings don't disappear." Clovar could no longer stand it and said, "What on earth did the miss see to make this happen? Just look, isn't that what the Prime Minister's actions say? In front of me, you're so tense, stammering and sweating cold sweat. That, Prime Minister, you can't fool my eyes." After hearing Scarlet's lead, Prime Minister Clovar felt utterly confused. How could this woman be so confident? Could his actions really be interpreted like that? Could others see it that way too? Clovar was the smartest man in the Empire, so why was he so easily caught up in this? No, Clovar began to doubt himself. He'd never had a relationship before. Blushing deeply, he said, "Do I like miss?" Scarlet gleefully said loudly, "So you admit you like me, right?" Clovar was lost in a tangle of thoughts. Could feelings really be this frustrating? My life has been a constant madness of work. How am I supposed to understand what love even is? Who knows? Let's just see how it goes first. Right or wrong, miss, don't leave. What nonsense is this? Then why on earth am I stuck with Miss Armand? Why? Because she's His Majesty's fiancé. Clovar started to feel scared. If His Majesty finds out about this. Suddenly, a chill ran down Clovar's spine as he imagined Callier placing a hand on his shoulder from behind and saying, "Prime Minister Clovar, I hear you're in love with someone. If it's my fiancé, His Majesty won't tolerate this." The next morning, in the annex of the Armand family estate, Scarlet wondered aloud. "So strange, where has everyone gone? Is it mealtime already? I asked Lucy to bake some cakes. Before I left to handle the issues in the Beast Forest, I told Lucy to keep an eye on things, but now there's no one here. Where did they all go?" Just then, Madame Andrine approached and called out, "Miss Scarlet." "Madame Andrine, good morning to you. What questions are you asking now?" "I'm just passing through. Where have you been?" "I went to meet with the scent merchants. From now on, we'll need to buy from them in large quantities." "Ah, you saw them last time too, right? That's Lucy, my personal maid." "Oh, really? So they'll be transporting scent today? I've read about it in books, but never seen it in real life, so I'm really curious. I've already received a few. Maybe Miss doesn't know what scent is yet? It looks like this." Madame Andrine showed a small cluster of mushrooms. Scarlet exclaimed, "Oh, how cute. Can such tiny mushrooms really repel the beasts?" "Only temporarily, but their scent can paralyze the beasts." Suddenly, Scarlet felt dizzy. "Huh? That's strange, I can't hear anything anymore." She began to stagger backward. Lucy hurried over, alarmed, to catch her. "Oh, miss." But Scarlet collapsed to the ground. Later, she vaguely sat up in a strange place. "Ouch, my head, what just happened? I was just talking with Madame Andrine at the estate. Could it be I was teleported somehow? No way, that can't be. But maybe it's a good time for this. Looks like I'm about to witness some vivid scenes again." Looking around, she realized she had never been here before. This seems to be the Beast Forest. Suddenly, a noise behind her startled Scarlet. A girl with fiery red hair appeared, holding a lantern. It was La Cellera Dill. Scarlet thought to herself, how could the lover of that tyrant come to such a dangerous place? At that moment, Cellera said clearly, "It's here. The tool that can replace scent." "The tool? Do I really need this to win people over?" Scarlet recalled that in the original story, Cellera had found something that could replace scent, but it seemed she hadn't discovered it by accident. Someone must have tipped her off. Scarlet had clearly heard that this tool was in the Beast Forest, meaning someone gave Cellera the tip. But who? Wasn't it that tyrant himself? If Charlean knew, he must have handled everything before telling her. The mix of anxiety and curiosity made Scarlet decide to follow Charlean. Right now, she had to find out what this tool really was. Charlean kept searching. Where could it be? Thinking back, Scarlet wondered if this scene was described in the original novel, since everything here felt so strangely different. Suddenly, Charlean shouted. Ah, she stopped. It's hiding here. It turned out to be Slimmy Pedo. Slimmy Pedo was harmless, and its main food was the beasts. It was small, adorable, and harmless to humans. The moment it swallowed a beast, no matter how ferocious the beast was, it devoured it completely. The tool that could replace scent was none other than Slimmy Pedo. How lucky Scarlet had already grasped its approximate location, so next time she could find it on her own. At that moment, Scarlet heard someone calling. Scarlet, did you hear me? Scarlet, wake up. Hearing the voice, Scarlet jolted awake. Iszar hurriedly asked. Are you all right? Lucy, standing behind, looked deeply worried for her mistress. Scarlet. Scarlet glanced around and asked them. What's going on? A few seconds later, she sat up abruptly. Oh my God. You carried me all the way here because I fainted at the estate. Geez, my head only knows how to cause trouble, Scarlet thought to herself. Strange, although she had thought about the original story's plot points, she had never actually fainted before. Madame Andrine exhaled heavily and asked. Miss, are you really okay? Fainting anywhere and everywhere, that's the real problem. That's right, Madame Andrine is correct. This time, thanks to those around, he noticed in time. What if no one was nearby when you fainted? What then? If your body isn't well, please rest properly. Don't make others worry. If you're uncomfortable at home, you can rest somewhere else. Scarlet looked at the two elders calculating nearby. While she recovered, she wanted to visit their residence. Wasn't that a perfect excuse? She smiled brightly. I've thought of a wonderful place to recuperate. Immediately, she faced opposition. I do not agree. I don't care if the lady wants to travel or recover, but why come to our territory? Well, your territory is still part of our family's domain, isn't it? So what's the issue? The area we oversee is the Ma Thursday Forest. Do you even realize how dangerous that place is? What if I still insist on going? I want to see the territory with my own eyes. I'll return and report everything directly to the Duke. I'll bring image transmission equipment. Besides, isn't first-hand observation always more convincing than second-hand accounts? If that's your reason, then maybe it's not so unreasonable. Great. Then I'll take that as a yes. Hee hee. Exactly as planned. They won't stay stubborn forever, Scarlet thought. If they take me there themselves, then from the Duke's point of view, there'll be no grounds to object. Then I'll speak with the Duke. At that moment, Iszar cut in sharply. No. I said no. Even if the Duke allows it, I won't. It's a dangerous place. How could you even consider going? The journey alone takes at least 3 days. It's absurd. Let me go in your place. Scarlet leaned toward him and replied with a smile. Iszar, relax. I'm not going alone. Then who's going with you? You'll find out soon enough. At the royal palace. Charlean unfolded Scarlet's letter, brows lifting slightly. He then instructed Clovar. 2 weeks from now, clear my schedule. I have a prior engagement. Yes, Your Majesty. May I ask, where will Your Majesty be going? It seems she wants to visit a certain place. A few days later, in front of the estate. So this is everything, right? The carriage is ready. As soon as the lady comes out, we can depart the moment His Highness arrives. The Duke's instructions were clear. It's been ages since royalty last visited, so everyone better be on their best behavior. Even the host should try to look respectable, you hear? Scarlet smiled quietly to herself. Perfect. At last, I'm going to the Beast Forest. But then she grew slightly suspicious. Why hasn't Charlean arrived yet? He clearly set out very early. The Duke remarked. His Majesty is quite late, isn't he? Indeed. Even if he's Callier, he still has to obey the rules within the Armand territory. What's with that arrogant attitude of his? Apparently, it's because the Emperor was forced to walk here. Scarlet was shocked. What? Seriously? The royal family didn't take a carriage to the Armand territory? You really thought that was a joke until now? It's completely true. This had nothing to do with Duke Calio's proud tone or the Armand family's renowned status. The relationship between the Armand family and the royal household wasn't just based on power or noble hierarchy. It was a bond carefully preserved, placed above all else, a tie that had existed for a very long time. But in the end, everything would crumble beneath the tyrant's army. Because the Armand family failed to fulfill their role? At that moment, Iszar turned to Scarlet, his tone laced with disbelief. What the hell are you thinking? I can't believe you're going on a retreat with His Majesty. Well, he is my fiancé, after all. She said it out loud, but inwardly, Scarlet grimaced. 3 days and 3 nights stuck with him just to achieve my goal. I'm already sick of him. Iszar pressed on. What did you say to the Duke? I told him I wanted to take a retreat, and he approved right away. Thinking back, Scarlet did find it a little suspicious. She remembered that moment when she had run from outside straight into the Duke's study. Duke! He flinched and turned around. Why didn't you knock? I did. I have something to discuss. Do you have a moment? She smiled inwardly. He's hiding something for sure. But I saw it clearly. It's just, I've been fainting a lot lately. My health doesn't seem good. I'm thinking of taking a short retreat. She noticed he was clutching a crystal orb. Wasn't that the glass sphere used for communication? An affair? Huh? Where did you say you wanted to go? I was thinking of visiting the territory managed by Lord Andrine. It's been 4 years, don't tell me you're aiming for the successor's position? Not at all. Becoming the matriarch? I wouldn't even want that if it were handed to me. My dream is to do nothing but enjoy life. There you go again, talking nonsense. I've never been able to expect anything decent from you. Scarlet thought silently, why does he hate me so much? Not just hate, he's wary of me, too. Anyway, that's that. You'll allow me to go on a retreat, won't you, Your Grace? Someone as weak and delicate as I am, surely I need fresh air to rest and dream sweet dreams, don't I? Fine. It's probably better if you go. Sorry? I didn't quite hear you. I said you can go. Just follow those old men over there. Ah, yes. Then I'll take my leave. Scarlet had only taken a few steps when the Duke spoke again. However, do you truly not remember? I'm talking about the mark or the ring. I've asked you about it many times. Why do you keep pretending this is the first you've heard of it? Scarlet froze. The mark? The ring? I was just too surprised to remember, that's all. Could it be, he's searching for that? She couldn't yet grasp the whole truth, but one thing was clear: the Armand family's heirloom, known as the Iszar mark, was a unique magical artifact passed down through generations. It served as proof of the rightful heir to the family, and it took the form of either a ring or a magical seal. All this time, the Duke, without that artifact, he couldn't officially become the Duke of Armand. And what he desired was none other than the Iszar mark. But why was he searching for it, on her? Scarlet frowned. She didn't fully understand it herself. But one thing was certain: she needed to remember more about that mark. Because it could take on many different forms, and right now, no one knew what form it had taken. Iszar called out. What are you doing just standing there? Bow your head. His Majesty has arrived. The Duke of Armand immediately stepped forward to greet him. Your Majesty, I offer my respects. You've had quite the journey. Charlean gave a faint smile. Thank you for inviting me, Duke Armand. It's nothing, Your Majesty. I'm sure you've already heard quite a bit about our family. Standing behind them, Scarlet muttered with little enthusiasm. He's getting way too excited, as if His Majesty even plans to listen. Exactly my thoughts. Iszar chuckled softly, then leaned in and whispered, Hey, do you know who those people are? Scarlet glanced toward the group standing behind the Emperor. The blonde man is Count Lerman, head of the intelligence division. The one next to him, if I recall correctly, is the captain of Charlean's knights. Well, that's obvious, Scarlet shrugged. But, why are they staring at me like that? If I ask you, then who else can I ask? What the heck, Scarlet frowned. How can you smile like that with such a straight face? Scarlet was about to ask more when Charlean approached from behind, his deep voice resonating. Lady Armand. Hearing the familiar voice, Scarlet turned around too quickly and staggered. Charlean stepped forward just in time to catch her. My lady, still as prone to falling as ever, I see. Scarlet blushed, thinking to herself. Damn it, is it because we haven't met in so long that I'm suddenly all jittery? She took a deep breath, regaining her composure, then bowed politely. Scarlet Armand greets Your Majesty. Charlean waved a hand casually. No need for formalities. Are you well? Yes, I've been thinking so much about Your Majesty that I lost track of time. The surrounding people exchanged shocked glances. Iszar almost bit his tongue. Wow, Scarlet, he whispered. Charlean smiled and turned to give an order. Lerman, bring it here. Yes, Your Majesty. A bouquet of vivid red flowers was brought forward and placed into Scarlet's hands. Lady Armand, this is the bouquet His Majesty wished to give you. Her face still flushed, Scarlet hesitantly asked. Why, such a sudden gift of flowers? Charlean replied without a hint of hesitation. Because when I saw these flowers, I immediately thought of you. I see, but why? Could it be, because I'm as beautiful as a flower? I thought, they looked like your head. The atmosphere froze instantly. Callier's dive to the bottom answer left everyone as stiff as statues. Scarlet clenched her jaw, face burning, thinking. That bastard Charlean. Behind them, Ruman was shaking from trying to hold back his laughter. He said. Told you, didn't I? Yeah, looks like the Count was right. Can't believe His Majesty just joked like that. So, they really are dating now. Then they invited Lady Scarlet to get into the carriage. She looked at the worn-out vehicle and asked. Excuse me, but, what's with this carriage? Lady Andrine replied. It's my carriage. Is there a problem? You must be really short on money. I thought we'd be taking the same carriage as His Majesty. Seeing that His Majesty said nothing either, someone asked. Should we ask him? Fine. We're going to the same place anyway. Scarlet snapped. At times like this, you stop acting like I'm your fiancé, huh? At that moment, Iszar came running over, calling out. Hey, Scarlet. What's going on? Haven't you gone inside yet? You haven't left yet, right? Oh, and you still remember what we talked about yesterday, don't you? No matter what he says on the outside, she could tell he was really worried about her. She smiled brightly and said. Yes, I remember. She recalled the night before. Scarlet. Yes, it's me. Could it be that you, like His Majesty the Emperor? Scarlet nearly spit out the tea she was drinking. Me? Now? Why are you suddenly asking that? Suddenly? What do you mean? I mean, come on. I'm already engaged, aren't I? Scarlet whispered, the thing is, you know how he is. His Majesty is infamous for having a brutal hand. A tyrant with a brutal hand, huh? Exactly. He's piled up bodies into mountains. Wow, well said, Iszar. What kind of tone is that? Did I say something wrong? Not at all. For once, you actually said something good. Humph. So, what do you think of that person who brings misfortune? Does it matter to you? It does. I don't think I could ever marry someone like that. Talking about stuff like this is kind of embarrassing. Even so, it has to be said clearly. After all, I'm your sister. Are you worried that he'll be violent with me? Exactly. That's why I'm concerned. Even if you're in love with His Majesty, I can't just stand by and watch you get hurt. Seeing Iszar's serious expression, Scarlet burst out laughing to the point of tears. Haha, Iszar, what's with that face? I've told you so many times you really don't need to worry. I can take care of myself. Can't you take this seriously for once? Still, thank you. I guess only you would worry about me this much. Even so, take this with you. What is this little trinket? It's a magic communication stone. Once you've set the recipient, you can communicate from miles away. If you ever find yourself in danger, don't hesitate, contact me immediately. I'll come. Back to the present, Scarlet said. You're the one who better not forget what I asked you to do. Make sure to water the safety zone once a week for me, okay? I'm off now. Take care. The carriages set off, but before long, they came to a halt again. Ruman grumbled. Seriously, how many times have we stopped already? We've barely traveled any distance. Outside, the soldiers were arresting criminals. Bandits kept popping up from who knows where. Exactly. But wait, why is the Count sitting here? Shouldn't you be riding in the royal carriage, my lady? Really? Is it all right for me to ride in His Majesty's carriage? Quit talking nonsense and get back to your own carriage. Ruman looked outside, trying to change the subject. There are bandits over there too. This territory must be poorly managed, don't you think? Trying to change the subject, huh? An elder sitting nearby said apologetically. Lady Scarlet, we are ashamed. We have no excuse. So this area is under these two's jurisdiction? What's there to apologize for? It's because the royal carriage is here that the bandits gathered in the first place. Thankfully, we have knights accompanying us. His Majesty is right in the carriage ahead. Maybe these bandits are enemies of the throne. Suddenly, someone shouted. Captain! One of the bandits is escaping. What? Spread out and find the escapee immediately. Don't let a single one get away alive. Without warning, the fugitive charged toward Scarlet. His face was full of malice. Holding a knife, he shouted. Found you. Just as he raised the blade, Armand was suddenly struck hard by Callier, who slammed him against the carriage from behind. Thanks to this, Scarlet was unharmed. After the assailant was subdued, Charlean asked softly. My lady, are you hurt anywhere? Thanks to His Majesty, I'm fine. Nearby, a noblewoman was lamenting her now damaged carriage. A few seconds later, Scarlet finally snapped out of it and asked. But, why are you here? A royal guard rushed over and asked anxiously. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Scarlet looked outside and saw Charlean's horse. Isn't that the Emperor's favorite steed? Don't tell me, he's been personally escorting my carriage all this time. Just as she voiced the thought, Charlean interrupted. That's enough, my lady. Come ride with me in my carriage. Later, in Charlean's carriage, she asked, what did that earlier remark mean? Did I understand it correctly? It turns out she really didn't pay attention at all. The one they were targeting was her Miss Armand. Do you know about the Pan family's assassins? If it's the Pan family assassins in the Empire, there is one clan that has produced many skilled assassins. The Pan family is tied to a saying, whoever becomes the target of the Pan family will inevitably meet death, no matter who they are. But Scarlet had nothing to do with them, right? Scarlet replied calmly. I don't know. Apart from the assassin clans, I don't know anything. Besides, speaking of Pan, aren't those bandits a bit clumsy in their skills? Yes, that's true, but the breathing technique belongs to the Pan family. Even if it's not Pan themselves, they are definitely assassins. They can't be just ordinary bandits. Is there someone who wants to take the young lady's life? Scarlet thought silently, could it be the Duke of Armand? It was just a hunch. But she asked, will they come again? Of course, looking at her clenched fists, reassuring her, but you really don't need to worry about that, right? The Pan assassin sticking around like this, isn't that something to be concerned about? Whether I live or die, you don't care at all? Exactly, it might mean nothing to His Majesty, but this is my life. He leaned in close and said to the young lady, I mean you don't need to worry. At least while you're with me, no one can harm you. So please rest assured. Those words felt like a psychological blow to Scarlet. Miss Armand spoke honestly. I'm sorry. The morning raid was because we were careless. Please forgive us this once. It's all right now. Didn't everyone arrive here safely? She thought to herself, safe enough that I fell asleep on the carriage, while someone else kept watch over me carefully. The guard hesitated, but when Scarlet turned around, she saw Charlean standing behind with a cold expression. She asked, how can His Majesty be like that? Because the young lady is safe, so this time I'll let it go. Thank His Majesty, the guard said, puzzled. What's going on? Suddenly, someone called out. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Are you here? There's something that needs your attention. Scarlet looked up and said, meet again at the meal. Your Majesty, young lady, please rest. Yes, I'll wait for Your Majesty to share the carriage, feeling a bit shy, but thanks to him she arrived safely. She had to repay his kindness, right? That night, while everyone was resting, someone tapped their glass and called out. All right, everyone, can you listen to me for a moment? It was none other than Scarlet. She said, it's nothing much. I just want to express my gratitude to everyone. You all worked hard escorting me here. Madame Andrine said. What else does the young lady intend to say? We've already finished eating. During the break, Scarlet said. I want to give everyone a gift for protecting me all these days. She began singing a song called Beautiful Serena. Charlean also paid close attention to her every move. Scarlet glanced at him, and his heart skipped a beat. Inviting everyone to listen, Scarlet started performing the song. Each lyric instantly captivated the audience, seemingly flawless. Then, someone remarked. The young lady doesn't sing very well, does she? The knight's expressions turned unenthusiastic. Scarlet nervously thought. What does everyone think? I promised to repay them, but doing something like this should make that tyrant despise me, right? Let's see how he reacts. When Scarlet turned to look, she noticed Chin covering his mouth, laughing. She widened her eyes in surprise. Charlean is laughing? After returning to camp, she lay down and sighed. I'm so exhausted. She thought singing poorly in front of everyone would make them dislike her, but it backfired. Who knew someone would actually laugh at it? Shouldn't he be ashamed of her? What should I do for the rest of the trip? I can't sleep, maybe I'll take a walk? Unable to sleep, Scarlet wandered and spotted Charlean standing with his horse. Just then, he turned and looked in her direction. She ran over and asked. Your Majesty, what are you doing here? I was returning from patrol. And you, young lady, is something the matter? I just came out for some air. You came out alone like this? She blinked in confusion. Should I have brought someone with me? Unwholesome images flashed through Charlean's mind. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Nothing. If you wish to go, I won't stop you. Aren't you returning to the inn? Suddenly, Charlean turned and asked. Care to take a walk together? Before she knew it, Scarlet was seated behind Charlean on the same horse. Her face darkened, her breathing uneven. She was so embarrassed she could barely breathe. What on earth? What sudden breeze made him want to stroll with me? Charlean, you don't find this uncomfortable? I don't. From the start, he hadn't paid much attention. Was there even anything to say? After a moment of hesitation, Scarlet spoke up. Your Majesty, I heard you have business elsewhere tomorrow? Where are you going? To Rashahel, then back. Rashahel? Why doesn't the original story mention this place? It's just half a day's trip. I'll leave at dawn and return by noon, so it won't disrupt the schedule. Ah, I see. For diplomatic reasons, Charlean will be absent tomorrow morning. Truthfully, she somewhat liked him. He never made unreasonable demands. Since his coronation, the tyranny of neighboring nations had gradually lessened. But why does he irritate me so much? Suddenly, a noise came from behind. Chin immediately went on high alert. The young lady clung tightly to him. Yes. The next second, the horse shot forward at a terrifying speed. Scarlet panicked. No, I'm going to fall. Her hands clutched Charlean's chest like claws. After some distance, I'll circle back to check. Sweat dripped down Scarlet's face as the horse kept racing ahead. Then she suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty, there's something over there." Her hands nearly tore Charlean's clothes. When they stopped, they saw a small, adorable wild boar with round, curious eyes. Scarlet quickly composed herself. Huh? Just a baby boar. Finally, she relaxed. Oh my goodness, what a cute little boar. I thought bandits were ambushing us. Charlean leaned against a tree in exasperation, thinking. Cute? Where? This is so far from my tastes. In a situation like this, Lady Armand remains utterly carefree. What? It's nothing. What's the big deal? Ah, maybe he's worried about leaving for a while because of bandits. Henge overreacted so much. Had walking with him made him feel a little more at ease? Your Majesty, do you know much about swords? As she spoke, she rummaged for something. I bought this, it cost a fortune. What do you think? It's a magic sword for self-defense. I used the allowance Duke gave me for vacation to buy it. And this is a fire-starting tool. This one's a smoke pellet, it can create a smokescreen. Charlean wondered to himself. Just where was she keeping all these things? Your Majesty needn't worry, I'm not using them for anything strange. They may look dangerous but they're not lethal. As she spoke, the magic stone slipped out, catching Charlean's attention. Ah, be careful with that. Is this another magical tool? It's a communication device made with cute magic, see? I can use it to send my location to someone far away. Scarlet thought privately. I didn't actually buy this, Iszar gave it to me to escape from him. Charlean examined the transmission stone in Scarlet's hand and asked quietly. Why does my lady carry this? Scarlet smiled faintly. For self-protection, of course. Even when your Majesty is by my side. Hearing this, Charlean nodded slightly. His gaze softened noticeably, as if somewhat reassured. The male lead of this novel was famously cold as a blade, yet unexpectedly devoted to his beloved. Suddenly, he murmured. I like it. Scarlet started slightly. Pardon. I'm satisfied with your answer. Though just a fleeting fantasy of this night, the feeling was intoxicatingly sweet. As if she'd become the heroine of this very story. Charlean pointed ahead. The mother of that boarlet is still nearby. I just saw her. Let's go. Yes. He extended his hand toward her. Aren't you coming? After a brief hesitation, Scarlet gently placed her hand in his. His hand wasn't as cold as she'd imagined. Every moment felt tender, like a dream. A dream she never wanted to wake from. Scarlet was still deep in sleep when she suddenly felt a tickling sensation near her hair. Is someone beside me? A deep voice murmured. Wake up. Scarlet shifted slightly. That voice, Charlean? When did he climb onto my bed? Not waking up? Or are you dreaming of something pleasant, with me? Scarlet jolted awake, but the face before her wasn't Charlean's. A stranger was staring down at her. At that moment, the door burst open with a violent crash. Lady Armand. Are you all right? Instantly, the cold edge of a blade pressed against her throat. The stranger spoke coolly. You're too late, knight. If you value this young lady's life, I suggest you step back. Outside, the scene was no less chaotic. Damn it. They just keep coming. Where are these bastards even from? Andrine roared. What about the young lady? Where's Scarlet? Ah, probably still asleep in her room. What? Andrine bellowed. You didn't guard her. She can't fight, how could you leave her defenseless? Then go get her yourself. The two began squabbling like angry geese, leaving the enemy soldiers utterly baffled. What the hell are these two old farts doing? Suddenly, a furious shout tore through the air from inside the house. Let her go. The red-haired man pressed the blade harder against Scarlet's throat, smirking coldly. Now, I said no arguments. All of you drop your weapons. It's pointless anyway. Your knight captain's already surrendered. I turned to the shamefaced captain, who hung his head in disgrace. I'm sorry, Lady Armand. I'm a worthless piece of trash. Fine, what about Charlean? The red-haired man smirked. His Majesty left for Residhel at dawn. Won't be back anytime soon. So, no one's coming to save you. Scarlet narrowed her eyes. These bastards, they clearly waited for Charlean to leave before making their move. Are they working with last night's assassins? What do you want? What do you gain from killing me? My precious lady, he scoffed. Killing you would be a waste. Just behave, and you'll be fine. Whether you get hurt or not, well, I can't promise anything. Scarlet frowned. His goal isn't my death, damn it, the ambush caught me off guard, no time to grab my tools. Now all I have left is. She clenched the magic stone in her hand. Never thought I'd have to use it like this. The stone emitted a faint glow, sending its signal like a bolt of lightning. Far away, in Resid Hell, Charlean abruptly halted his horse mid-gallop. His grip on the reins tightened. Your Majesty? What's wrong? Ruman asked. Charlean didn't answer immediately. His eyes turned glacial. Count Lerman. Return to the garden. Now. The garden? But why? I sensed a familiar surge of magic. From Scarlet. Back in the room. A sharp cry escaped Scarlet as the red-haired man leapt back, raising his hands. Whoa! Sorry. Did I hurt you? I'm just standing here with good intentions. He turned and barked at his men. Hey! Load the loot onto the wagons. Yes, Commander. Scarlet staggered to her feet. A knight rushed to steady her. My lady. Are you hurt? I'm fine. But stay alert. These aren't ordinary thugs. Especially that red-haired ringleader. She glared at his retreating figure. Just who is he really? Scarlet turned to the two elders and asked sharply. Do you know of the Pan family assassins? The two elders exchanged bewildered glances before responding. How does the young lady know of them? His Majesty told me yesterday, Scarlet said through gritted teeth. He said their combat techniques resemble the Pan family's breathing arts. One of the elders lowered his voice gravely. Then it must be, that family has long faded into obscurity. Years ago, the Pan clan was wiped out by the head of the Armand family, a man never formally recognized. Those who knew the Pan techniques were nearly all exterminated. Scarlet's jaw tightened. Then there's no doubt. That red-haired bastard, could he be a remnant of the Armand family? Just then, the red-haired man sauntered forward with a mocking chuckle. Oh, excellent. The old man's quite sharp, isn't he? Hey, Gramps, wouldn't it be better to play dumb sometimes? In one swift motion, he grabbed Elder Brian by the collar and hoisted him up. Like right now, for instance. Take the young lady elsewhere. Yes, sir. Scarlet screamed. What are you doing? Elder Brian has nothing to do with this. The red-haired man shrugged, his voice dripping with icy indifference. Exactly. So his death wouldn't matter. What did you just say? His death wouldn't matter? Scarlet's voice tore through the air. Stop. Isn't your target me? Then name your demands, I'll comply with anything. But don't touch the others. The red-haired man turned slowly, narrowing his eyes. Oh? So you'd rather die here, defying your precious duke's wishes? Scarlet's mind raced. They need me alive, that much is clear. Whatever their goal, my survival is their leverage. But if I turn that against them... She lifted her chin, voice steel. As I said, I'll die right here. I'll defy everything your duke has planned. The red-haired man spun around with a mocking laugh. Undeterred, Scarlet continued with steel in her voice. I know I'm your target. I'll make sure you can't ignore me. Isn't it obvious? You specifically chose this moment when His Majesty was absent and I was defenseless, your perfect opportunity. But threaten anyone else, and I'll take my own life. Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Your Majesty! The mere mention of Charlean's name sent her captors into panic, their heads whipping around. Seizing the moment, Scarlet yanked free from her bonds, already secretly severed earlier using the magic stone. Without hesitation, she drove her elbow into the ribs of the guard beside her. The red-haired leader bellowed. What the hell? Grab her now. In one fluid motion, Scarlet snatched the dagger from Madame Andrine's belt, earning a shocked gasp from the older woman, and pressed the blade to her own throat. The red-haired man froze. What? Why that look? As if you never imagined this scenario? Stop joking around, this act doesn't suit a lovely lady like you. Scarlet smirked, the blade biting into her skin. Let's see, I think it suits me just fine. As she slowly drew the dagger upward, her only thought was, to escape the situation, there's no other way. Please Charlean, don't be late. With a hiss, she spat. You bastards, see you in hell. At that exact moment, Charlean materialized, his iron grip arresting her wrist. Scarlet's eyes shone with relief. Charlean? Your Majesty. How did you? He wrenched the dagger from her grasp. Explanations later. His glacial gaze swept forward. Our priority is dealing with them first. Count Lerman, escort the lady. At once, your majesty. As Scarlet cried out warnings about the enemy's tactics, Charlean gently interrupted. No need to worry. Close your eyes now. Don't look, and don't listen. His grip tightened, voice dripping with lethal calm. I can't promise what shape they'll be in, my mood isn't exactly pleasant at the moment. The chaos was over in a blink. Though resolved slightly later than planned, we resumed our journey. As for you, what now? Miraculously, after my persistent persuasion, he avoided severe punishment. Instead, upon concluding this trip, he was dispatched to the disputed border region for several months. During the journey, far from scheming, I grew unexpectedly close to the tyrant's two closest aides. Lady Armand, however did you persuade His Majesty so easily? Truly remarkable. Easy, I laughed. I had to follow him for 3 days and nights straight. Exhausting doesn't begin to cover it. Ben bowed deeply. My sincere gratitude, Lady Armand. I swear to repay you with my very name. I'll hold you to that. You'll owe me plenty. Naturally, my lady. Ruman chimed in. Ah, unlike others, the lady is truly magnanimous. They were simpler souls than appearances suggested. Even when teased, they merely chuckled. Ouch, he acts like such a grump. Someone muttered, yet they remained cheerfully unbothered. Count Lerman, meanwhile, wept at the drop of a hat. No longer the golden squid, he'd been rechristened the sniveling golden squid. The knight captain was equally prone to tears. He and the intelligence chief never stopped chattering, their endless commentary a constant backdrop. My lady, it'll be chilly tonight. You should wrap up warm. Thank you. Madame Andrine is always on guard against them. It's strange. Looking at me, Lord Brian is reminded of the former Duke, mumbling to himself, making the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. As for the tyrant? My lady. Ah, yes, your majesty? How is your body? Ah, yes, I'm fine. It's just that sitting in the carriage for so long has made me a little tired. Then from now on, we will walk. What? Of course, the only one walking will be you. I don't know what's so amusing about teasing me, but he seems to come up with more jokes every day. It's not amusing at all. Anyway, we have already been through so many ups and downs. We have arrived. Everyone may disembark. We have set foot in the place where the trouble is happening, as the elders said. This is Lord Andrine's territory, the Beast Demon Forest. A destination that could decide the fate of the Armand family and the elders. I brought the tyrant here with a purpose so that he fully understands the situation the elders are facing. Because in the worst case, they might ask him for help. Discussing the Beast Demon Forest with Duke Armand was truly pointless. I remember how many times I said, I told you, we need to act now. I don't care. You handle it yourselves. It seems we're very close now. What happened? How is the Armand family defending the border? I will explain everything, your majesty. This is what happened. Even if we had 2 mouths, we wouldn't dare lie. We sincerely apologize for causing your majesty to worry. All right. Anyway, I don't trust you all. Scarlet stepped forward, speaking sternly. Your majesty, first, why don't we try entering the forest once? Wouldn't that be better? Isn't Miss Armand here for treatment? It's true I came here for treatment, but isn't this forest related to the Armand family? I'm here to inspect it myself. So, are we setting off to that forest? Exactly. Your majesty, you must stop the young lady. This forest is an extremely dangerous area. We cannot just enter casually. I know. I'll only go as far as the border area and then return. Everyone doesn't need to follow me, because I will be going with your majesty. Lord Brian anxiously called out to the young lady. Scarlet, is it really necessary for you to go? I want to see for myself what exactly is causing such a disturbance in the forest. Charlean nodded and gently grasped Scarlet's shoulder. I will follow her lead. I also have plans to enter the forest. Everyone need not worry about the young lady's safety. As long as she's with me, what could possibly happen? On the contrary, it's more dangerous to go with those who are incompetent. Charlean was clearly referring to Benzer, causing Scarlet to silently hurry after His Majesty. Your Majesty, shall we depart then? Yes, let's see, from the entrance gate, proceed eastward. There will be a large ancient tree there. Seeing Scarlet take the lead, Charlean asked in surprise. Young lady, have you been to this forest before? Scarlet froze in place. What? Of course not. This is a place even the elders cannot enter at will. This is my first time here. It's good that you're leading on foot even though it's your first time, Charlean smiled lightly. She also chuckled quietly, thinking to herself. I've only dreamed of this place. Then she said, is that so? Because I am someone who loves adventure, I unconsciously take the lead. Don't go too far. I don't know from where the beasts might suddenly jump out. Yes, your majesty. After walking for a while, Scarlet stopped. We've arrived, your majesty. Look over here. I told you this place is dangerous, don't go too far. Over here, your majesty. Scarlet was stunned. Look at this. The place the young lady unknowingly found was where ancient golden flowers were blooming, the very same flowers that attracted the beast demons. Afterward, the two of them brought back these flowers. Everyone was amazed. Oh my, is this real? Is this a rare flower? Not exactly rare. In our time, these flowers are considered to exist only in novels, so I thought they must be extremely rare. But, young Lady Armand, where did you find that? Rumen was referring to the thing in Scarlet's hand. Oh, this? Such a cute little spirit, right? I picked it up in the forest. I might just keep it as a pet. Rumen said. That's not a spirit, it's a Beto beast demon hybrid. It's also known as a predator. It swallows other beast demons whole. The head of intelligence, who is knowledgeable about the plants and creatures of the Great River, explained. Scarlet pretended to be surprised. Huh? But, Charlean said, even if it doesn't harm humans, you can't keep it as a pet. It's used to ward off beast demons in this forest. And the tyrant here is the same, because he is a wise man. At first, everyone seemed shocked at what seemed like a meaningless result. But then everyone became busy quickly handling the situation. We took samples of all kinds of flowers, soil, and the Beto beast demon for research purposes. Of course, right after preparing everything for research, we decided to burn that area. Count Lerman and the Armand family also agreed to discuss all the research results. If things continue like this, everything should be settled properly, right? Meanwhile, Scarlet was gifted a crystal orb. Can I really have this? Well, you need it, since you'll have to listen to experimental reports later. Exactly. Thank you for this gift. I heard that transparent crystal like this is very expensive. Compared to the favor you've granted us, this is nothing. That's right. You are our lifesaver. Though it's not a communication device, if you ever need anything, just tell us. We will help. If you both say so. I don't know when, but when Iszar and my servant-like friend are in danger, can you promise to stand up and protect them? Yes, we promise, as vassals of the Armand family, to save those two. We swear it. Thank you so much. So the mission is complete. Lord Andrine, Lord Brian, take care of yourselves. Once the situation stabilizes, I'll visit in spring. I intend to keep in touch with the elders. I think the Duke is trying to kill me. At times like this, it's better to have at least one more person on my side. Scarlet kept glancing back, and Rumen reminded her. Young lady, please sit properly. Does your majesty have something to say to that person? Something to say? Yes, I want to talk about the assassins who targeted you. Assassins? Count Lerman and Charlean have been investigating those who threatened my life throughout the trip. Among them, one tried to run away, but under Chin's threat, he confessed some things. Count Lerman continued with a weak expression. Those are disgusting truths. Once we return, we must think of how to deal with the Duke. The reasons remain unclear, but his actions have crossed all limits. Rumen asked the young Lady Armand gloomily. Are you all right? She gave a forced smile. Of course I'm fine. She thought to herself, of course, first I have to check on those little spirits. Meanwhile, in the garden, Iszar was watering the plants as Scarlet instructed. His hands were covered with bruises. Scarlet thought, that kid really is a headache. When will he finally grow up? Why plant fruit here? Oh heavens, if this keeps up, spirits will appear here for sure. Iszar kept complaining, unaware that little spirits had already appeared on the tree. Elsewhere, Scarlet was quietly calculating. Thinking back, while the tyrant is hunting the dark mage, this is the perfect chance to kill the heroine's boyfriend. We must strike first. Sitting beside her, Rumen asked His Majesty. When will the next meeting with Rosso be held? The urgent matters are settled, so postpone it. Scarlet asked curiously. If it's Rashidel, wouldn't your majesty have already gone? Young lady, you know Rashidel too? No, I've only heard of them. That could be said. Because currently, Rashidel is a wiped-out clan and remains very secretive. A clan? I thought it was a place name because in Kaleo, that area is still called Radsahel. Many people in the Empire know about this. Of course, a new kingdom has been built there now. Oh, so that's how I learned many things I hadn't heard before. The three oldest clans on the Kalier continent are Radsahel and Armand, along with their ancestors. Among them, Charlean's ancestor was the god of the east wind, who has died. That means he has become a special being, a great god with power beyond many dimensions. Oh, so does that mean Armand and Radsahel are the same? Yes, the other two clans also have ancestors who were gods that died. Armand's ancestor was a prophet and a dead god. Radsahel's ancestor was a dead goddess named Clovar. Sea lover? So the Prime Minister is named after a god? That name, it's not his real name? Then what's his real name? Let's see. Scarlet thought for a moment. Well, according to the original story, he's only ever referred to as Sea Lover. Rumen didn't reveal his real name either and simply continued the story. Let's move on. The first noble house to be destroyed was the House of Radsahel. 20 years ago, their territory vanished from the map. 20 years ago, that was before I was even born, wasn't it? Yes. In fact, not many people knew about this family to begin with. And now, it's nearly impossible to find any surviving heirs, as the culprit was ruthless. Some say it was the work of dark sorcerers. Is there any way to find the heir of Radsahel? Rumen tried to recall the people of Radsahel. I'm not sure. If I remember correctly, they had blonde hair and red eyes. That's not much help, is it? I mean, I have blonde hair and red eyes too. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Charlean immediately stood up and poked his head outside. What's going on? Your Majesty, someone has collapsed on the road. Scarlet followed Charlean's gaze and asked, Your Majesty, is there a problem with the carriage? Why is there a child out here in the middle of nowhere? Scarlet approached the child and gently called out, Hey, are you all right? Can you still breathe? The child opened wide eyes and looked at Scarlet. Big sister, are you? Suddenly, the child grabbed Scarlet's sleeve and asked in a trembling voice. Are you also a survivor? Scarlet was puzzled. You survived, boy? First, calm down. Where are your parents? What's your name? The boy let go of Scarlet and answered. Mazir, Glenmasir. Right after, he fainted again. Glenmasir? Scarlet thought. Charlean said. It seems his breathing has stabilized. You don't need to worry, probably he fainted from stress. Yes? Scarlet thought to herself. Blonde hair, red eyes, and that name. In the original story, this is the kid Chelera had to grit her teeth to endure. Glenmasir, in the original, appeared as Chelera's ex-lover and was killed by the tyrant. So the relationship between the tyrant and Chelera began from revenge. Not long ago, I was told Glenmasir had been eliminated. So there's still a survivor? Huh? It wasn't you who did it? The culprit who eliminated them, did it the same way they once brought down Radsahel. At that moment, Rumen spoke up. Your Majesty, talking about the destruction of Glenmasir is a bit. Besides, that kid isn't just any ordinary child. Scarlet turned around and replied. Yes. Glenmasir is known to have had only one son. That son suffered from a disease that stunted his growth. A child like that could never have been born into a family that was already destroyed. In other words, that kid is the descendant of Glenmasir. He's already 20 years old this year, the same age as you. That age is definitely old enough to become the head of a noble house. After considering, Charlean decided. Hand the child over to the elders, because right now, I don't have time to protect anyone else. At the place where the one who wanted to kill me appeared the Duke Armand's manor. The Duke of Armand slammed the table angrily. Damn it. Scarlet Armand, that brat. Where on earth has she hidden the family's heirloom? Although he is the head of the house, he cannot freely enter his own domain because the heirloom is not in his possession. In other words, the true master of this territory is still the former Duke. It's obvious that Brat has the heirloom, so why can't I find a trace of it? When she was young, just a threat would make her tremble. But now it's different. She's already 20 years old. If she agrees to show me the heirloom, then as the next head of the ancient Armand family, I will acknowledge her as the legitimate heir. The next morning, in front of the Armand Manor gate, Scarlet stretched comfortably. Finally back. Although some unexpected things caused delays, this is probably for the best. I don't know what tricks the Duke will try, I have to go in and check. Charlean glanced over and said. Miss, you go ahead inside. Yes. Won't you visit the Duke's manor too? I need to give orders to the knights. I'll follow you as soon as I'm done. Then I'll go greet first. Your Majesty, take your time. Just as Scarlet left, Rumen asked. Your Majesty, do you really intend to monitor the Duke? You know that the Armand family's territory is protected by an extremely powerful magical barrier. Even the royal family cannot easily break through the wards of ancient noble houses. To do so, we'd need cooperation from someone within the family. I know. I've made my calculations. All you need to do is prepare the crystal orb according to my instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, Charlean's sword suddenly stirred. It was resonating with something inside the manor. Meanwhile, a servant rushed out to greet Scarlet. Everyone, come to the main hall to welcome Lady Scarlet home. It's been a while, hasn't it, my lady? Is everyone doing well? Lucy looked flustered, hurrying toward Scarlet. Lady Scarlet. Lucy? How have you been? What did you do while I was away? You weren't too bored, were you? I was fine, but there's something more important I need to tell you. Before Lucy could finish her sentence, Duke Armand shouted loudly. Get out of the way. The butler quickly intervened. You mustn't act like this, Your Grace. There's a guest from the royal family outside. We must maintain our dignity, Duke. Take your hands off me. Or I'll have someone deal with you. A lowly butler dares to lay hands on me? Good grief, why is he being so aggressive? Duke Armand, brimming with murderous intent, fixed his gaze on Scarlet and marched toward her. Scarlet barely had time to ask. Wait, what did I do? All the servants could only bow their heads, frozen in fear. The Duke reached her and slapped Scarlet hard across the face. Smack. He ground his teeth. You useless brat. Do you have any idea how much I've had to endure because of someone like you? I don't care if it's the monster beast forest or wherever, just don't come back. Don't get in my way. From upstairs, Iszar tried to rush down. No, no. Father. How could you do this? What did Scarlet even do? Iszar's body was covered in bruises. Charlean clenched his fists and stepped inside, coldly demanding. I'm curious too. Just what were you thinking? You dared to slap my fiancé right in front of me? Only then did Duke Armand realize the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, this is. Charlean pressed on, his voice laced with undisguised fury. Or are you saying you're looking down on me? I don't recall ever intending to spare the life of someone who dares to trample on me. You've been hiding well, haven't you? Just like a filthy WRM. The Duke instantly dropped to his knees. I was wrong, Your Majesty. Scarlet thought to herself. Charlean, is he angry because of me? These past few days, I kept worrying that he might be getting tired of me. Could it be, he's actually starting to have feelings for me? Duke Armand kept making excuses. I would never dare disrespect Your Majesty. This is merely a private family matter. How could I possibly do such a thing to Your Majesty's fiancé? Charlean replied icily. You spend so much time cowering in corners, no wonder your face is barely recognizable, Duke. The lady is tired, so I'll pretend I saw nothing. It would be too much of a hassle to hold a funeral for you right now. Then he turned to Lucy and ordered. Take the lady away. I'll be waiting outside. Yes, Your Majesty. Lucy anxiously asked. My lady, are you all right? Before she could finish her question, Scarlet suddenly burst into laughter. Look at him, terrified like that. A duke, scared out of his wits in front of people he used to trample underfoot? How utterly shameful. Lady Scarlet, I'm sorry, so sorry. Let's go upstairs now. All the servants in the Armand estate wore strange, pained expressions, mixed with a distinct hostility especially toward anyone close to Scarlet. My lady, let me see your face. Like this? By the way, Lucy, did you see the Duke's expression just now? He looked like he was about to cry. Scarlet grinned. Lucy stared at the bruise on Scarlet's face, her eyes full of sorrow. For the Duke to hurt her like this, every time I see something like this, I get furious myself. Right. I heard that during the trip, I bought something for you. A gift? For me? I can't give it to you just yet, but someday, it might be of use to you. Oh. I also bought a famous dessert from the tourist spot. Let's eat it together. I don't quite understand, but thank you, my lady. What are you thanking me for? Scarlet's just trying to make sure Lucy and Iszar are safe. That's all. Yes. To Scarlet, you're a very precious friend. Outside the mansion, Charlean was still waiting. Scarlet ran up to him and called out cheerfully. Your Majesty. Thank goodness, I was afraid you had already left. I'm sorry for making you wait, was I a bit late? Seeing her radiant smile, Charlean's face flushed slightly. So, here I am now, Your Majesty. Are you all right? That face of yours, you're not bedridden or anything, right? All good. Now then, we should get to the next part of the schedule, shouldn't we? Next schedule, Scarlet thought to herself. I need to keep an eye on the Duke for a while, besides, this is around the time when the elves are born in the safe zone. Maybe, we should take a bit of a break? Scarlet suggested. Let's take a month off and resume next month. How does that sound to Your Majesty? But didn't Your Majesty already spend a whole week on vacation? Isn't that enough to record in the official log? We only need to meet the required number anyway. And besides, if Charlean no longer has a reason to seek revenge against the tyrant, wouldn't the original plot fail to begin? I need to think carefully about that. But then Charlean looked at her and asked. Not until next month? What's with that expression? Though clearly disappointed, he still said. I understand. During that time, I'll write letters to you. Will you, now? There he goes again. Did I do something wrong? I really don't know what's bothering him. Or is it because Duke Armand laid a hand on me that the tyrant's mood turned so strangely sour? Dear Lady Scarlet. How have you been lately? Brian and I are doing well. Our research in the demon beast forest is progressing smoothly. Ah, and yes, we're doing our best to treat the boy you entrusted to us. With some luck, he may regain consciousness soon. I'll contact you immediately when he wakes up. Warm regards, Andrine. Upon arriving in Glenmassir, I heard rumors that the House of Mayor had collapsed under the Emperor's hand. But that's not true. There are many false rumors about the Emperor. So perhaps, at Scarlet's engagement ceremony, the very person who saved his life, the boy may no longer feel repulsed. And when he finally wakes up, maybe we'll find the answers we've been waiting for. At this moment, Scarlet, their benefactor, was visiting the safe garden. Finally, the blossoms had begun to bloom. In her absence, it seemed Iszar had been managing things well. All right, she thought. Now I just have to wait for the baby elves to appear. Suddenly. Huh? What's this? Bugs already? If I hand these over to the baby elves as gifts like this, just as she was frowning, she spotted a tiny elf picking fruit. Scarlet flushed red. The little elf was too adorable. The meeting with the elves came sooner than expected. Wait, is that a baby? The way it moves and talks, it's like a living doll. The tiny elf suddenly said. People don't get angry over things like that. Scarlet paused. Is this really the kind of elf that appeared in the original novel, she wondered. Weren't elves supposed to be minions of the Demon King? Weren't they supposed to look weak and starve like that other guy? She asked. Hey, are there any other elves besides you? Nope. My friends, if they're my friends, they should all look like me, right? I see. Then, do you know what an elf stone is? At that moment, the little elf tensed up and then vanished. You're someone who covets elf stones. Scarlet whimpered. Ah, it ran off. Moments later, the elves peeked out again. Are you really not angry? One of them asked. Not at all, Scarlet smiled. Darn it, she thought. Did I miscalculate the location? Or the time when the elves were supposed to be born? If so, I wasted my money on this trip. Hearing one of the elves' stomachs growl, she asked. You must be hungry, right? Yes. There's no way I can just ignore a hungry little one like you. Call your friends over, I'll share these fruits with you all. Hearing that, the other elves slowly peeked their heads out one by one. So, you little ones, what's your name? We don't know our names. You don't have names? As expected, or maybe not. In Chelera, all elves had names. Well then, let's just give them some matching ones for now. Alright, the one with green hair will be Gil, the red-haired one is Belle, and the blonde one will be Nan. Nope, I'm Nell. Not Nan. That's fine too, Scarlet smiled. It's not like any of these kids did anything wrong. Hey, don't fight, okay? There's plenty of fruit here, so take your time eating. Scarlet thought to herself. When I return to the countryside, even if I don't have the elf stones, I can still survive with the inheritance mother left me. But when she opened the chest, her face turned pale. What? The inheritance mother left me, it's all gone? How? I thought I'd been saving it. Did you really save that money? A voice echoed in her head. Oh no, Lucy, at this rate, when I return home, I'll end up a beggar. Yes, the elf nodded, clearly confused but sympathetic. Up until now, she had always relied on the elf stones. If that's the case, then, I need to find a way to earn money. Ugh, this room is so stuffy. Stepping out onto the balcony, she spotted a familiar figure. Is that you, Lucy? The Duchess just returned, didn't she? I think she came back from a trade council meeting, Lucy replied. She's been very busy lately, probably because she's opening a new trade route. Before becoming the Duchess, she used to be a businesswoman, after all. Wait a second, how could I forget that? Lucy, I'm heading out for a bit. Where are you going, milady? Where else? I'm going to meet the Duchess. To be honest, if my engagement to that tyrant got cancelled, my dream of living a free and easy life would finally come true. I'd live comfortably off the inheritance mother left me. But, because I put too much faith in that magic stone, I ended up spending everything she left behind. Looking back, I really was foolish. Now, I only have one option left. As mentioned earlier, Scarlet made her way to see Milia Armand. The Duchess furrowed her brow and asked coldly. So, you've come here to squeeze money out of me again, haven't you? Of course not. I only came to ask for your advice, Duchess. She thought to herself. At this point, I have no choice but to fend for myself, but that's not such a bad strategy either. Milia replied coolly. It seems, we're not close enough to be having conversations like this, are we? But Scarlet kept her composure. As for my relationship with R.A., well, at the very least, I haven't done anything bad enough to make people want me dead. So I think, you're the only person I can talk to right now. I know you don't like me. But I also know you're capable. And more importantly, you won't kill me. Milia was taken aback. This girl has never been this blunt before. She used to be completely unaware of her own situation. The Duchess slowly replied, I hate this family just as much as you do. That's why I've always wanted to cut ties with the Duke one day. But, it's foolish to speak of such things with that calm expression of yours. Scarlet let out a small laugh. You mean, I shouldn't wear my heart on my sleeve, right? Only someone like you would give me advice like that. So, what is it that you want? Scarlet's voice turned more serious. I've realized I can't rely on just the memories of the original story. The economy, the social structure of the empire, even the current fashion trends among the nobility. These are all things I can't understand just by reading a novel. Because this is a real world. And I don't know much about it. I want to learn from you. How to manage wealth, the basic etiquette and knowledge a noblewoman should have. If you need someone to teach you etiquette at your age, I can arrange that, Milia said coolly. No, not those superficial manners, Scarlet shook her head. I'm talking about the qualities of a true noblewoman like the ones you possess. I despise disgraceful behavior, and I burn with anger at blatant violence. I want to learn how to uphold my dignity, even when no one is watching. Those are the things I want to master for myself. Milia fell silent, eyeing the young girl before her, deep in thought. Scarlet pressed on. I also want to learn about business. Even though I was born into a powerful noble house like the Armand family, I don't want to rely solely on that. I want to build a foundation of my own with my own two hands. I want to create a life that belongs to me. Milia let out a soft scoff. Ridiculous. If you truly understood the things I could teach, you would have acted on them long ago. There's nothing more to say. Now, if you'll excuse me. Please, wait. If I've done anything to anger or upset you, then scold me. Yell at me if you must, you have every right to. But whether you believe it or not, I've always thought you were an incredible woman. I know, our relationship is complicated. But if you can just respect me as a person, and if your advice genuinely helps me, I swear I'll follow it. I only ask, please don't lash out at me for no reason anymore. Scarlet lifted her gaze and looked Milia directly in the eyes. Because the truth is, the one you're really angry at isn't me. It's Duke Armand. Isn't it? Just as I thought. She truly despises her husband, down to her very core. And how could she not? He married her once the wife of a former duke just to seize power. Then kept her by his side under the title of a mere concubine. Scarlet's voice softened, and she spoke slowly. If you help me, I'll repay you. By making him pay for what he's done. Hearing those words, Duchess Milia stood still for a long moment, then slowly turned back to face her. And what exactly do you plan to do? Scarlet gave her a smile, sly and brimming with quiet resolve. Just wait and see. I swear, I'll get revenge for you. And so, a temporary alliance between the Duchess and myself was formed. So, you really went to see the Duchess? Yes. She accepted my proposal right away. You're really bold, my lady. Huh? But there's one thing I still don't get. What is it? Why are we going to Grazio? Don't tell me, we're here to pray? It's just, for show. To make people think I'm a devout follower. Right now, the Empire is being torn apart by two forces, the Calio royal family and the Temple of Grazio. Truth is, the true rulers of the Empire have never been the royals, but the Temple. However, after Charlean, the one who assassinated the royal family and seized the throne at a young age, took power, things started to shift. He immediately moved to suppress the temple, which had humiliated him with their false prophecies. Greedy as they are, he cut off their funding so they could no longer plot behind his back. Because of that, peace and order returned to the kingdom. But his heavy-handed methods only reinforced his image as a tyrant in the eyes of the people. In any case, given the current political climate, it's smart for us to show unwavering loyalty to the temple, the royal family's biggest rival. But as the emperor's fiancé, don't you feel conflicted? Lucy eyed the box in Scarlet's hands and asked warily. Isn't that the necklace you received on your 17th birthday? Are you really going to donate something that precious to the temple? It's fine. It doesn't hold any meaning for me anymore. Besides, the people at the temple will love it. Since the nobles are all too scared of the emperor, they've withdrawn their financial support from the temple. And we all know they only care about things that benefit them. Honestly, I can't stand the temple either. But if I want to break off the engagement, now's not the time to dwell on what's right or wrong. Inside the temple, a voice rang out. What an honor for Grazio! May the light and grace of the divine rest upon your bodies. Welcome, both of you. Scarlet instantly switched to her cheerful mode and exclaimed. Hallelujah! Lucy stood behind, a little dazed, and whispered. Amen. My lady, please follow me to the prayer room. No need. Please take me to the chapel instead. Seeing the box in Scarlet's hands, the guide commented with polite interest. Ah, the lady has come to share the blessings of the Lord. See? I told you they'll be wide-eyed with delight. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the procedure. Please wait a moment while I go check and return. Of course. Thank you. Juz, currently the highest-ranking figure in the temple, was responsible for delivering divine messages and receiving visiting worshippers. The room ahead served multiple purposes from ceremonies to accepting donations from the nobility. Because of its spacious and open design, it was also the perfect place to flaunt one's piety. Like saying, look how much I'm donating. A moment later, someone else emerged to greet them. Greetings, my lady. Welcome to Grazio. Scarlet thought silently, so, all it takes is money to meet the high priest himself, huh? I understand you've come to make an offering to the temple. Please place your donation inside this chest. Scarlet blinked. Wait, it's completely empty? Am I supposed to pray or something? Ah, that won't be necessary, my lady. Really? After all, what this empty chest needs isn't exactly prayers, is it? Scarlet almost laughed. My God, did he really just say that out loud? Lucy, bring it over. Yes, my lady. If you would, please place the offering in yourself. Scarlet laid her hand on the lid of the box, smiling softly. Then, for the prosperity of the temple, I humbly make this offering. But at that very moment, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Ha, that thing, isn't that the black orb? Seeing Scarlet step forward, Lucy quickly called out. My lady, what's wrong? Ah, I just remembered something. She frowned, gazing into the distance, murmuring softly. How strange, isn't that pattern way too obvious? Are you all right? No, even after seeing it, I still can't believe it. The rose constellation symbol Scarlet thought the mark of the dark mages. But why would the sigil of a dark witch appear in the donation box of the high priest's temple? Behind her, the high priest gently urged. My lady? Is something the matter? Please, do not hesitate any longer, go ahead and make your offering. Scarlet startled, tightening her grip on the necklace, whispering. Wait, just a moment. This matter has already grown far too complicated. I can't afford to get involved with dark witches. She turned back, her tone resolute. Lucy, pack our things. We're returning to the carriage. The high priest froze, bewildered. My lady, no, Princess Armand, you've come all this way only to turn back? What a pity. Scarlet smiled coldly. Your Grace Grazio, you still haven't managed to change my materialistic heart, so it's truly a shame, but what can be done? This is simply fate's arrangement. Where does my lady intend to go? You haven't yet shared prosperity with Grazio. At a nearby location, inside the temple. Impossible, how could this be? A man muttered, his face filled with horror. You intend to cut the funding for food relief supplies? Clovar replied. Within the jurisdiction of the temple, there is no area in need of relief. That is the Emperor's command. I have conveyed His Majesty's words. Now, if you'll excuse me. Lord Prime Minister, wait a moment. At that moment, Clovar heard a familiar voice. Could it be? No way, but why? Are you following me now? It was none other than Princess Scarlet. Down below, Scarlet was desperately running away from the high priest, shouting loudly. This is extortion. Robbery. You know that, don't you? But, my lady, you already brought offerings into the temple. From above, someone called out. Clovar. Greetings, Prime Minister Clovar. Are number 1 and number 2 here as well? A red-haired young man grinned brightly and answered. Yes, by order. I had a feeling something was going to happen, but it seems everything is still under control. Clovar turned and asked. What happened to Lady Scarlet? And who are those people chasing after her? The mysterious figure known as number 2, one of Charlean's subordinates, spoke up. The young lady came to the temple to make a donation, but then she left without offering anything. As you can see, the Grand Pontiff is furious. Some people even pursued her, but the reason isn't clear. Why would she do that? I explained everything so clearly, yet they still don't understand? We feel the same, truly. I have no idea what Lady Armand is planning now. But how could there be such cowardly people? Even if a knife were pointed at their faces, they'd only know how to hide. Not an ounce of dignity. Indeed. For now, we must find a way to stabilize the situation. Tell Lady Armand's coachman to take the carriage to the back gate. Understood. Should we report this to His Majesty? I'll report it later. On the contrary, His Majesty will be quite pleased to see this. The end is near, it's truly coming. Is this the world I'll live in from now on? How can I just stand by and watch? The temple may be a villainous force, but it's nothing compared to the newly emerged faction of dark mages, the Draka of the Ricos constellation. The temple is a corrupt religion, a symbol of evil. Though their methods differ, it seems these two forces are actually aligned. Everything is descending into chaos? At the Armand estate. You're back, Iszar asked. Oh, you're home? You're not going out? Where would I go? Lucky for you, I was just about to head to your room. Huh? You just received a letter from the palace. A letter? Since when? The next official schedule isn't for a while yet. Just a moment ago. Here, take it. Scarlet accepted the letter. Before leaving the estate, Charlean had acted as though he wouldn't contact her for some time. What's going on? She unfolded the letter, and after reading a few lines, she couldn't help but exclaim. What is this? Why is the tone so gentle all of a sudden? I eagerly await our next meeting. Charlean? His phrasing was softer than ever before, so much so that it sent a slight shiver down her spine. And also, what else? He wants to meet ahead of the official schedule? Why? Iszar, curious. What's wrong? What does it say? Wait a second, let me finish reading. At that moment, Iszar sensed someone approaching. He immediately turned around. Oh, mother? You're back already? Why are you two still here at this hour? Iszar's mother asked, slightly surprised. I had something to give to Scarlet. Ah, I see. You must be surprised because we're closer than you thought, right? Indeed, from an outsider's perspective, Scarlet and Iszar now appeared much more intimate. Scarlet smiled faintly, suddenly struck by the urge to tease her a little. She unexpectedly looped her arm through Iszar's and said gently, Mother, haven't you been working hard until now? We'll take our leave first, we still have private matters to discuss. Huh? Wait, Iszar stammered as Scarlet dragged him away. The lady of the house stood frozen in place. What just happened? Inside the room. Iszar picked up the letter and asked. This is a letter from the Emperor? Yes. Even if we don't know why his mood changed, isn't this good news for you, his fiancé? So why are you crying? Scarlet bit her lip. He must have already heard about the commotion I caused at the temple. But instead of anger or reproach, Charlean became even gentler? What's his game? I can't figure out what that tyrant is thinking anymore. She also hadn't expected to see him again so soon. What should I do when we meet? Either way, the tone of this letter was strange. It didn't match his usual ice-cold demeanor at all. Scarlet looked up and asked. His face? Yeah. His face always looks frozen. Don't tell me, you actually like that type? Scarlet suddenly lunged forward, cupping Iszar's face in her hands, making him break out in a cold sweat. What are you doing? Why so sudden? Stop. Stay still, Iszar. Scarlet abruptly gripped his shoulders, tilting her head as she asked. Hey, Iszar, in your eyes, am I beautiful? Iszar froze for 2 seconds before abruptly pushing Scarlet away. What nonsense are you spouting? Disgusting, get off me. Are you still delirious from your illness or something? That's not it. You know I'm not the sweet, docile type. But, Scarlet shoved the letter at him. Look at this. How can His Majesty be this sugary? There's no denying it now, it's all thanks to this flawless face of mine. She ran a hand through her hair, tilting her head at a 45-degree angle while muttering. But I can't let this perfect face go to waste, what should I do, Iszar? Iszar was dizzy from Scarlet's endless narcissistic spiral. He hastily stood up. I'm going to bed. Huh? Now? It's still early. Stop being so full of yourself. And go to sleep already, you idiot. Scarlet blinked, baffled. Why the sudden temper? She thought to herself. The odds are slim, but if I'm lucky enough to capture that tyrant's heart with just my looks, if he won't easily break off the engagement, then the only way is to shatter his last illusion with this very face. Time passes, the official schedule finally arrives. All right, everyone, listen up. At noon today, I'll be meeting His Highness at the palace. Scarlet stood in the middle of the dressing room, raising her hand dramatically as she declared. As my attendants, you must understand how crucial today is for an engaged woman like me, right? She turned to a maid preparing her clothes. Hey, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before. I am Nancy, milady. I've been working at the estate for about a year now. Oh, my apologies, I can't possibly remember every face. Anyway, today, make sure my makeup is absolutely stunning, okay? I'll do my best, milady. Watching Scarlet's confident, self-adoring expression, the maids were momentarily stunned. Scarlet smiled charmingly. Actually, no need to overdo it. After all, I'm already breathtaking as I am. Yes, I'll give it my all. Nancy replied, struggling to keep her voice steady. Scarlet silently calculated in her heart. The goal is to create the most dramatic effect possible. Do something beautiful, then ruin it utterly. That way, even their delusions about themselves will shatter. Miss Scarlet, what dress would you like to wear? Nancy asked gently. Let me see, is the blue dress we bought the other day suitable? It's a bit hot today, miss. Well, it's fine. I won't be moving around much anyway. But velvet in this weather is a little thick. Nancy brought out another dress. Miss Scarlet, how about this one? Scarlet picked up the dress and fell into thought. Seeing her expression, Nancy panicked. Ah, this was the dress you were going to discard. I took the liberty of altering it myself. I thought if I made it a little more intricate, it would suit you better. It may not be as beautiful as the tailor's work, but at least my sewing isn't too bad, right? Scarlet cut her off. You said your name was Nancy, didn't you? I really like this dress. How come I never realized until now that I had a maid with such good taste? Next time, come shopping with me, all right? Lucy, standing nearby, relaxed her tense expression and let out a small sigh of relief. Of course, miss. Scarlet smiled. Good. Then let's get ready. The Charlean palace she had been invited to was so vast and beautiful it felt like a miniature city. The main square was picturesque, adorned with a dazzling fountain. As Scarlet stood waiting, Charlean appeared, smiling faintly. This time, I'm the one who kept you waiting, aren't I? No, I was so lost in admiring the garden that I didn't notice the time passing. Charlean said, have you finished your duties for today? More or less, Scarlet replied. So, what shall we do today? Suddenly, Scarlet caught a strange scent. Wait, what's that smell? There's a metallic scent in the air. How long do you plan to just stand there? Come here. I asked the pastry chef to make sweets for you. Hurry over. Yes, your majesty. Their hands touched, and Scarlet stared at them, thinking, was I mistaken? I haven't been sleeping well lately. No, it's not the smell of iron, but... Scarlet asked suspiciously, Your Majesty, are you injured? Charlean looked at her and replied. Why do you ask? Scarlet tiptoed closer and whispered. I smell blood on you, Your Majesty. Early that morning, the sound of swords rang out in the Emperor's chamber. A total of 4 assassins attacked while he was asleep. They were known to be the best, but all were killed without making a sound, in just a few seconds. After eliminating all the assassins, he said. So? It had to be today, huh? Yes, Charlean replied. Today is the day I meet that interesting young lady. But I also have to kill her assassins. That organization is so terrifying that even the bodies of their assassins are used right before my eyes. The collaboration between that place and the temple is despicable. No matter what, they cannot avoid using dark magic involving divine power. Scarlet asked anxiously. Can your majesty hear me? That's definitely the smell of blood. Charlean pondered for a moment, then asked. So what? Why, miss? Scarlet stood stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said. Look, you're injured. Could it be that you're hurt but still here because you have an appointment with me? What about the infirmary? If you haven't been there yet, I can inform them. Who are they? Charlean asked. You're hurt, and you're worried about me? Of course. Otherwise, what else? What I want is to call off the engagement, not your death, Scarlet said, feeling worried but trying to hide it. Charlean responded gently. Just how badly are you hurt to smell blood so strongly? But what I want is actually the opposite of what Scarlet said. That isn't my blood. But since Miss is so worried, I almost regret it's not my own blood, Charlean said mockingly. Scarlet pouted. If that's the case, you should have told me first. What a needless worry. Charlean smirked. I wonder when we got this close? Miss, where are you going? You don't have to follow me, or I'll lose you. I prioritize dessert over a walk, Scarlet replied. As a result, Scarlet quickly sat down at the dining table. Charlean glanced at her and then said, So you're not going to ask what happened? Is it necessary? This morning, Pan's assassins tried to kill me, and there were 4 of them, far more than usual. Yes, for someone of your status, it must indeed be exhausting, Charlean said. What's wrong? Why are you making that face? Did I say something wrong? Scarlet replied. But honestly, the fact that they're Pan's people is quite concerning. Last time we met, I was truly afraid. But for your majesty, they are no match, Charlean reassured her. Stop eating for now, you should eat more, Charlean said. No, I'm already full, Scarlet responded. The atmosphere became awkward, it was best not to push further. Wasn't there something you wanted to show me today? Yes, there is something I want you to see, Scarlet thought to herself. Focus, I almost forgot because of the smell of blood. Better to. She had already noticed that His Majesty didn't look well. The only way to break the lingering tension and help him feel more at ease was with the thing she had spent 3 days and nights practicing hard. Scarlet bowed her head and said, Your Majesty, please look carefully. Then she put 2 fingers in her mouth and made a snorting sound, causing Charlean to blink in surprise. She was making a funny face. This was the pig. Miss, what are you doing? Charlean asked, while Scarlet stiffened, thinking, turns out this is more embarrassing than I thought. His expression showed no amusement. The number 1 guard doubled over laughing, saying, "Haha, every time I meet the little demon princess it feels fresh and new. I wonder what the young lady was thinking to act like that right in front of your majesty." The number 2 guard stifled a laugh and reminded, "Stop laughing, the young lady is your majesty's fiancé." Number 1 replied, "What? Didn't you find it just as funny?" At that moment, the door opened and number 1 stopped laughing. "Ah, your majesty, you're here. How do you find today's official schedule?" Charlean replied coldly, "Forget it." Number 1 continued, "Oh, it seems you have thought it through very well, your majesty. But this is too sudden. Aren't you usually disdainful of their actions?" Charlean said icily, "As you know, although they are an assassin organization, they also have merit and traditions dating back to the founding of the nation." Number 1 questioned, "Then why?" Charlean cut him off. "That's not important. Prepare the army to be ready for immediate departure." Number 1 answered, "Understood." He asked again, "Should I inform the Chancellor about your Majesty's schedule? I will not be going." Number 1 said, "Yes, so does your Majesty intend to stay in the palace?" Charlean remained silent, giving no further reply. Number 1 smiled and said to Number 2, "Understood, your Majesty. We have grasped your intention. We will handle everything properly, please do not worry." Charlean responded, "Then I leave it to you. I will deal with it immediately." Number 2 questioned, "Hey, what are you doing? It's so obvious, how can you not see it?" Number 1 explained, "They want to eliminate them but don't want to do it directly. Afraid of getting blood on their hands, all because of that young lady. Anyway, your Majesty will take action eventually. But for now, just let it be." Finally, Number 1 thought to himself, "This is the first time I've seen him so cheerful." Charlean was walking, recalling Scarlet's earlier actions, and he laughed quietly to himself. On Scarlet's side, she felt embarrassed by her clown face expression and thinking about it made her even more flustered. But actually, that expression worked on Charlean because they hadn't spoken a word to each other until their farewell, while Scarlet had made such a shameful face it was really unexpected. Charlean left, telling himself not to think about it anymore, and hurried home to shower and have some snacks. At that moment, Iszar saw Scarlet and called out to her. He hurried over and pulled her back. "Don't go back to the mansion just yet, let's take a walk." But Scarlet said, "I'm tired today, I just want to change and rest." Iszar then said anxiously, "I just realized the atmosphere in the mansion is unusual compared to normal, there's a feeling of anger as if something is about to happen." Iszar explained, "The Duke has been drinking again. When he's drunk, it's not just ordinary drunkenness, he becomes aggressive and exhibits extraordinary strength." He advised, "Go anywhere, just stay outside until the Duke falls asleep." Scarlet was about to refuse when Iszar became flustered. "But if I leave, surely the servants will." Scarlet grasped Iszar's hand tightly, making him freeze, sweating, and look at her. Scarlet lowered her head and asked, "Iszar, since when did you?" Iszar avoided the question. "Were you beaten?" He replied, "No, it's because of that time riding the horse." Scarlet looked at the bruises on Yako's hand and said with pain, "Lies. How could these wounds be from an accident? The Duke did this." She realized that because she didn't want to get involved with this family and only thought about escaping, she discovered it too late. Painful memories flooded back, the Duke's drunken words echoed in her mind. "You are a lowly thing unloved by your mother. You should have lived as if already dead. Why do you still struggle, something that's considered never to have existed? You will be imprisoned in this mansion forever." Then she remembered the scene where he drank something from a blue bottle marked with the Rico's constellation and then beat her. Little Scarlet, hurt and broken, could no longer endure it. She said with determination, "I can't take it anymore." "What did you say? You're going to see the Duke? You've had enough of his drunken rages? What do you plan to do there now?" Inside the mansion, the butler's glasses suddenly cracked. Scarlet stepped in and said to the butler, "I need to see the Duke right now." The butler blocked her. "Miss, I'm sorry, he is currently, probably drunk again." Scarlet ignored him and headed straight to the door, when suddenly she heard a voice from inside the room. "Is the sacrifice ready?" Scarlet froze, her voice full of curiosity. "Who's that?" The cold voice inside replied, "Trouble. Rastro's child has escaped. I thought we had lured the brat in." Another voice added, "The sacrifice escaped, that's not a problem. There's still a suitable child in Armand. Surely you've killed the runaway, haven't you? He died in the most painful way, just like Rachel. Unless Rachel's direct bloodline is nearby, there's no way to survive." Then surely he died on Armand territory. Yes, somewhere in Armand, near the monster forest. But if he's dead, where did his power go? Are there no more Rashals? Wait a moment, it will take some time to reach here. Besides, what about the judge? Don't worry, Judge Kaleo will be dealt with soon. What I need is just a little time. The perfect plan is laid out. Leave it to me. So what about Armand? It's at its end, isn't it, Duke? That's right, I, the head of the family, will obey your will. Kaleo, Rashal, and Armand, the three clans inheriting the power of the dead gods, are the ones who created the demon seal they are trying to break. More precisely, that power exists within them. Ironically, to break the demon seal, you need that very power. If there are no heirs left, the power returns to the nearest place right where the demon was sealed. Alright, the next sacrifice will be someone from Armand. Father the sacrificer, son, how noble. The demon will be pleased. Make sure it's prepared in time. The Duke laughed wickedly and said, Don't worry, I will prepare Iszar Armand as the sacrifice. Scarlet stood outside the door, stunned, her heart full of shock. What is the Duke talking about now? Iszar walked over and called out to her. Scarlet, what's wrong? She was startled, turned to look at Iszar, then exclaimed. Sacrificing your own biological son to the dark sorcerers? Then Scarlet said to Iszar. I know he planned to kill me, but I didn't expect he wouldn't spare you either. Does he intend to kill you? Iszar replied. Maybe it's because you carry the heir seal? But why don't you remember anything? Scarlet pondered. I thought he had given up, but now he's even sending assassins after me. That damn bastard. Iszar asked in surprise. Why don't you just run away from the mansion? Scarlet smiled bitterly. I was stupid. This is the mansion of Duke Armand. Escape? That's impossible. Both you and I have grown up bound by countless ties. Without breaking those, we'll never accomplish anything. Then she said firmly. In that case, let's defeat those bastards together, Iszar. Iszar stiffened and repeated her words. Defeat them, right? If we dig into the weaknesses of the dark sorcerers, who knows what we might find? Scarlet nodded. That's right, isn't it? Of course, I have to protect you at all times. Iszar took Scarlet's hand, determined. First, we need to find you a job. Preferably somewhere that can protect you. The next day. Easier said than done, how to find him a job now. Scarlet sighed and sat down, calling out loudly. Hey kids, I'm here. Come out, come out. Suddenly, she looked up, blinking, staring ahead. 3 little goblins poked their heads out and asked. Can we come out now? Scarlet smiled. Oh, it's you guys, right? You've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you. One of the 3 little goblins happily replied. Yes, we've grown so big because we got to eat lots of delicious fruit. Scarlet asked further. Hey, what are you all doing out there? Where are you headed? The 3 little goblins carried gifts to Scarlet. This is a present for you. Take this as a gift in exchange for the tasty fruit someone gave us. Scarlet smiled with delight. What, among us, do we even need to exchange gifts or favors? One of the goblins said. Isn't this a rare item? This is a fairy stone. Scarlet pondered for a moment. Humph, don't you want this? One goblin quickly replied. Of course. We really need it. Scarlet responded. There's no need to repay me, let's take that back, okay? The goblins chorused. What? Okay, we take it back. Scarlet took the fairy stone. Give me the fairy stone. With this, finding a job for Iszar won't be a problem. Bring me more next time, okay? The 3 goblins immediately answered. Then give us lots of fruit. We only eat things given by friends' fruit in exchange for this. Scarlet smiled brightly. Alright, I'll give you as much as you want. After that, Scarlet brought the fairy stone into the palace. Just one fairy stone was worth at least a piece of land. Because she was the empress, the minister specially offered 30 platinum coins as a bonus, in exchange for allowing Iszar to work for the palace. Scarlet said. Iszar is a talent. He passed the administrative exam with top marks without attending the academy. I know this, and within a week, your majesty should order that he be allowed to leave the mansion and work at the palace. After that, until he says he is ready, continue arranging work for him like this and stay by his side. Also, I request protection for his life and health. Charlean looked at Scarlet for a moment then said. 200, I agree. 200 coins. If that is what is necessary for our country to restore itself within 2 days, then so be it. Scarlet was suspicious. Is it really that simple? Anyway, just having this is already a huge advantage, so I will accept all terms. Don't worry, we won't make unfair deals for either side because, why would we? I am the empress, after all. Charlean turned and ordered. Prime Minister, prepare the contract for me. Then the two of them went for a walk, and His Majesty asked, "I heard a story about someone named Santa Claus. Who is this person?" "That person is kind-hearted, giving gifts to good children once a year." "Is he male or female?" "As far as I know, Santa Claus is male." "Oh really? What does he have to do with this?" "Just that there is someone like that." "Oh, if that person named Santa really exists, I'll exploit him to get some juicy rewards." "Exactly." Scarlet was surprised. "Oh my, how can he say such scary things?" "It's okay, it's possible. But first, we need to know what the standard of good means. Anyway, if it's not some unrealistic standard, I mean we'll use them properly." "That's right, but first we must understand what the criteria for being good are. Otherwise, if they're not unrealistic standards, people wouldn't worry about the value of the gift. No matter who it is, it's not a bad idea." Charlean quietly looked at her and smiled. "But the thing is, if Santa Claus knew your Majesty approached him with such bad intentions, he would never want to work with you." Charlean asked. "What?" "Cesarin said that he only likes good children, so it seems your Majesty still has some learning to do." "What?" "Oh, wait a minute. Lately, I've been reading a very interesting book called Happiness Nearby. I think it might be a good example." "Is the book interesting?" "Well, once you start reading, you'll know immediately." "Now?" She smiled brightly. "Yes, now." After a while, Callier closed the book and said, "It's just a romance novel, nothing special." Scarlet frowned. "How can it be nothing special? The male lead is too perfect, isn't he?" "This guy," Callier looked at the book and laughed, "and you still call him this guy? But just from reading a bit, you can tell he's a gentleman." "Gentle? Look at him, both gentle and possessive. Truly a noble gentleman. Or rather, a little night demon. What I mean is, he's very handsome. The most important thing is, this book has a rare quality that other books don't." "What is that?" "For example, the way people talk," Scarlet said. "Charlean, do you see? Marriage is an equal relationship between husband and wife. Equality isn't just in how you treat each other, but even in the way you speak it must show respect." "Respect, huh? That's the most crucial factor. Without it, there will surely be negative consequences later. So, happiness comes from respect." Charlean was momentarily stunned, then said, "So, does that mean this is the ideal type for the young lady? Her lover?" Scarlet pondered. "What? Why is everything getting so complicated like this? Milady, if I agree to grant you one wish, what would you wish for?" "A wish," she hesitated for a moment, not expecting him to bring up breaking the engagement so soon. He continued, "As your fiancé." Scarlet sighed deeply. "Fine then, about the wish." Suddenly she had a thought, her eyes lighting up. "I really am a genius. So then, I have a wish, may your Majesty and I be friends." Charlean paused and asked, "Friends?" "No, precisely forever friends." Charlean rubbed his head, feeling a bit exasperated. Scarlet giggled. "A wish that's simple and useful, isn't it?" "That's quite fitting for an engaged couple," he replied, though his expression said otherwise. He said firmly, "That wish is beyond my power." "What?" Charlean turned and walked away. "To be friends for life, really unbelievable." "Why? Your Majesty has no friends?" "Well then, that makes it even better." "No, none." "No way. You clearly said you would grant my wish." Scarlet walked a bit, then turned back and said, "When did I ever say that?" Scarlet argued, veins bulging in her neck. "I definitely said it." He firmly insisted. "No, you didn't." But when he glanced at her, he saw Scarlet's face fall, her lips pouting. "How can it not be allowed?" He said again. "Being lifelong friends is not allowed. But, being friends now is possible." "Friends now, you mean?" "Yes. And so, we became friends." Back at the mansion, Scarlet told Iszar. "Really?" "Yes, really. His Majesty said so. Starting tomorrow, you'll serve under the Prime Minister." "Ah," at that, she hesitated. "Iszar, what's wrong? It's not just about becoming a duke, but getting the Parliament's approval won't be easy either. Now it seems there are more things to worry about than just one or two." "Huh? Why is that?" "Those old men are no joke. They find faults in everything. In special cases, it's even harsher. You haven't even graduated from any academy. That alone is enough to lose points. Moreover, you're His Majesty's fiancé. At least His Majesty treats us well, but there's no guarantee the elders will." She chuckled and said, "That's true. But it's okay, you have to try to know. Right?" That night, Scarlet stood outside, secretly listening to the conversation inside the Duke's room. The prey has fallen into Callier's hands. That person has now become a subordinate under the Emperor. Silence. You're useless, no talent at all, only enjoying vanity. Can't even handle small tasks. Callier, do you intend to oppose me until the end? Standing outside, Scarlet thought, sure enough, they're contacting the Dark Mage. Scarlet Armand, still just an eccentric young lady, obediently abused by her father, then sold as a fiancé to a tyrant. Something is wrong with Charlean. Inside, the conversation continued. He is my prey. But putting that aside for now, killing him right now is impossible. So what should we do? We need a scapegoat. The immediate problem is that woman, the girl blocking my way. They've changed targets? Although displeased with her gender, the Armand blood still flows in her veins. I will fulfill the role of a sacrificial offering. That's reasonable. Then, I have a good idea. Do you know someone named Baba? Baba? I don't quite remember. Have we seen this person in the original story? Who is he? The last divine official among those who fled. That's right. He is disguised as a healer. But in truth, he is a true divine official. Yes. But I have also stolen 2 of his treasures. Now, are they worthless? Fortunately, I can still use them. The treasures I possess have the power to lull gods into sleep and imprison them. Their bodies fall asleep while their souls remain trapped in limbo. If they try to use power to escape captivity, that's impossible. Exactly. Of course, it's impossible. Radsahel's luck and Callier's strong judgment aren't enough. Only Armand's ability to predict is strong enough to escape. Hearing you say that, I can guess, you have become the successor? That's right. Since the demon god is sealed, the use of power is limited. That's why I stole the treasures of the middle-ranking gods that can be used. That's the only way to overcome the power of the 3 dead gods. But, your case is different. You have a certain connection with demons. You mean me? That doesn't mean you can break the demon seal. Only by gathering the power of the 3 dead gods can that seal be broken. Even those of us who have walked this path for decades aren't sure we can do it. Yes, exactly. So, we have to take advantage of this point. Scarlet Armand possesses the family seal, something that Duke Armand cannot obtain. If we imprison the one who holds that symbol, then there will be no worry about losing the position of family head anymore, right, Duke? Yes. That is indeed the case. A box will be delivered to the mansion. Inside the box is a book created by Baba to store the treasures of the gods. When Baba comes to the mansion to retrieve the book, he only needs to open the door. However, we must seize the exact moment he touches the book. At that time, we must knock him unconscious and lock him in Scarlet Armand's room. This won't be difficult for you, right, Duke? As long as you can monopolize this position. Yes, of course. Please do not worry. This time, I will definitely succeed. Absolutely must succeed. But, may I ask you something? What is it? The book Baba created, what exactly is it? How can it imprison Scarlet like that? Interesting question. The book Baba created has a special feature. The inside and outside of the book operate on 2 different time axes. It is a space where humans cannot die, and life endlessly repeats. Inside the book, 1 year equals just 1 week outside. Therefore, Scarlet Armand will live forever inside, endlessly releasing every emotion, while Scarlet Armand outside will never awaken unless by a miracle. Ser and Radsahel Armand, these 2 families cannot simultaneously possess the power of the 2 gods unless they bear children together, become soulmates, or get engaged by a signed magical contract. Such unrealistic things surely will never happen, right? To possess the power of the gods, one must die and be reborn once, as written in the scriptures. That is nothing less than a death sentence. So, our plan will surely succeed. Until then, they do not yet know of the existence of the one who can prevent it. Absolutely must not let the Dark Witch's plan succeed. The next day, Scarlet cheerfully said, "There will be a guest today. When he arrives, please invite him into my room, and don't let anyone else know." Yes, my lady. I'm counting on you. Then, Baba arrived. He crossed his arms and asked, "Hey, I've come to get the book back. My book is here, right? I heard it's being kept at this place." Just as Baba's hand was about to touch the box, Scarlet immediately pulled it back. "What are you doing? You know? I heard this book is cursed." Baba was surprised. "What? I mean, I heard this book was created to store the treasures of the gods." "Where did you hear that from?" "I just happened to find out. Anyway, the dark mages are trying to put you and me into eternal sleep. They want to turn us into the next Emperor Callier. Aren't you a dark witch yourself? How could that be? I'm a good person. Don't rush to label me with that. Do you really not understand what kind of person I am? I've been trying to help, yet you hand everything over to the Duke? If you don't believe me, check when you return whether the 2 sacred relics are missing. I heard the Dark Witch stole those 2 items. Baba thought to himself, I'm also searching for the whereabouts of the 2 divine treasures. I heard even the entire book has disappeared. Is that really so? Alright, let's say you're telling the truth. Then why did you tell me this? Why beat around the bush so much? Good, finally you want me to get straight to the point. It seems, the dark mages are trying to break the demon seal. That night, the mages were furious. Damn it. What the hell is going on? The Duke said. I received the box and waited for Baba, but he didn't come. And the box also disappeared. I searched the entire house but still couldn't find it. Do you think that makes sense? But it's true. Please believe me. Shut up, you useless fool. Duke. You don't intend to continue this, do you? No. Get out. Scarlet stood outside, silently laughing. He serves him right. Luckily, the Duke has a bad temper and poor competence. Tonight, I can sleep well. Somewhere else, the mages whispered. Chelera, it's your turn now. Go. Return and by any means, make Callier and Scarlet Armand break off their engagement. She smiled wickedly. Then, one of them must die. Afterward, Scarlet opened the box and marveled. So, this really is a treasure. Created to protect us the descendants of Callier and Armand from dark magic. We have received the fire goddess's bracelet and the moon god's ring from the old man. But I still don't fully understand the abilities of these treasures. For example, the ancient fire goddess is not like a god who leaves a clear mark. Your Majesty, do you know anything about the fire goddess? No, unfortunately I'm not clear about her either. You don't know either? It seems information about her is not widely passed down. That might be true. She might even lack a basic mythology. After all, the gods only found a flame depicted in a corner of the origin myth. I see, then, miss, is it safe to use this treasure? This treasure can revive and heal. But the way it heals is by absorption. Resurrection is passive. The goddess's power is the ability to absorb others' pain and purify it within herself. And when absorbing? Instead of feeling pain, the body enters a weakened state. A weakened body, that sounds unsafe. It seems so, but actually it's not. Though weakened, you won't get sick? Isn't that better? They say that as soon as you absorb this healing ability, the user gradually becomes closer to the goddess. I don't fully understand what that means, but it doesn't seem bad. But it's best not to use it often. I worry she might be affected. Worried about me? Worried, huh? Charlean Callier? That tyrant's name? She giggled, haha, Your Majesty really is, it doesn't actually hurt, so why be afraid? You're scared, aren't you? Charlean was stunned, looking frightened. Seeing that reaction, she quickly covered her mouth for letting it slip, then coughed hurriedly to divert attention. Ahem, anyway, I also want to add something about the moon god's treasure. In this world, what moon? Surely, Miss knows that what's floating in the night sky isn't the moon but another star. But Baba said the moon is just hidden. Can that Baba be trusted? Can he be relied on to deal with the dark mages? He's indispensable if we want to defeat them. If Miss said so, but, Miss, I hope you won't continue to be reckless like this time. If the Duke finds out, and both things fail, I wouldn't have been able to see you again today. Yes, I understand. So from now on, if anything happens, please discuss it with me, okay? Your Majesty, I say this just as a precaution. Speak. It's about how you speak. What I said before was only the ideal model of a male lead. Male lead? In other words, a lover? More broadly, the ideal model in a marital relationship. Charlean tapped on the armrest and said. That's because, they love each other, just like that. Finally, you understand. So, what next? What next means, Your Majesty. We are friends. Beyond official matters, in private life I'm your friend. Charlean sighed. Miss. Why the sigh? You're too stiff, Your Majesty. When dealing with friends, you don't have to speak so gently or formally. Just act normal. Do you understand? Charlean crossed his arms and nodded. Normal, huh? I understand. Really? Then, just with you, Miss, can I be like this? Scarlet was a bit surprised. What? Miss? Something has been bothering me all this time. Yes, what is it? He looked straight at her and said. The crumb of cookie, where is it? Then he reached out, gently stroked the corner of her mouth, withdrew his hand calmly, and said. Now I'm stuck with it too. Scarlet looked at Charlean in front of her, her eyes suddenly shining. Your Majesty truly is a handsome man, capable of saving the whole world. Charlean picked up the leftover crumbs and calmly said. It seems the lady enjoys eating very much. Next time we meet, I'll prepare more cookies so you can take some home. Scarlet, who was witnessed by France, was startled. Looking carefully, it seemed this person was trying to practice romance with her? Hey, Scarlet. Have you chosen your dance partner yet? Dance partner? Ah, for the ball, right? Exactly. My brother Iszar has already explained it to me, but I still haven't chosen anyone to go with me to the party. If nothing changes, I intend to go with him. Because he is family. Scarlet squinted, thinking to herself. But going with Charlean Callier, the one I'm engaged to at such an official event, would it cause gossip among the nobles? Then she carefully asked, "If your majesty doesn't mind, would you like to go with me?" Charlean smiled contentedly. "All right. Do you accept?" Scarlet jumped up excitedly. "Wow! I'm so happy. But I don't know how to dance. I'll teach you." "Your majesty?" Why not? No way. I actually really like it. Since your majesty says you'll teach me, how could I possibly refuse? Then tomorrow morning, I will come to the duke's residence. Before, I didn't like dancing. It wasn't that I hated it, but the fake smiles of those who danced disgusted me. But now, being called a tyrant makes me very uncomfortable. The silver ring has acknowledged me as its owner, although I still don't understand its powers. But since it's a gift from Scarlet, I now have something to cherish. Maybe I'm no longer as skilled as before and have become quite clumsy. Call number 1. Yes. Bring here someone who can teach me to dance within 1 day. I know this will make me look like a fool. But just to see her gaze upon the dance floor with those starry sparkling eyes. The next day. Miss, don't be nervous. I'm not nervous at all, so you don't have to worry. Is that so, Charlean? Give your hand. Understanding the hint, Scarlet placed her hand in mine and held it tightly. Charlean blushed, shyly looking at them, then said, "Miss." "Yes, just place your hand like that? Then relax a little." "Ah, yes, sorry. Now, shall we start?" "Yes." The two began their first steps. Every move they made was watched by the servants and the band with gloomy, contemptuous expressions. Wow, they really dance badly. The scene of the two dancing was like two vultures fighting each other. Scarlet also noticed something unusual and thought, not talking about myself, but why is he like this? Isn't he supposed to be a great dancer? Indeed, someone daring enough to learn. Your Majesty, are you all right? I need to get ready again. Let's rest for a moment. A little later. Are you ready now? Once ready, he extended his hand toward her. They matched their rhythm with the music. This time, their dancing was a bit more graceful. Scarlet was surprised. What is this? Why is it so different from before? While dancing, she asked. Your Majesty, I heard. Scarlet, have you ever heard of a love engagement? Love engagement, what is that? Yes, that's it. A love engagement is when two people fall in love first, then move toward marriage. It requires fateful meetings, many coincidences, and they must overcome adversity together as well. Scarlet was silent for a moment, then asked. That's such a familiar story, but why are you telling me this? Because it symbolizes a happy ending. That must be wonderful, right? Would you like to try it once? While dancing, she glanced down at her feet, quietly calculating. If I make a big mistake like stepping on his foot, maybe that would help with breaking off the engagement, right? Charlean said. Hey, Scarlet, look up here for a moment. Scarlet obeyed and looked up at him. Their eyes met, creating a beautiful moment. His lips curled slightly into a smile. Finally, you're looking at me. Scarlet blushed, looking at him. Truly a beauty that could save the world. Thank you for the compliment. I'm very pleased. Scarlet felt a little embarrassed, blushed more, then quickly avoided his gaze. Your Majesty? Yes? Speak. The thing is, because I'm embarrassed, I didn't dare tell you. Actually, I dance terribly. Like a complete beginner. I see. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around her waist and gently lifted her up, spinning her skillfully in the air. Your Majesty. Scarlet's heart skipped a beat. He looked at her tenderly, smiled, then set her down gently. No problem, right? Isn't that so, Scarlet? Yes, that's right. But, why did you suddenly bring up the love engagement? Your Majesty might not know now, but, who knows, one day the destined person might suddenly appear, and then everything else would become meaningless. Sounds like you want to give it a try, huh? Scarlet paused, pointing to herself. Me? No, I'm a realist, after all. I see. Well then, let's end today's practice here. I still have business to attend to at the palace. Is that all right, Scarlet? Time really flew by? Of course it's all right. If you're busy, you should hurry on, Your Majesty. Nancy asked Lucy. Lucy, do you think our young lady really can't dance? I don't know. There's never been any rumors about her dancing. That's true. There's no rumor saying she's a great dancer, but no one ever said she dances poorly either. Lucy replied. Maybe, Nancy turned to ask. Maybe what? Lucy thought to herself, he's doing it on purpose. Seeing Lucy spacing out, Nancy called out, Lucy? What's wrong? Are you upset? No, I'm just lost in thought. What? That's boring. If he's doing it on purpose, then what's his aim? What's the deal? Because, when looking at Lady Scarlet, His Majesty is very gentle. His gaze can only be explained as the look of someone in love. A few days later, Armand came by. Baba, what do you think? Even just turning your head looks elegant. Really? You mean this outfit suits me, right? Baba had stayed at Armand's mansion as a guest since that incident. But you only came to my room just to ask that? Yeah. I'm done talking, so I'll go now. Baba was stunned. I'm busy too, you know. Scarlet stepped out, looking down. She called out, Your Majesty. Charlean looked up and saw her radiant, shining bright. She softly said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I just arrived as well, so don't worry about it, Scarlet. Shall we go then? She smiled and replied, Yes. Nervous? A little. This is my first time coming to a place like this. Don't forget, I'm here with you. Suddenly, she was surprised when Charlean held out his hand before her. Here. After a moment of hesitation, she gently placed her hand in his. This was the son of the Empire, Emperor Charlean Callier. And this was Lady Scarlet Armand, daughter of Duke Armand. Scarlet. Yes, Your Majesty? We will dance the first dance together. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing her take the initiative to reach out, Charlean looked a little surprised. After a moment, he smiled. Scarlet, if you want, you can dance with Count Iszar before dancing with me. What's the matter? Never mind. She was confused. What? You just said that for no reason? Charlean looked at her attentively, then softly praised. You are truly beautiful. She replied casually. Of course. I've always been beautiful, just today especially so. Looking in the mirror, I almost thought I was a goddess, no joke. Hearing her praise herself, Charlean was momentarily stunned, then said, A goddess who doesn't know she's a goddess, that means nothing. You are simply perfectly beautiful. Scarlet blushed, embarrassed. I'm going outside to get some fresh air. She stepped out, covered her face with her hands, silently exclaiming, Oh my God. She recalled Charlean's words, You really are too beautiful. Scarlet thought to herself. Words that sweet, with that face, truly make me flutter. But it's probably just a lie. After all, he belongs to someone else. Suddenly, she became resolute. No more looking at him. Just go away. Yet he dared to say such things, and he's even my fiancé. How could I not want to rush to him right now? But I mustn't. I can't let Charlean know what I'm thinking. Lost in thought, someone came closer and asked, What are you doing? That tired voice, it was Baba. Baba raised his hand in greeting. Hey! Since when did you get here? I didn't see you. I purposely came without letting anyone know, so how could you see me? Scarlet smiled. You probably hate attracting attention. Yeah, something like that. Baba looked around and asked, What are you doing here? Not dancing? Isn't the first dance supposed to be with the Emperor? Scarlet hesitated. I thought so too. But it seems not. Maybe the Emperor has other matters to attend to. She took a deep breath and continued slowly. You know, I think, better to do something and regret it than to do nothing at all. Baba tilted his head, looking at her. What are you thinking? What do you think of Emperor Charlean? She hesitated for a moment, then softly answered. He's someone I want to be just a little happier. At that moment, Charlean happened to walk by and unintentionally overheard their conversation. Baba chuckled. Aha! He thought to himself. Scarlet is like the blazing summer sun, while Charlean is like the winter wind, gentle yet fierce. They may seem like an imperfect match, but actually very harmonious. Scarlet interrupted Baba's thoughts, asking, What's that supposed to mean? Why are you suddenly asking about that? Nothing, Baba replied. It's just that? What? What is it? Scarlet interrupted, curious. Suddenly Charlean spoke coldly. What are you doing here? Is it cold? Yes, and I even ran into Bersha. Scarlet was surprised. Wait, Your Majesty, we've never met before. Bersha smiled softly. I am Bersha, ancestor of the Barcelona Braco family, a great minister from ancient times. Oh, I see, Scarlet said. Bersha, I have something to discuss with Scarlet. Yes, I will step aside for you. The air grew colder, but Scarlet didn't feel much chill. Charlean took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Scarlet looked up and called out. Your Majesty, don't you want to come inside? If you want to stay, just stay. I'll be here too. If we can't dance, then this will do instead. No, Scarlet reacted quickly. You didn't give me a choice earlier, so that doesn't count. Charlene's hand was so cold that Scarlet froze for a moment, thinking to herself. Alright, I admit going outside was useless. I'm going to catch a cold. Alright, I admit I like this tyrant. Really like him. But I'm not confident I can be an amazing lover, like the love of the century. On the contrary, this man could be the love of the century. She asked Charlean. Your Majesty, so you don't need to practice with me anymore, right? What are we talking about? Charlean replied, then cleared his throat. Nothing at all. Suddenly, Charlean stopped speaking mid-sentence. Scarlet asked. What's wrong? Why are you silent, Your Majesty? Suddenly, they heard a voice. Ah, a shooting star. Charlean muttered. That's a lie. Scarlet exclaimed excitedly. Where? The shooting star? It just flew past. Charlean thought quietly to himself. Even with power, I can do nothing but protect myself. So I chose people who don't need protection and try to live alongside them. I won't let anyone know I care about her. She looked confused and asked. What? Why didn't I see it? Charlean looked at her, the corner of his lips curling into a slight smile. Meanwhile, she kept searching eagerly for the shooting star. Where are you? It was still Charlene's recurring thought. The world she saw was still as beautiful as ever. After that, she returned to the mansion. While sleeping, she suddenly moaned, you, then sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. Something was very strange. What kind of dream was that? If the dreams she had were connected to the prophetic ability of the Armand family. When she was in the Duke's study, she only heard voices without seeing faces clearly, so she wasn't sure. If this was truly a prophetic dream, then one of the two must die. The voice of the dark mage and the voice of her father seemed to match, though somewhat distorted. Those who watched the first meeting between Charlean and Chelera weren't looking because they were beautiful or attractive, but with the cold eyes of assassins aiming at their prey. Especially when looking at Callier the temple, which now appeared much darker than before. When she saw the symbol of the Ricos constellation, she was shocked. Could it be, the cathedral and the dark mage were cooperating? The next morning, tired, she said. Finally, I cannot have a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a voice called out. Scarlet, it's me. She was surprised and recognized it was Bersha. Bersha? What brings you here at this hour? I brought this for you. It was in my room. Last night I found it in a corner. Curious, she asked. What is it? I'm not sure. But your name is written on it. Inside the old, worn chest that Bersha found in the room was nothing but Scarlet's diary without any seals or specific names. The diary was there? How strange, very strange. The diary was a treasure she wanted to hide, but also something she always wanted to keep close. Scarlet's room was quite far from where the diary was hidden. So when she hid it there, what was she thinking? She felt a bit guilty reading someone else's diary, but now, she was Scarlet. At that time, she was also beaten by the Duke. Then, suddenly, everything went dark. Of course, it was predictable that the content wouldn't bring a happy smile when reading. But the more she read, the colder her blood became. By the end of the page, her hand was trembling. What is this? Am I a fake? Am I not legitimate? Yes. It's better if you don't remember that truth. Because Mother loved him, you were born in pain. It was all Mother's fault. The power of God is something that cannot be contained in a single bowl, yet Mother loved him so much that she forgot this truth. A man like the sunlight? Scarlet, you must survive. Think of yourself, and value yourself. Do not sacrifice or pity anyone. If you still feel you cannot do it, use this. It will help you. So, Duke Aaron is Scarlet's biological father. And that damn Baron abandoned his beloved who was in a good relationship all because of the family seal, to marry his brother's pregnant girlfriend? So Scarlet is not the Baron's daughter after all. So, the family seal has passed on to me, then? However, I still don't know where that seal is. But if I become the Duke, no one expects me to have it, so it's not an urgent matter. The problem is, how do I deal with that damn Baron? The servant Lucy worried silently. This murderous aura, what is it? Scarlet thought to herself. I should act quickly. The more that bastard suffers, the better. I must find the family seal that filthy man desires so much. Early the next morning, she got to work. What's going on? It's not very important. But I want to give this to Madam. What is it? It's a kind of medicine, made from winter flowers. Winter flowers are plants that can be powdered to make hair removal medicine. But if you press out the juice, it becomes a toxic poison. Milia was silent for a moment, then asked. Where did this come from? That's a business secret. Scarlet thought to herself. I can't say Bersha gave it to me. Milia pondered deeply for a long time, then picked up the bottle of medicine. Anything else you want to say? No. But she opened her bag and added, just make him bald. Then she placed several small packets of medicine on the table. At that moment, Duke Baron arrived. Did Madam call me for something? Well, it's been hard to see you lately. He thought to himself. Could she be trying to get rid of me so she can make the child the Duke? How have you been recently? You care how I'm living? Of course. Please have some tea, I brought some good tea. Baron thought silently. She's really arrogant. Then he said, by the way, I recently met a woman. She's very beautiful. Is that so? Why are you telling me this? Why? Well, I have to say it anyway. After all, I'm the one you need. So I guess you've thought a lot about it? What are you talking about? Milia thought. Just like that girl said, I mean nothing to him anymore. I've already said it. I'm not a good person, nor do I think I'm better than you, Duke. You just called me Duke? Yes. I call you Duke. Is there a problem? He slammed the table and shouted. Madam, how dare you speak to the head of the family like that? Are you crazy? Do you even know what you're saying? Is there any wife in the world who calls her husband by his title? Anyway, you're still the one I need. I hesitated a lot, but in the end, I just can't. Madam, are you listening to me? Or have you gone crazy like that Scarlet girl? She said she agrees for me to do this. Do what? Really, how ridiculous. A new life, huh? How is it that something no one else understands, is only understood by her? Even Iszar cannot deny it. Madam Milia kept laughing like that, though she didn't want to at all. Baron angrily said, Madam, are you mocking me? Suddenly, his face turned dark, and he gasped. Hook, hawk. Everything before his eyes blurred, and he collapsed to the floor. Ack? Seen him, a servant whispered. So the medicine has taken effect already. Duke. A little while later, Lucy said, There's a letter for you, my lady. And, it's not from His Majesty. Oh really? If someone heard that, they'd think I've been waiting all day for a letter from His Majesty, Scarlet replied. Lucy, if that's what you think, then that's a big misunderstanding. I mean, not exactly, but it's not like I'm that eager. Yes, my lady. I'm going to meet His Majesty anyway, so there's no need to send letters back and forth. Yes. In that case, I'll excuse myself since I have some things to attend to. Scarlet watched her leave and thought to herself. Lucy's been acting a bit grumpy lately, or is it just my imagination? Then she opened the letter and read the contents. To Lady Scarlet, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine myself. I'm writing to let you know that the child you entrusted to me has regained consciousness and has been declared fully recovered. From what I've learned, the boy is Glenn Massier, the son of House Massier. He is 20 years old and refers to you as his older sister. Do you happen to know him? Elder Andrine. Scarlet blinked in surprise. Older sister? The letter continued. I will bring the boy over soon. Please let me know when would be a good time for you to visit. I'll also share more news with you then. So it really is Glenn Massier. Well, I guessed as much, so let's just go with it. But wait, we're the same age. Why is he calling me sister? What a ridiculous guy. Still, since this involved the Duke's affairs, she figured it was a good opportunity to meet with the elders. Looks like everything's falling into place. Scene shifts to the forest. Charlean was walking when she suddenly met Chelera walking the opposite way. Both froze, their eyes locking intently. The silence between them grew tense, neither willing to break it first. Finally, Charlean spoke. Why are you staring at me like that? Chelera trembled, whispering. How could this be? Charlean frowned and echoed her words coldly. How could this be? Since wearing the magical ring Scarlet found, Charlean could hear faint sounds from afar. This time, he easily caught the whispered words clearly. He called out coldly. Number 1. Yes, Your Majesty. A voice responded from the shadows behind, startling Chelera. In her mind, Chelera thought. When did he get a bodyguard? Unexpectedly appearing like this, if this tyrant starts to suspect, I'll be in trouble. Though it annoys me, I have no choice. Stay calm, just look him in the eye. Maybe the earlier failed communication was my fault, perhaps because the speed of thought transmission is slower? As the last descendant of Callier, I inherited immense power, almost like a divine incarnation? Could this really be happening? Scarlet was shocked to realize. Could it be, he's reading my thoughts? I must overturn Carrer's world, but that cannot? That tyrant possesses a treasure I can never defeat. Charlean smirked. You say, my very existence is absurd. Finally, you realize that? He thought silently. I was on my way to meet Scarlet, yet she obstructed me. And with such empty words, how boring. He stared at her intently, his voice deepening. You are the one who killed my lover, Glenn Major. Do you remember him? What a waste of time. Charlean raised his hand, causing Chelera to recoil in terror. A murderous aura surged forth, Charlene's face turning dark and menacing. Then all that could be heard was a terrified scream. In the safe zone. Why are you only here now? Scarlet really missed you. Scarlet smiled brightly, holding out her hand to catch a swarm of little spirits fluttering around her. Oh my, really? Sorry, guys. One spirit circled her and asked. What are you planning to do today? Plant some fruit trees. You guys already ate all the ones I planted before. I bought more seeds. Scarlet is so adorable. Scarlet laughed and was about to start her work when a deep, warm voice sounded behind her. Those are spirits? She startled and turned around. It was Charlean. Your Majesty. You're here. Charlean nodded. When I gave the young lady that spirit stone, I should have realized sooner. These creatures are just children, huh? Yes, sir. Scarlet blushed, looking up at him, thinking, he's still so handsome today. She turned to the little spirits. Hey, everyone, this is His Majesty the Emperor. Go greet him. One spirit suddenly shouted. Not a friend. Smells like a strong eggplant. What are you guys saying? Scarlet was surprised. Black eggplant. Ugly, pitch black. Go away. Stay away from Scarlet. Don't come near him. Scarlet was stunned. What is going on? She asked. Hey, why are you calling him an eggplant? What's wrong with that vegetable? One spirit replied. Black eggplants are spirits outside our group. Over there. In the Tea Palace. Scarlet was amazed. Oh my goodness, really? There are spirits living inside the palace too. The spirits nodded. They can't even make rice cakes properly. All they do is play, and play all day long. Scarlet nodded thoughtfully. Maybe those kids can't do anything useful, so they're just jealous of you all. A spirit asked back. Really? Scarlet nodded again but thought quietly to herself. However, there's something strange. Why does the eggplant spirit scent come from His Majesty? From some trivia Scarlet had read before, she knew that the smell of the eggplant spirits which the little spirits absolutely hate and fear is similar to the scent of blood. Charlean asked gently. Tell me, what kind of fruit do you like? I will give Scarlet the best kind. Seeing no reply from the spirits, he continued. If you need seeds, I can also enhance them so they grow faster. One spirit squinted. You don't like eggplants, do you? Charlean smiled softly. Not that I can't eat them, I just don't like the taste. Scarlet laughed. Really, I see. So His Majesty can be cute sometimes like this. Perhaps, because he doesn't want to be disliked. She hesitated a bit and then said. I was planning to meet Glenn Major, but ended up postponing a few days. Charlean tilted his head. Glenn Major? The boy you once fostered? Yes. Now he's a young man of 20. Charlean nodded, eyes deepening. That's a good idea, I mean, not meeting him. It's not that I don't want to meet, but... He paused, then added. Once I return, I will gather the elders. Scarlet nodded lightly. Actually, everything has been ready for a long time. I just postponed because I wanted to wait for the right moment. Unfortunately, there's still no solid evidence to accuse the Duke. But I think we can use some of the existing evidence, at least to hold leverage over him. Charlean raised an eyebrow, his voice low and serious. And then, you intend to charge him with his crimes? Scarlet nodded. Yes. And, I look forward to that day. He smiled slightly. You mean to kick the Duke out, and become the head of the family? Scarlet was about to say something, but then stopped. She only smiled and replied. Yes. The next day. While the Duke was ill, Scarlet and the elders secretly held an urgent meeting. The meeting was called the Elders' Council, and the main topic was the Duke's indictment and the appointment of a new family representative. As you've heard, today I want to propose two issues, the indictment and the election of a new family head. Adrian, Sidon, Dion, Elphine, and even Freya. Suddenly, a voice challenged Scarlet. Miss, if you want to be the family representative, you should be careful with your words. Even if you're not the representative yet, the position of senior counselor in this room is reserved only for those qualified. Scarlet smiled faintly. Oh, really? Looking at his dark expression, Scarlet asked. What's wrong with you? Nothing. She sneered inwardly, keep puffing yourself up. Soon enough, my secret card will make sure you can't do that anymore. Then Lady Dion spoke up. Humph, it's been a long time since we had an Elders' Council meeting. And suddenly you claim to be the family head's representative? The Duke is still in the process of atonement, isn't he? Exactly. If he's still atoning, how can there be a representative? Scarlet replied calmly. Then I'll be the one to atone for him. Hearing that, everyone was secretly shocked. No. What does that even mean? What nonsense is this? Suddenly, Gaben interrupted. Enough with the jokes. Since when did this family start caring about the elders anyway? What business is this of ours? Scarlet answered firmly. You are very important. Because it seems that the mages Armand, Radsahel, and Callier are paying close attention to you, the guardians of the Ma-Beast forest boundary. If you were not important, who in Armand would be? It is precisely thanks to your strength in protecting the boundary, along with many protective spells, that the dark mages cannot openly invade Armand. I need you. Commander Elfin. While everyone was silently pondering, Freya spoke up. So that's why you hurriedly called this meeting? Seems like in the lady's eyes, we're easily overlooked, huh? Maybe yes, or maybe not. What is this? Should I say it's a secret that can't be revealed? Scarlet thought to herself. This secret had been hidden in the original story, eventually leading to a terrible outcome. Another secret was that the Duke could reclaim his territory smoothly despite not being recognized by the elders because of this. Somehow, with the butler's help, she had uncovered it. How could things be like this, she muttered. The Duke hated revealing the secret to anyone. Scarlet thought maybe because the Emperor had killed everyone related to the Dark Mages, the Duke was even more anxious and hid it carefully. Others might say it's no big deal, but everyone has their secrets, right? Well, why is everyone so sour? There's a saying, blood is thicker than water. Maybe the Duke wants to use this to pressure us, Scarlet said, then laughed aloud. Right? Oh, pressure sounds too harsh. I just want everyone to be harmonious. Sidon stood up, shouting in frustration. Damn it. Who would ever believe that? Oh please, don't talk nonsense. I really called you all here to cooperate. And take a closer look at the document I handed out. Things that Duke Baron can't solve, I can. Besides, if I become the family's representative, wouldn't that be better for both sides? I guarantee I can solve your problems. So, if I succeed, you must recognize me as the Duke on that very day. At the same time, elsewhere? That tea must be poisoned somehow. Where the hell did she learn that trick? And where did that damn tea come from? Damn it. Ungrateful fools. How dare you treat Baron Armand like this? I won't forgive any of you. Who made your comfortable lives possible? Just wait, I'll kill every last one of you. The butler opened the door, astonished. Oh my lord. You are still not fully recovered. You shouldn't exert yourself so much. Enough. Who told you to worry so much and disturb me like this? I am sorry, sir. That woman, where is the lady now? Don't lie. You better tell the truth. Madam left early this morning, sir. Out? So no one is home while the master is ill? And Miss Scarlet is attending the Elders' Council meeting? Yes, sir. What? That brat has the audacity to attend the meeting? Anyone from the Armand lineage was summoned, sir. Then what is her purpose in calling this meeting? I'm not sure exactly. But I heard it's to present some evidence from Master Iszar. Damn it. Why are you only telling me now? Back with Scarlet, she said firmly. Until now, how could the Armand family be so easily manipulated? This is exactly why Scarlet Armand will accuse Duke Armand. So, make your decision. Everyone was still pondering, before a sudden shout broke the silence. Scarlet! Baron man, Scarlet said, surprised. Baron stormed in, yelling. What do you think you're doing? Everyone stared daggers at him. In an instant, the room grew dark and heavy with tension. How insolent. You miserable wretch. I should have killed you long ago. What is the family head doing here? Someone like you, who only cares about yourself, dares to show up here. How shameless, no sense of shame. He gritted his teeth, growling. Shut up. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Looking at you, I suppose you already understand the situation well, right? If you have something to say, take your time. Scarlet replied coolly. All right, just at the right time. Listen to me, just because I taught you a lesson a little, you dare to make such a big scene? You're a damn brat. All grown up but no wisdom. How could the Elders' Council allow you to run wild like this? Do you think climbing to that position is that easy? Get out of here immediately. Scarlet smiled nonchalantly. Done already? What? Just as I thought, your vocabulary is truly very limited, isn't it? His face darkened with rage. What did you say? If that's all you wanted to say, since you're already here, why not join the meeting? Please take a seat in the place reserved for criminals. Scarlet turned to ask the elders. Does the Elders' Council acknowledge that Duke Armand has insulted the direct descendants of the Armand lineage? Everyone answered in unison, yes. Does the Elders' Council acknowledge that he has deceived and blackmailed the family vassals? Yes. They answered unanimously. Even the Duchess expressed her agreement with these accusations. Therefore, I hereby declare, Duke Armand, the current family head, is formally accused. Baron shouted fiercely. Who gave you permission? Who gave you permission to accuse me? I won't let this go. I will kill you, Scarlet Armand. Having said that, he lunged toward Scarlet, intending to strike her. But immediately, Baron was stopped, causing the object in his hand to fall. Seeing this, Scarlet quickly stepped back to avoid it. The object fell straight into a lush green potted plant. Baron fell to the ground and accidentally knocked over a box containing medicine on the table. Scarlet anticipated what was about to happen and curled her lips into a satisfied smile. The medicine bottle hit Baron's head, shattering loudly and splashing a green liquid all over him. My head, Baron groaned, clutching his head, ugh, ugh. Seeing him writhe and scream in pain, Dion stepped forward and asked, Are you all right, sir? Scarlet immediately spoke up, ordering, Stay right there. Don't come near or touch him. Hearing that, Dion immediately stepped back. Scarlet approached coldly and said, Baron Armand, give up. On his head, a large patch of hair had completely fallen out, revealing red, irritated skin. I forbid you to come near me. You crazy witch, Baron shouted. Call me whatever you want, Scarlet replied calmly, but remember, even a saint couldn't cure this. There's no antidote. Right after, all that could be heard was a scream. Don't let that bald guy escape. Catch him. Yes, sir, temporarily, Gaben responded. But then Gaben looked at Scarlet seriously and said, Just imprisoning him in jail might not be enough. Scarlet looked at him and asked, What's the matter? Gaben showed the object Baron was holding and said, This is what he was carrying. That black thing, right? Scarlet recognized it. Yes. I've seen this once before, Gaben said slowly. It's connected to some extremely dangerous people. Extremely dangerous people, Scarlet repeated. There's only one group I must be cautious of when mentioning the word dangerous, the black sorcerers. Wow, Scarlet narrowed her eyes. Then I must act quickly. If Baron Armand has accomplices, this will keep happening. Besides, I have many other issues to deal with, she said quietly, her eyes glancing toward the potted plant now withered from the spilled liquid. Scarlet bent down, examined the dead plant carefully, then said, I will take this pot with me. Everyone anxiously tried to stop her. It's too dangerous, my lady. Scarlet nodded, her tone low. For now, I will discuss this matter with His Majesty. This is necessary, she said firmly. To be honest, I couldn't say anything earlier, because I feared that the weaknesses people were trying to hide might be connected to the black sorcerers. She looked around, her gaze resolute. That's understandable, yes. If it had ended there, it could have been overlooked. But when direct evidence appears, in the hands of the mastermind himself, Baron Armand, things are different now. Scarlet stepped forward and held up the piece of evidence for everyone to see. This is clear proof that Baron Armand is linked to the black sorcerers. Suddenly, she paused, sensing something. There's a smell. She bent down, picked up the potted plant, and said thoughtfully, It would be better to reveal everything to His Majesty, rather than trying to hide it. I hope we can overcome this hardship together. The room fell into silence. After a while, Iszar spoke. It's not completely black, is it? I've seen it before. Scarlet turned to him and asked. Really? Yeah, it was actually dark green. But, he drank it. He drank this. Yes. I once saw him, drunk, or at least I thought he was. But it seems, he lost control after drinking it. Scarlet frowned. I thought he acted that way because he was drunk, turns out, that wasn't it. Iszar nodded. I remember clearly, at first, Baron Armand was aggressive when drunk, but later on, he became terrifying. Something wasn't right, that face, with bulging green veins, it was because of the potion. Scarlet nodded, her voice cold. It seems imprisoning him under house arrest, as Gaben suggested, is far too lenient. Then she turned to Iszar. Iszar. He replied, slightly surprised. Scarlet pointed toward Baron. Tie Baron Armand up immediately, and lock him in the dungeon beneath the estate. In another corner, Chelara quietly questioned herself. She had arranged that meeting, crafting every detail to remind him of Scarlet Armand, the woman he once loved. Why? She froze. Why did he spare her? That emperor, he could have killed her. But he didn't, he let her go. Everything had been covered up. Elsewhere? Did you see that, Gaben? Iszar's voice was sharp, his gaze cold. What dangerous thing have you brought back this time? Because, it's what I needed, Gaben replied, though his face betrayed unease. Iszar frowned. Even if you didn't know exactly, you should at least remember this, that's a fragment of the sealed demon god. The air grew thick. The stench was unbearable, putrid, nauseating. What is this thing? Someone asked. Black water, Gaben said quietly. That's what everyone calls it. A thick, black liquid, sealed for centuries. And yes, it's part of the demon god. The next day? It ended cleanly, which is for the best, Scarlet said calmly. I believe it was a wise decision. With nothing more to say, she nodded slightly. Let's go. Iszar and Scarlet stood in silence for a moment. Then Iszar turned and walked away. As his figure faded into the distance, Scarlet suddenly called out, Iszar. But he didn't respond, simply striding on in silence. Scarlet turned and looked at the silent woman standing behind her. Without saying another word, she stood up. Then, I'll take my leave. A few days later. The appointment with Charlean. Chelara sat in the carriage, her heart a tangled mess. I really do like His Majesty. But what if the heroine appears, and he falls for her at first sight? She sighed, murmuring to herself. Stay strong. As long as I keep moving forward steadily, that's enough. Outside, the coachman furrowed his brows at the sky and muttered. What's troubling the lady this time? Scarlet continued mulling over her thoughts. If he really does fall for her at first sight? Well, if I believe that's true, and I sense she likes him too, then I'll strike first. Love is a matter of timing, after all. But there was a more pressing issue, She recalled the previous ball and clutched her head in frustration. What am I going to do about all the weird things I did that night? I must be insane. Truly insane. Why did I waste time on such pointless things? Outside, the coachman called out. My lady, it's dangerous. Please sit still. But she kept thinking. Even if His Majesty doesn't know what I've done. It was all just to get rejected, but still, how embarrassing. Wait, whatever. I'm pretty, after all. She took a deep breath and told herself. So first, ask him about his ideal type, then strike. A little later, meeting Charlean. Scarlet spoke. Aside from being assigned today to represent the Duke and these 100 potted plants. She took a breath and continued. Your Majesty, I have something I'd like to ask. A question, Charlean nodded. Yes, go ahead, Scarlet. Well, there's something I wanted to ask, but... She fumbled with her words, cheeks flushed red. Then, mustering all her courage, she blurted it out. Do you have an ideal type, Your Majesty? Shit. Charlean nearly choked on his tea. What? An ideal type? I was just curious, that's all. Why are you asking that? Well, could Your Majesty tell me? Charlean fell into thoughtful silence. Someone who wears flowers on her head and runs through the streets without caring how others look at her, whether it's wine or flowers, it doesn't matter. Sometimes she gets all excited over a single pastry, humph. Sometimes she even towers over me. He paused for a moment, then added. Ah, and one more thing. Thinking of the Baron in the dungeon, Charlean spoke slowly. Just one strike could have ended the enemy's life. Yet Scarlet chose not to act. Scarlet froze. The person Charlean was describing was her. She thought to herself. Who knew he had such unique tastes? Ugh, I'm doomed, aren't I? She murmured. Well, I suppose someone like that must be really hard to find. Hard to find, Charlean frowned. Why would you say that? You think that kind of person is common, Scarlet? She flinched slightly. Something's off. Did I misunderstand something? Charlean's voice dropped. The reason I realized I liked this person more than I expected was because I couldn't understand her. I was honestly disappointed when I heard what her ideal type was. You mean, you like people who are different? Who don't care what others think of them? Exactly. But unlike my former fiancés, you were the first one to propose an engagement. So, I had a little hope. Scarlet softly asked. Your Majesty, may I ask one more thing? Go ahead. I want to know, why did you want to get engaged to me? Charlean paused for a moment. That was because I suspected the Armand family back then. Scarlet slowly repeated his words. So, what Your Majesty means is, you don't like me. You only proposed the engagement to use me, didn't you? She let out a bitter smile. This is the first time I'm hearing this clearly, but since I'd already suspected it, I'm not that surprised. Lowering her gaze, she whispered. You know what kind of atmosphere is surrounding my family right now, and besides, we're friends, aren't we? Even if we don't continue this engagement, you could still work with me to investigate whether a dark mage is involved with my family. Then she lifted her head again, her eyes now calm and steady. But, knowing all that, why do you still want to keep the engagement? At first, I thought if I ever suggested breaking off the engagement or asked something like this, he'd kill me right on the spot. But now, I know he won't. Still, if only he said he wanted to stay engaged because he loved me, that would have been enough. But Charlean only answered coolly. Because, it's dangerous. She looked up at him in surprise. By being engaged to me, you'll be in danger. Even if we break it off, that danger won't go away. Hearing that, she was truly shocked. All of Charlean's previous fiancés had died. Not only that, members of the Cloud family were now being murdered as well. After a long silence, she finally asked. But, it wasn't you, right, Your Majesty? You're not the one killing your fiancés, is someone else targeting them? Charlean nodded, his voice low and grim. Those close to me, anyone who might grow close to me, there will always be those who try to harm them. No matter the cost. So, you mean, they try to kill them in the temple? Exactly. Her heart tightened. So that's what it is. They're plotting to destroy the three great families Callier, Armand, and Ratsahel, and seize something. Of course, Charlean replied. This engagement has lasted quite some time now, so they've been targeting me even more. Scarlet let out a quiet breath, then said. But as you know, Your Majesty, up until now, nothing has truly threatened our lives. You're right. But that's because both your family and mine are not easily shaken by the affairs of the temple. However, he paused, his gaze turning serious. If either one of us disappears, I can't say what might happen within the temple. Scarlet suddenly remembered. Also, I once told you that I found the symbol of the Ross Church, the new symbol used by dark mages inside the temple. Yes, she nodded. Baron Armand, the former head of the Armand family, drank something, and the bottle had that symbol carved on it. It's possible, the dark mages are closer than we think. Maybe even inside the temple, she added. Exactly. That's entirely possible. Charlean leaned slightly toward her, looking her in the eyes. That's why, there needs to be a connection between you and me. She blushed and stammered. So what you're saying is, the reason you've kept this engagement, is to protect me, right? Isn't that it? Seeing Charlean remain silent, she grew more anxious. Your Majesty, why won't you say anything? Aren't you keeping this engagement to protect me? Please say something. Your Majesty, are you even listening to me? She stepped closer, pressing him with more questions. Your Majesty, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Charlean turned away awkwardly, avoiding her gaze. I'm fine. Really? Yes, really. Are you sure? I'm sure. Or, is there poison in the tea? There's no poison. Then, answer my question. Which question? I mean, the reason you've kept this engagement all this time, it's because you want to protect me, isn't it? Charlean went quiet for a moment, then sighed. How does your mind always end up going there? Then, what did I say wrong? It's not that, it's just, maybe. Yes. Please, just say it. Your Majesty. But Charlean murmured softly. It's nothing. Huh? Why did you stop mid-sentence? Is this, homework or something? Why do I have to answer that? There's no such homework in this world, Your Majesty. Charlean immediately tried to change the subject. The flower vase you brought. Leave it here so we can examine it thoroughly. Your Majesty, that's not the issue here. She suddenly burst out, her voice serious. Do you know that up until now, you haven't answered a single one of my questions? Charlean replied calmly. I know. But, the answer I want to hear from you right now isn't that one. You're just going to hand me a potentially dangerous vase without saying a word? She bowed her head slightly, and spoke slowly. I thought, we were close friends. But maybe I was wrong. Please, Your Majesty, forgive me. Charlean fell silent. She tried to smile and said, I'll write you a letter. I'll be waiting, Charlean replied briefly. On her way back, she smiled faintly, unsure if it was to comfort herself, or because of a small glimmer of hope just beginning to bloom in her heart. Even if it's just a little, it seems there's still hope, isn't there? But then her thoughts grew heavy again. Still, if this really is the work of the dark sorcerers, then someone is targeting me. I'd better avoid going out too much. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Outside the window a figure caught her eye. Isn't that Chelera? She gasped inwardly in amazement. Wow, she's really beautiful, seriously. Red hair, and red irises too? Compared to the vague image I saw in my dream, she's even more stunning. But then she frowned. Wait a minute, red eyes? That doesn't seem right. Fiery red hair and eyes like shimmering emeralds, her appearance radiated a charisma both alluring and intense. But she couldn't shake off the strange feeling creeping into her chest. According to the original story, Chelera had green eyes. Can just a change in eye color really alter the whole atmosphere that much? Or maybe I'm mistaken. But then she thought, the events from the original won't even start for a few more months. Then why does my heart feel so uneasy? She gripped her sleeve tightly as a sudden idea flashed through her mind. I wonder if it'll work, but maybe I should try using the power of the deity. If I remember correctly, it's not just for healing, it can also be used in situations like this. If that power worked, then just by channeling a bit of divine energy into Chelera, she'd be able to recognize her instantly in the future even if her appearance changed. She looked up and whispered softly, "Please, let me transfer a little divine energy into Chelera." But her heart was still unsettled. Until that happens, I won't know for sure whether the original story has truly been altered or not. As she stepped into the house, a servant spoke politely. "Milady, a letter has arrived for you. I've placed it on your desk." A letter? Could it be from His Majesty already? She murmured, her heart fluttering. Then immediately denied it. No, probably not. She walked to the desk and opened the letter. Sure enough, it was from Brian and Adrian. But as her eyes skimmed the first few lines, she suddenly froze. This is? Just then, a servant entered with tea and asked, "Milady, I've just prepared your tea. But, where are you going?" Scarlet looked up, urgency in her voice. "Lucy, prepare the carriage immediately. But, it's almost dinner time. Shall I ask the kitchen to prepare something for you?" "Later," she replied quickly, rushing out. This isn't the time to worry about food. At last, I'm going to meet Glenn properly. At her destination, Scarlet stepped down from the carriage and immediately made her way inside. She didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Where's Glenn Major right now? I want to meet him first." Brian and Adrian exchanged glances, then fell silent for a moment. Finally, Adrian spoke, half joking, half serious. "We may look important, but we're basically just guards standing at the door." Scarlet frowned. "Guards? What do you mean by that?" "You'll understand once you're inside. This way, please." A short while later, standing before a large door, Scarlet paused for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open. "Hello. My name is Scarlet Armand. I'm the one you've always wanted to meet." Inside the room, Glenn Major slowly turned around. She gasped inwardly. Wow, he really does look like an angel. But before she could say another word, Glenn suddenly ran to her and threw his arms around her, tears streaming down his face. "Sister." Scarlet's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. "What is happening?" The boy sobbed. "You're not going to leave me anymore, right? This insanely pretty kid, what's with him?" Scarlet's mind spun like a whirlwind, but she quickly made a decision. "I have no idea what's going on, but I'll just pretend to be his sister for now." And then she smiled softly. "Well, I guess I've been defeated by an angel's gaze." A small voice whispered in her ear. "I still don't know your name. What's your name?" Glenn Major was said to be the sole surviving member of the Glenn Major family. So why did she have this nagging suspicion? Was he really just 2 years old? He didn't seem mature at all. Moreover, that innocent face might just be a mask. She couldn't let her first impression cloud her judgment. She had to remain composed as the representative of the Armand family. She said, "I am very sorry about the fate of the Glenn Major family, sir. Just call me Glenn, that's more comfortable. If you prefer that, I will follow. It's easier to talk that way." She thought becoming the head representative hadn't been officially announced yet, so generally she was on the same social level as him. However, since she also had a position in the palace as a fiancé, she could speak a little more freely. "But Glenn, could you tell me why you call me sister? We just met today, and you keep calling me that, which makes me a bit puzzled." Glenn replied, "I had a sister who sacrificed her life to save me. Because of family circumstances, her identity was not made public, but she was my only sister. When I was captured by bandits, I missed her terribly. After I woke up, the elders here told me that everyone there had died. The last memory I have of her is her screaming hoarsely, begging for me to be allowed to live. Sob, sister, to see you again like this, I am so happy." Scarlet was puzzled, thinking, Why does he, though seeming a bit fake, show suspicion in front of the only living member of his family? "That's not a good idea, Glenn, calm down. I'm sorry, I was just too emotional." "It's okay, surprise can do that," she teased the boy to make him smile. "If you want to cry, just cry. When sad, crying out all your frustrations is the best. It's nothing to apologize for." After he finished crying, she said, "After you're done, we will continue the interrogation." "Interrogation? What are you talking about? Why suddenly interrogation? You know you were found in Armand, very close to the magical beast forest, the place we guard most carefully, right? And your condition back then wasn't very good, so from our perspective, you're very suspicious. Moreover, when you lost your memory, you told me you were the only survivor. But the biggest problem is that after that, some mysterious evil forces began lurking around Armand, so there are many things we need to ask. After saying this, she went outside. Brian asked, "Is everything done?" Glenn ultimately couldn't escape the Major family and was captured by a strange woman, whose face he couldn't clearly remember. But she had red hair and was always in a hypnotic state. That woman called Glenn a sacrifice. She thought to herself, Glenn said that since that woman appeared, dark sorcerers began lurking around him. Although it might be a lie, Glenn was definitely being chased by the dark sorcerers. Glenn's escape was a stroke of luck. No, it was truly a miracle. Suddenly, in the brief moment when the hypnosis was lifted, he managed to flee. He hesitated between the desolate lands of Radsahel and the Armand border but chose to run towards Armand, because at that time, Armand's lands were still not fully under the control of the dark sorcerers. Thinking this, she continued, Glenn said he could sense the Radsahel aura from me. Why could he sense the Radsahel aura from me? Looking at Adrian and Brian's reactions, it seemed they already knew something. Although they were my allies, if there was something they had to hide, it was very likely connected to Scarlet's mother, who was said to be of commoner origin, but maybe she wasn't. You have a very accurate intuition. Even right now, I can clearly sense it. Only those who inherit the strong Radsahel power can sense each other. Although I'm a branch descendant, I am an unusual case who inherited the power. Is that so? Then you must come to my house, even if you don't know why. The dark sorcerers need Iszar and Glenn as sacrifices, but they can't easily take him away. So everyone, get ready to leave immediately. Scene shift, a knight reports. Your Majesty, they have begun moving from the last temple. Right after receiving news from the water deity, I sent someone to the temple to monitor every move of Scarlet Armand. If it were before, I would never have used this method. This communication comes from a temple guardian who has been bribed. No matter what happens, I would never bribe a temple guardian, but this time I broke the rule. It's all because I don't want to lose her and want to return to Scarlet's side. What should we do now? Although we haven't set off yet, I can't hide here forever. Sister, I should go out and support you too. Wait, I'll draw their attention. Draw their attention? Do you have a plan? I don't, but staying here with Scarlet Armand like this is too dangerous. I will go out and fight too. No, how could someone like you possibly help? Finally found you. Die, Scarlet Armand. Scarlet looked at the axe coming down and thought Glenn must believe his luck had run out and that he would truly die. At that moment, a sword flew through and pierced his head. Ha! That black sword, sister, someone is coming. Could it be an enemy? No, it's nothing. Charlean stepped forward and said. So it's you here. This time I was careless. Sure enough, it was Charlean, a girl wearing a flower crown running through the streets without caring about others' gazes. Whether it was alcohol or flowers didn't matter, one strike was enough to end an opponent's life. Could it be that this man likes me? Seeing her dazed, Charlean called out to Scarlet. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, and so is he. What a relief. Thank you for your help. Your Majesty, don't be so polite. I've taken down a few already. If you want, I can escort you back to the mansion. Really? Being helped like this so often makes me a bit embarrassed. But may I ask you for a favor? As you know, my carriage was broken. Helping you is my honor. Are the knights and the carriage drivers all right? They're all safe. What a relief. It's all thanks to your protection of us. But Your Majesty, how did you know we would be here today? We moved quickly and hadn't informed you yet. Charlean thought about sending someone to follow her, then shyly turned his face and said, There are my subordinates along the way. So that's it. So the people who ambushed us are subordinates of the temple? Yes, just as you guessed, they are all subordinates of the temple. First, we must return to the carriage. The night wind is very cold. Yes. Inside the carriage, Scarlet immediately fell into a deep sleep. Charlean watched her closely, then suddenly she leaned against his shoulder. He blushed and thought to himself that it felt a little more comfortable like this. He raised his hand and gently touched her face. I wish we could stay together longer. Outside, Charlean looked at the moving carriage and silently said, I have long thought that Scarlet Armand is truly lucky. Remembering how the Elder's help was needed to imprison the Duke, he never expected she would even get hold of my toy. I thought it was dead after infiltrating Armand's territory. So this is the last bloodline of Radsahel? Since when did they keep Radsahel's bloodline? Are the Armand elders really that merciful? But if that's the case, can Radsahel's power gather to me? The power that even Kalier cannot keep up with, a power reserved only for Radsahel for self-defense. It must belong to us. Among all the plans I've made before, it seems none have been carried out perfectly. But this makes me increasingly satisfied. I really want to kill her. I will change my plan. Although I showed mercy and tried to eliminate Kalier as soon as possible, things did not go as planned. At first, I wanted to see Kuria and Armand suffer, then I would definitely take Radsahel's power. So enjoy the present, my lovely toy. Meanwhile, Scarlet was still sound asleep in Charlene's arms. Glenn was trailing behind and then turned around to ask, "Is something wrong?" Feeling something strange, a very dark premonition lingered in my mind. Charlean said coldly, "Radsahel, don't even think about exploiting me. I wouldn't dare do that to you, although this is the first time we meet, I have no improper intentions. And Radsahel, we'll never forget your kindness. There have been rumors like this before. But, remember, words only go so far." Scene transition. The Dark Sorcerer as the successor to the Demon King. If he absorbs enough power and draws closer to the Demon God, then all past failures can be compensated. Unless a certain Fairy King appears. But the remaining fairies are few, and they still haven't found a worthy person to make a pact with. The appearance of the Fairy King is almost impossible. It is said the Fairy King is usually born when a Radsahel meets a fairy, but now, even the remaining Radsahel don't know how to make the pact anymore. In truth, the appearance of the Fairy King is probably too far-fetched. No matter how hard Radsahel tries, the victory will still belong to us. Now it's only a matter of time. The next day. The official schedule? Yeah. The official engagement schedule. Didn't you know? I know, but why is the official schedule being held on the battlefield? Hey, it's supposed to be a ceasefire period, how can the fiancé be taken to the battlefield? Exactly. Iszar said the same thing. Scarlet, can't you not go? No, I have to. You should just stay safely inside the mansion. I wish I could. But Glenn is still busy interrogating, and there are many other things to do. I also have matters to discuss with the elders. That's why you should just say the schedule is postponed this time. It's okay. Well, if that's the case, then it's not really a problem. That's just digging your own grave. Even though there's a ceasefire, the battlefield is no place for jokes. What if something happens after you go? His Majesty really? Glenn thought to himself. No matter what, my instincts still say this place is the safest. By all means, I have to stop her. Just as he finished thinking, Scarlet asked Glenn, "Will you come with me?" What are you saying? If you're there, nothing will happen, right? He was stunned and thought silently. Maybe so. She was born with Radsahel's power, stronger than anyone, so maybe my instincts are wrong. She stood up and said, "Let's get ready to go." Always. All right now? She winked and said, "Of course. When have I ever joked? Sis." No, I mean. Scarlet turned back and interrupted. "I'm going to the garden for a bit. Meanwhile, get everything ready, okay?" Hearing that, Glenn immediately froze on the spot. Scarlet stepped out into the garden and called out, "Your Majesty." Charlean turned around and greeted her as well. "Scarlet. Oh my God, fairies for real." One of the Emperor's attendants exclaimed in surprise. Scarlet reassured the little spirits. "It's okay, they're not strangers. You've already seen that one last time." Charlean said. "The purple fairies have all been relocated elsewhere." Yeah. He really kept his promise. "Thank you. The purple fairies can't tease us anymore. Let's play." Scarlet thought to herself. How adorable they are. Suddenly, Charlean called out, "Scarlet. What about you? Aren't you going to praise me a little?" Scarlet froze, confused. "Your Majesty is doing very well, I'm just overwhelmed, really." Well then everyone seems settled. Let me introduce you. This is Gil, Nell, Bell. Hey, Gil, Nell, Bell, this is the Prime Minister. Hello, everyone. And those two over there, the blonde one is Count Lumen, the dark brown-haired one is Knight Commander Benzer. Just call me Lumen. Call me Benz if you like. Or call me Clovar instead of Prime Minister. The little spirits were puzzled. Clovar? No way, you're not a fairy. Why would you want us to call you Clovar if you're not a fairy? Don't pretend to be a fairy. That's annoying. Seeing the Prime Minister frozen and constantly attacked by the little spirits, Scarlet quickly said, "Guys, calm down. What's with Clovar? Is he a fairy? He only likes leaves shaped like peaches." Leaves shaped like peaches? I thought we were talking about fairies. Maybe they come in different forms? But come to think of it, how long have these little ones been born here? Then it's strange, newly born fairies would know about purple fairies or Clovar fairies? Hearing the prince say that, it did make sense. The group looked at each other, puzzled, when the little spirit said, "We know everything. We can see it all." See what? We can do a lot of things. Our fairy kind grows up very fast, but no, we won't do that because we like Scarlet. It's okay if you can't grow up fast. Because you like me, you won't grow up? And you can do other things too? Thinking back, the fairies had made a pact with Chelera in the original story. Though slender, they had the appearance of grown fairies. But liking me and refusing to grow up, are those connected somehow? The spirit said again. We only grow up when we help Scarlet. Alright, we're going back now. Charlean chuckled to himself with satisfaction. Haha, they said they only grow when they help. Got it. Just as the three were about to leave, Scarlet asked. You also saw the purple fairies, right? Without the flowers, we can't go far. What? They may look weak, but they're really strong. Is that so? From now on, wherever I go, I'll take you all along. If I'd known sooner, I would have taken you everywhere by now. Scarlet is the best. Seeing her so happy with the little spirits, Charlean furrowed his brow, thinking. What's with that look on her face? Then he suddenly said. Scarlet, same here. As long as you want, I'll take you everywhere too. Scarlet froze, confused, then blushed and replied. If I'd known earlier, I would have. Charlean interrupted. Always taken me along, right? Of course, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, shouldn't you tell the lady the reason why we came here now? That's right. Everyone gather up. Scarlet thought to herself. So it turns out, this wasn't just a trip for fun? Scarlet, the reason we gathered here is because magic cannot reach the safe zone. If we look at the seeds enhanced to grow by magic, I think it's possible magic tools were used, yet it's still detectable. In other words, the safe zone is an extremely sensitive place to eyes watching us, and also, to fairy stones. Fairy stones? This is a little-known fact. Fairy stones can substitute for magic stones. They also operate in many ways inside the safe zone. Scarlet asked. You mean, we can use the power of fairy stones right inside the safe zone? Yes, exactly. I think having the chance to utilize fairy stones for each individual's magic is an honor. Even magical power cannot detect the strength of fairy stones. And like now, the aura of magic was revealed for the first time, then vanished like snow. What's even better is that magic is maintained for a long time in such perfect conditions. Perhaps at this moment on this continent, there is no place safer than here. I see. Scarlet thought silently. So far, too many things have happened. But something like this is so unreal that I still don't quite understand it. Charlean continued. That's why I chose the battlefield as the official schedule's location. Because there's a suspicious point. Suspicious point? Look at this. He showed a map. This map shows the war zone we're heading to. We will camp here, in the country confronting the Empire. They claim this place was once their territory. Before, I just thought it was nonsense. But strangely, right after I received the sacred item, the number of protests increased. It seems, we need to investigate something. I thought, if you come along, it would be much better. Besides, recently strange rumors have been spreading about this lake. Rumors? It reflects something big, round, and bright. In reality, there's nothing like that in the sky. Scarlet thought to herself. That, isn't it the moon? Charlean looked at her. Scarlet, your expression, like you suddenly remembered something? Yes. Your Majesty, have you ever met Barca? I have. Sorry for not telling you earlier. I thought so. Back then, I talked with Barca about the rumors concerning the lake. He didn't seem surprised like you. Barca refused to talk about his family. At first, he was quite mysterious, so I didn't pay much attention. But thinking back, maybe Barca himself has never seen the moon with his own eyes. But how could Barca know about the moon? So, I sent Barca ahead to the war zone first. I heard there is a lake on the way. If he goes fast enough, he might encounter it. So it turns out, he was deliberately sent ahead. No wonder we haven't met him lately. This schedule is busier than I thought, there's even interrogation to do. So, I will take Glenn and Major with me? Yes. I think what we can learn from the boy will be quite useful. Since Glenn stayed with the Dark Wizard, he must have some important information. Will Your Majesty be coming along too? I already said, wherever you want, I'll go with you. Hearing such sweet words, Scarlet blushed and could only reply. Yes. Scene change. The sky begins to darken, it looks like rain is coming. Looks like it's going to rain, let's see, Have to stay here, for a whole day? Bersha returns, deep in thought. This type of herb only blooms when the land receives rain. If we can get this herb, it will be very useful for the children. The library possessed by the Dark Wizards is actually a gift intentionally bestowed by the gods. That said, the fact that the Dark Wizards control that library is not entirely harmless. So if we can obtain that flower, it will be very helpful. When facing Dark Wizards, it's not absolutely necessary to use this herb, but it definitely helps against small tricks like binding with shining cords. Having it will make preparations much easier. Although it's still unclear who damaged the book, what worries me more is the one behind them. Moreover, that dark wizard will definitely appear at the last moment. With Charlean and Scarlet's current strength, it will be hard to withstand. But the problem is not only that. A lake reflecting the moon, something that shouldn't exist in this world. For a long time, the moon disappeared together with the sealing of the demon god. That's why Charlean thought there was no chance to use the sacred artifact, the ring bearing the symbol of the moon god. But, somehow, the moon has appeared. Even if it's just a reflection on the water, it is still the moon. In the end, what is changing? Bersha continues stepping outside, quietly watching the flowers blooming under the rain. Wait, what is this? Am I getting wet in the rain? Though I've walked in the rain before, this feeling is completely different. Something strange. Suddenly, a soft sound comes from behind. Bersha immediately turns around cautiously and can't help but be astonished. Before him is a ghastly face, deep hollow eyes, surrounded by a gloomy aura, cold as if rising from hell. At that very moment, Bersha jolts awake. Ha, just now, it was definitely the demon god. Finally, the god's call has come. Somewhere else. It's not Armand, a low voice sounds, but the bloodline of Razahel. I don't understand, how can you still be alive? If not whole, then could it be only half? If it were perfect, it would be impossible to survive and grow strong until now. But if it's only half? The voice grew tense. Then everything changes. Not only a threat to us, but to that person. Just then, Chelara entered. What's going on? Is it over? Has he arrived? How far have you progressed? The original plan has been cancelled. He is not someone easily tempted. Any next plans? Yes. This time, both of them will leave the capital together. And when they reach the rendezvous, I will detonate everything set up. All will be wiped out in an instant. Bored already? Chelara smirked. No, on the contrary, completely the opposite. Suit yourself. Have fun wreaking havoc. Charlean clenched his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it, what is this overwhelming power? Before, he had sensed a kind of pure energy even surpassing the magic stone that the three fairies had once gifted. But now, the power rising in the air was exponentially stronger. It felt like, as if a king of the elven race had just descended. This was what the ancient elves used to whisper about three transcendent beings, carrying energies beyond human understanding. If it stopped there, Charlean wouldn't be bothered. But he couldn't forget Fran's prophecy. Your Majesty, your destiny is to become a storm for all who stand near you. What do you mean? Charlean once asked. A storm chooses no direction. It comes, sweeps everything away, then vanishes. The Emperor's fate was the same. Charlean tightened his grip. What Fran meant was, Scarlet was the opposite existence to himself. Remembering that made Charlean even more irritated. He silently cursed Bersha for being such an insolent fool. Is my mind really this unsettled because of that name? Elsewhere. Charlean smiled coldly to herself. Unbelievable, they walked straight into the trap we set long ago. Right on the battlefield, once a land of death, she had made up her mind to drive them to the brink. A path paved with bombs, cursed explosives that could melt flesh with a single poisonous breath. Illusions, chaos, friends turning on each other. And the cruelest curse of all, stab the one you trust the most. That is the gift I have prepared for you. Is he really of Radsahel's bloodline? Charlean sneered. Only half, and yet, what's so scary about that? If Armand truly carries only half the blood of Radsahel, that feeble power will soon be depleted. How desperate will Armand be when his flesh begins to melt away? Charlean glanced at the spirit beast she once dismissed as useless. Should I unleash that common trifle now? And what about that emperor? What will his face look like when he cannot save the one he cherishes? Anyway, I must let you witness the cutest things first. Alright then. Let's see how you all will thrash about. By the blazing fire, Charlean and Scarlet sat side by side. The flames crackled softly in the quiet night. Suddenly, Scarlet whispered with awe. Ah, it's so beautiful. She tilted her head, eyes sparkling like a child marveling at a miracle. Entranced, she reached out, wanting to touch the flames. Scarlet, Charlean hastily said, grabbing her hand to pull it back. His voice was low but filled with concern. Getting closer will be dangerous. His hand held hers firmly. Scarlet blushed, cheeks burning, her heart pounding fiercely in her chest. He looked up at her, eyes serious. Why don't you say anything? Could it be? She pulled her hand back slightly, lips pressed together as she whispered. I just wanted to touch something beautiful. Charlean raised an eyebrow. Something beautiful? Then squinted. Another beautiful thing besides me? Scarlet's face flushed even deeper, embarrassed and unsure how to respond. Do you want me to let go? Charlean asked, still holding her hand. Yes, I mean, besides your Majesty, There is something else I want to touch. That, she lowered her eyes, I want to touch your majesty, and, that other thing too. Charlean was momentarily stunned. But before he could react, Scarlet eagerly reached closer to the fire. So warm, so comforting, she murmured, extending her hand even nearer. Scarlet, Charlean shouted in alarm, rushing forward to pull her hand back, his eyes filled with worry. He carefully examined her delicate hand, turning it gently in his own. No burns, thank goodness, he sighed in relief, then muttered as if scolding her. You're crazy, didn't you hear what I said? Scarlet smiled dreamily. I couldn't hear. Charlean sighed, then without another word, lifted her up. You're drunk, Scarlet. Elsewhere? In a dimly lit study room, Iszar's calm voice echoed evenly. Because I have the special seal of the family head, I have to meet the Duke, right? Milia Armand nodded, her gaze serious as she looked at her son. You catch on quickly. They suddenly summoned you, talking about the seal, you wondered why you should care about that, didn't you? Armand clenched his fist, his voice rising slightly. If you're trying to use Scarlet's absence to suggest I should be ambitious enough to become the head of the family, then I'm the one who. Stop talking nonsense, Milia cut him off firmly. Go meet the Duke. Before he passes away. You can think whatever you want, but I have no ill intentions. Don't worry unnecessarily. Iszar paused a moment. Then nodded lightly. All right. I'm listening. As one might have guessed, that child Scarlet is not the Duke's biological daughter, but the child of the former Duke and his previous wife. I don't know much about the old secrets of this family, but one thing I clearly remember, the seal protecting the Duke, the family head seal, is stronger than any bodyguard, and it watches over the core of the Armand family. Of course, in families like these, rumors of all sorts spread. But the Duke's desperate desire for the seal suggests those rumors might not be baseless. So, you mean the family head seal exists as a protective force? Exactly. I heard there are those who want to harm Scarlet. Have you ever wondered why they haven't killed her, even though they easily could? Iszar thought to himself. Could it be? He recalled the words of the Baron. Iszar Armand, I will definitely prepare him as a sacrifice, How could it be? Was it for that reason? But he believed there was more than that. If they intended to use her as a sacrifice, they would have been more thorough. Iszar figured the enemy was focused on a single goal, which was extremely dangerous. The enemy was a group, not an individual. One must read many layers of intention behind a single act. And what required real caution was the leader's mindset. To say they couldn't kill Scarlet was not true. Previously, Scarlet had no truly effective weapons, and her relationship with the Emperor wasn't as close as it is now. Therefore, it would have been much easier to kill her before. Perhaps the Duke had ordered to spare her life because he was searching for the family head seal. So he said not to kill the girl before the seal was found. Surely they had such conversations among themselves. They haven't found the seal yet, but they won't simply obey the Duke forever either. So, you mean they also want the Armand seal? Not sure. Or maybe they don't need that power, but they don't want it revealed. I just have a feeling that if the seal does exist, it will be essential in dealing with them. We should no longer search casually. The Duke definitely knows this, his greed must have reasons. But if the Duke is tortured mad or driven insane, we will lose an important source of information about the Armand family. So, if it were me, I'd seek the seal immediately, Iszar. Iszar asked, why do you say that? Just a sudden feeling today. But why today? Why when Scarlet is away? That's just my thought. Without a magical seal protecting the Armand estate and domain, everything would be affected. If that's true, I wouldn't be surprised if the Duke dies or goes insane while Scarlet is away, like you said. Me and you might be fine, but for Scarlet, who will become the family head, that would be a great misfortune. Back to Scarlet. What's going on? What is Armand? And then I realized Scarlet. What's going on? What is Armand? And then I realized that strange pounding sound was actually my heartbeat. Charlean asked. Are you okay? Suddenly, Scarlet let out a long, loud scream. Charlean laughed and said, screaming like that means you're probably okay. Not okay at all. My heart is pounding so hard right now. How can your heart be pounding like that? This feeling is just like the last time when we dealt with the Elder's issue. I encountered an assassin and felt my life was threatened, something like that. Scarlet frowned and said, I understand, but this time it's even more serious. Yes, the kids just said the same. Armand something? Charlean looked thoughtful and asked. The seal still hasn't been found? Indeed, your majesty thinks the same as I do. There is only one thing on my mind. The question is how it relates to the current situation. Gil, Nell, Belle, are you guys able to go outside now? Whoosh. The sound of wings flapping in the air, the fairies appeared. We weren't detected, we're still safe. What did you mean earlier by the Armand seal? There is a jewel in a person's heart, a jewel that looks like a beautiful apple. She asked in surprise. In my heart? So it is. That means you were born with it, from your mother's womb. Since the previous duke has passed away, you naturally inherited it? Probably. But it seems there's a problem now. Suddenly, the fairy spoke in fear. The eggplant is here. Scarlet, watch out, you'll get hurt. Run. Charlean and Scarlet stepped outside and encountered a thick, ominous aura of dark energy. She was astonished and quietly recalled from the original story. Chelara shouted. Your Majesty, that's Lost. You know this creature? Yes, it's a life-draining monster. I've experienced it before. So you know how to deal with them? Your Majesty, defeating Lost is impossible. Only a fairy can fight them, or at least having a priest nearby makes it truly safe. Oh, now that you mention it, there's a small temple nearby. Your Majesty, you must hide there, it's just behind us. Saying that, Charlean gripped her sword tightly, then swiftly flew over the wall. In the book, it only said they were traveling, so I hadn't realized it, but it seemed we had fallen into the Dark Witch's trap. Remembering this, Scarlet spoke up. Your Majesty, those monsters called Lost, I've seen them before in the original story. Sorry, I mean, I have seen them before. You've seen them before? Yes, they look like a swamp that sucks away all life energy. I see, so they're very dangerous. Step back. Wait, Your Majesty, I haven't told you that the power of the fairies can counter Lost. Fairies? Yes, wait a moment. Gil, Nell, Belle, hey, I need your help. My friend needs support, and if you do well, I'll reward you each with a basket of fruit. A basket? Yes, one basket each. The fairies excitedly said. We can do it. We're super strong. Scarlet sighed, feeling one problem was solved, then she stepped forward and said. Your Majesty, thinking about it, your sword also has holy power. It seems it should work against Lost, right? Your Majesty, are you all right? Is he smiling? He turned and said, it's because I'm too happy. She blushed, inwardly wondering. Is it because of me, or because of fighting Lost? Charlean reached out his hand. Then let's go together. She took his hand and smiled. Yes. She thought to herself. Whatever the reason is, it's fine. Meanwhile, Charella was inwardly astonished. Impossible. The Lost are vanishing at an incredible speed. I never expected it to happen this fast. They're not just disappearing, they're being erased. Is this the winter monsoon? No, it can't be Callier's power. 4. At first, the other three forces were too weak, so I mistook them for remnants of Callier's energy. But now, what is this power? Suddenly, a light pierced through her. She thought in alarm. Damn it, my magic, what's going on? How is this possible? 5, no, not 5. Definitely 6. Interesting. No time to rest, I have to keep moving. Sooner or later, the others will tire out. The tyrant and his inner circle remained oblivious as the knights and soldiers grew exhausted. Though she couldn't continuously control the demonic beasts this time, creating a situation to wear them down wasn't difficult. I'll come for you personally if you survive this trip. When the time comes, I'll reclaim the toy I lost. On the other side, Glenn and Major exchanged uneasy glances. What's happening? This sense of foreboding. It had been 2 days since the Lost appeared, and not a second of rest was permitted. Though the knights and soldiers didn't show it, fatigue was gnawing at them. Every half-day, another Lost-like monster emerged, only to explode just as it neared the residential district. All of them openly wielded dark magic. Without the fairies' aid, even Charlean would have collapsed by now, Charlean muttered. At this point, war would have been preferable. At least battlefields don't have cursed dark magic, General Clovar replied grimly. True. For now, let's recall the knights and soldiers. Are you sure? We'll lose significant manpower. Under these circumstances, keeping them here is a liability. Fewer people mean easier concealment, Ben countered. As you command. The knights and soldiers immediately began their retreat. Scarlet stood watching them leave, her thoughts bittersweet. We barely got close, and now we part. How sad. Just then, the fairies materialized. Letty. We finished everything you asked. That fast? Amazing. Hee, Letty's even more amazing. Charlean blinked in surprise. Letty? Since when? They kept complaining that my full name was too long and hard to say, so I let them use my nickname, Letty explained. Charlean fell silent for a moment before murmuring. I have a nickname too. Scarlet thought to herself. Well, this is my chance to call him by his nickname instead of Your Majesty. Among all the people around Charlean, I'll be the only one who gets to address him so intimately. Just the thought alone made her heart race. Despite her usual composed demeanor, she couldn't help but think that friends calling each other by nicknames was perfectly natural. When Charlean heard the word friends, he frowned slightly and said, "Then just call me Your Majesty, as usual, or Your Majesty Charlean." She forced a smile and muttered under her breath, "That's even longer than before, and it sounds like some kind of dessert." "Oh well. It's fine. The others will never know Callier's nickname in their lifetime anyway." With that thought, she smiled and replied, "As you wish. Then, Your Majesty, you must also call me Miss Letty, and I hope you'll use that name often." "Fine." Both of them immediately fell into an awkward, blushing silence. Scarlet quickly turned away to change the subject. "Well then, Your Majesty Charlean, since we have some free time, I'd like to go have a little chat with Glenn. Just a casual chat, not an interrogation? Don't worry, I'll dig out even the tiniest, dust-sized memories buried at the bottom of a well. Glenn must have done something first this, then that." Suddenly, Gil rushed over in a panic, calling for Letty before shrieking, "Ah! Letty! These brats! Let go! Charlean, save us!" Charlean sighed. "Interrogating someone while babysitting these troublemakers is exhausting. I'll take them off your hands for now." He lifted them up and raised an eyebrow. They're heavier than I expected, might even weigh more than a bouquet of 10 flowers. If you hold them for too long, Miss Letty, your arms will get sore." "I'll be fine. Spoiling them will only make them unruly. Besides, Miss Letty is especially weak against fairies, did you know that?" "Really? Then, Your Majesty, please take them away." She sighed inwardly in defeat. "I'd hoped they'd grow closer, but I guess that's still a distant dream." That night, pitiful wails echoed through the halls. "No! Ha ha ha! Wait, sis. Tell me everything about the Dark Witch who imprisoned you down to the last punctuation mark. Right now, I'm a heartless monster, so don't expect any mercy." Time out. Think about what you're doing, or I'll keep tickling you." Charlean, watching from the side, muttered under his breath, "What a cruel sight." Glenn, overwhelmed by the tickling, finally gasped, All right. I remember. I remember now." "Good, speak. I always feel dizzy when I hear his voice." Glenn stammered. And then," Scarlet pressed, her fingers twitching threateningly. "It seems, the key to the hypnosis is eye contact. Mind control through gaze? But if I just hear his voice, would I still recognize that dark sorcerer?" "No." "Why not?" "Because the moment I hear it, my head spins instantly." "What does that dizziness feel like?" "Like, floating." "Floating?" "More like, my vision loses focus." Charlean cut in, arms crossed. "Sounds like a hypnotist specializing in auditory and visual manipulation. You know, young master just need to be wary of that loss of focus." Scarlet smirked inwardly. So Glenn could be bait instead of Baron? Perfect. Chirella's scheming monologue. Unharmed. They avoided every bomb and trap, how? Aside from the knights and soldiers who died during the first Lost Wave, no further casualties. This isn't funny anymore. Charlean Callier's winter monsoon power is stronger than I estimated and growing. That silver ring glows faintly whenever he swings the black sword. Highly suspicious. I need to investigate. If my guess is correct, it's a sacred artifact. Wait, did he extract it from the library vault, just like we did? How did Bersha Broko, the guardian of sacred relics, allow it? No matter how close they are, Bersha would never permit such a theft, unless he stole it. But that ring, I only noticed it when it flickered for a split second. Callier wears a divine object flawlessly concealing its aura. Is he truly a monster? The bigger problem, the fairies. 3 of them. How did Scarlet Armand subjugate them? Contracting with fairies is near impossible, yet hers are not only bound but still growing. Ancient texts say mature fairy kings once hindered demonic resurrections. Rashahel the fairy-linked was the first defeated, and the art of fairy contracts was lost. Yet here they are, leashed to that Armand woman. No matter. There's no need to rush. Ahead lies my homeland, the dear old territory, the final trap, and my escape route from Bersha's library. There, I'll ensnare Callier in illusions and dispose of that Armand wench. And since my ex-lover travels with him, I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a conversation unfolded in hushed tones. The crest is absolute protection for its master. As long as it exists, no harm can befall them. Even incomplete, lacking the blood ritual, I need that power, Iszar. Iszar thought grimly, the Duke calls it power, not an heirloom. This isn't just about the Armand crest. There's something deeper. If not for Aaron, if not for that Scarlet bitch, she must know where the crest is. I'll drag her here and take it. Iszar sighed internally, I don't understand half of this. But it's critical intel. I must warn Scarlet. Aloud, he muttered, grumbling like this won't help. Scarlet and His Majesty have already left for the warfront. The warfront? Fool! Does she not realize the Diril territory is nearby? The Diril territory? Finally, their precarious lives have reached their end. Seizing this opportunity, I shall obtain the Armand crest. Sooner or later, the ownership of the Armand lineage will change hands. We ought to celebrate that day in advance. Bring me a steak. After the knights and soldiers withdrew, countless monsters seemed to lie in wait, herding us toward the warfront. As a precaution, we altered our course to a nearby territory only to find ourselves in the Diril territory of all places. Damn it, what kind of twisted fate is this? The original plot hasn't even begun, and we're already in deep trouble. Sis, what trouble? Well, how do I put this? Right, a double trap. Double trap? No, I just suddenly thought this might be one. Luring us to the warfront feels too obvious. Besides, our enemy is a dark mage capable of sustaining powerful spells for long periods. Someone like that must have studied us thoroughly. True. Yet they left a wide open path, as if inviting us straight to the battlefield. That's exactly why I grew suspicious and diverted us here. But the monsters along the way were nothing new, just weaklings we could easily defeat, as if they expected us to do so. General Qi interjected, so, in seeking the fastest route as you suggested, we inadvertently ended up here? Exactly. No concrete proof, but something feels off. Charlean nodded. Fair point. We'll stop here for now. Glenn looks exhausted. Was the interrogation too harsh? As Scarlet pondered, Charlean approached. There you are. Got a moment? Something's wrong. Is this about the meeting? He doesn't look pleased. I've been uneasy about something. Walk with me. Silently, Scarlet followed. After a while, Charlean spoke again. Look at this. The ring I gave you before? My movements feel lighter. It's not my imagination. This must be its influence. Look, it's glowing. Indeed. Before, it only lit up when I slew monsters. Now, it's shining for no reason, Scarlet mused. Perhaps it's a good sign, Charlean replied. Maybe so. Bershao once said that if we harness the power of divine artifacts effectively, they can be tremendously useful. She took his hand, feeling inexplicably lighter, and smiled. This is definitely a good sign. Charlean returned her smile. Amen. Suddenly, Scarlet froze. What's wrong with me? Why do I suddenly want to kiss him so badly? Flustered, she covered her face and scolded herself. Get a grip. No inappropriate thoughts. Your Majesty, I've actually been trying hard not to let prejudice cloud my judgment. Prejudice? I tend to view people I dislike in a negative light, which leads to mistakes. You mean there's someone you dislike? Who? What did they do? His voice turned sharp. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? You must call me Miss Letty. Fine. Miss Letty, if someone provokes such hatred in you, it means they've hurt you deeply. Charlene's tone turned icy. Then we'll kill them. Scarlet gasped. Ha! Or throw them into the underground dungeon somewhere deeper than the Prophet's prison. Your Majesty, that's unnecessary, Scarlet protested. The issue isn't just that. Despite my efforts to suppress my suspicions, the situation has become undeniably dubious. At this point, if anyone arouses my distrust, it's definitely someone from the Diril territory. A member of the Diril family? I only recall the Lord and his daughter. It's not that she's done anything wrong, I'm just being unreasonable. My Armand blood grants me prophetic dreams, and Lady Diril appeared in one. While handling the Armand elder's affairs, I dreamed of her overhearing critical information exactly as it happened later. She found Carbel's replacement, the slime Zepeto, based on that tip-off. Meaning someone fed her intelligence. At the time, I dismissed it as coincidence. But after meeting Glenn, my suspicions grew. I clearly saw her scream, my lover, Glenn Major. Internally, Scarlet realized, not a prophetic dream, this was a scene from the original story. Noticing Charlene's dark expression, she asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Charlene's memory flashed to Chirella's shriek, You killed Glenn Major, my lover. He said grimly, I've met some. Scarlet turned pale, panicking. What? It's already happened? Oh no, did I just slip up? I almost revealed the original plot. He asked. You must have seen a prophetic dream about me meeting her, right? So why did I meet that lady? Actually, Your Majesty meets Lady Diril and immediately falls for her, but I absolutely can't say that. Well, it's nothing bad. No need to say it out loud. It's nothing bad, but it's something I hate. Ugh, I'm too curious now. She thought to herself. If he keeps interrogating me like this, I'll have to confess. I absolutely can't. As she struggled internally, Charlean spoke up. If you don't want to say, then you don't have to. Huh? Just like that? Really? He's not going to ask anymore? Suddenly, she froze and asked. Why are you smiling? I'm talking about how suspicious Lady Dirl is. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, she mumbled, her face gloomy. Ugh, this isn't fun at all. Charlean kept smiling like he'd won the lottery. Alright, I get it now. She suddenly wondered, does he know I like him? No way. Impossible. I'm a great actress. Later, she stubbornly insisted on going back alone. After walking a short distance, she stopped. Huh? Is that Glenn? Is he sleepwalking? She narrowed her eyes. Where's he going at this hour? What if he runs into a demon beast? Thinking that, she quietly followed him, finally stopping when he did. At least he didn't go too deep into the forest. But why come here? She called out to Glenn. What are you doing here? When he didn't answer, Scarlet seemed to realize something. She gasped. Glenn, you? He turned. On this side, Charlean thought to herself. It's Chelera Dirl. I don't know much about Lady Dirl, but that woman who called Glenn Major her lover, I feel uneasy about her. Just then, an announcement came from outside. This is His Majesty Clovar. As per your request, Count Lerman's report has arrived. Receiving a written dispatch in the middle of the night. Has something happened? Nothing out of the ordinary, Charlean read silently. The current lord of the Dirl territory is the younger brother of the former Baron Dirl, and Lady Dirl is the former Baron's daughter. Recently, the territory has been shrouded in unusually thick fog, and fewer people have been coming and going. There really are many suspicious things, but what's important now is that she said she doesn't like me and Lady Dirl being together, right? Seeing Charlean smirking to herself as she thought of Scarlet, the Prime Minister muttered. What's this? Why are you suddenly smiling like that? Is the report's content really that serious? Another voice chimed in. This is the Second Majesty. Apologies for interrupting, but I have urgent news to report. What is it? The person who was rescued from the demon beast attack. Why are you hesitating to speak about it? That person is Lady Dirl. Just then, she walked in. It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I am Chelera. Thank you for saving me. Turning back to Scarlet, she asked Glenn. You're not sleeping? What are you doing out here? Are you worried about me, sis? Of course I am. Even though I said I'm armed, you should still be careful going out alone. Huh? Did something happen? No, nothing at all, she thought to herself. What's wrong with her? Behind there is the Dirl mansion, right? Have you ever been there? This is my first time here. I'm not so sure. More importantly, sis, have I ever told you about the place where I was imprisoned? Scarlet turned. Just as I thought, Glenn's expression and tone. I can feel something different from usual. But why? Didn't you say last time that you didn't remember? Yes, because back then, I was fleeing in a frenzy, just running blindly. When I came to my senses, I was already at the border of Armand, so it couldn't have been this place. What are you talking about? What I remember is the atmosphere of that place. I have a feeling this mansion is where I was imprisoned. Why do you suddenly feel that way? Do you still feel the same now? Yes, I've had this feeling ever since leaving the military camp. Is that so? If that's really the case, then... Glenn suddenly jolted and exclaimed. Sis, maybe I need to be tortured with tickling some more that way. I might remember every single word, right? Don't worry, I'll be gentle with you. Then Glenn burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. But did you know we have a guest visiting today? Huh? No, I haven't heard anything about that. It's someone I've never met before. Who's that over there? Seeing Charlean and Chelera standing together left Scarlet speechless. She slowly approached, ignoring Glenn. Sis, let's go together? She walked over and called out to His Majesty. Charlean, it's quite late already. Why are you still outside? Lady Letty. Oh, you're accompanied by someone I've never seen before? Who is this? A guest of Your Majesty? He stepped forward and said. Not exactly. I'm not disturbing you, am I? Not at all. This is just one of countless things you don't need to worry about. Don't pay her any mind. Behind him, Chelera shot Scarlet a sharp, dagger-like glare. Transition to Bershaw's location. Wow, this is quite dangerous. Is the moon really floating on the lake's surface? It's like being in heaven. Unbelievable. When he reached out to touch the lake, it vanished without reflecting in the water. Gazing at his own reflection on the water's surface, Bershaw thought in amazement. Moreover, this is my true form. This isn't an ordinary lake. Why on earth does this thing exist here? And it's this massive too. Without thinking, he spoke aloud. Will you give me the answer? Well, since I'm asking the sun god now, No response. Does that mean he knows the answer but won't tell me? Are you really not going to answer me? Oh, come on, stop pretending to sleep. The true nature of this lake is a mirror that reflects one's honest heart, not reality. It's an artifact used during the sealing of the demon god long ago. Back to Scarlet's side. At first, I never imagined that woman was Chelera. She approached and said, "It's my first time meeting Lady Armand. I am Chelara. I live in the mansion behind us." Yes, blue eyes and red hair, but the Chelara I knew didn't have such a gentle face. Not just her features, even the curve of her lips, nose, and eyes were different. "Is this woman really Chelara?" She smiled and continued. "I came out alone because no demon beast should appear here. And just as a terrifying one was about to attack, I was lucky that His Majesty's guards came to my rescue." Scarlet thought to herself. Her personality is different too. Chelara went on. "Coming here, I got to see His Majesty's noble presence. He truly resembles a god. In the original story, Chelara was firm and righteous, but now she seems pure and adorable. Why has she changed so much?" She then glanced at Glenn and asked, "But there's one thing I'm very curious about. Who is that?" Glenn felt a sudden dizziness, inwardly startled. "I'm Glenn Major. Why does this feel familiar?" He reminded himself to stay cautious. Scarlet, sharp-eyed, noticed Glenn's strange reaction upon seeing the Diril mansion. "I had a suspicion that Chelara Diril was connected to dark magic. Indeed, Glenn seems deeply focused. He really doesn't know who she is. Even though Glenn knows nothing about Chelara, I thought meeting her directly might change things, but At that moment, the Prime Minister came out and asked, "It's so late, what are you all doing out here?" "Clovar, were you asleep?" The Prime Minister replied wearily. "Yes, but I heard a commotion outside and couldn't fall into a deep sleep. Perhaps you're unaware, my lady, but usually, we need to sleep deeply at night in order to maintain a proper condition the next day." Scarlet thought to herself. Sounds like he's subtly criticizing us. The Prime Minister continued. "So let's end the conversation here. Everyone, please go back inside. Going to bed early is great for your skin." Charlean merely frowned without replying. Scarlet forced an awkward smile and said, "All right." The Prime Minister turned and gave another sideways glance as he added, "And one more thing, Lady Diril, it's time for you to return to your own residence. It may be nighttime, but your estate is just ahead. A lady shouldn't be spending the night in a place like this." "Ah, I'm fine," she replied. The Prime Minister clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, you say? That ominous wind blowing a single strand of your hair would be bad luck enough. I don't think this place suits you, Lady Diril. You really ought to treasure that hair of yours." She blinked and answered blankly, "Yes. All right, that's everything, isn't it? We're done here. Disperse, immediately." Later, back in her room, Scarlet asked, "Do you still remember what we talked about in the forest?" "Of course I remember. Isn't it what we were just discussing earlier?" "Is that so?" She thought with a hint of disappointment. He really let his guard down. "Never mind." She thought she looked like she was jealous and replied, "It's nothing. You've been like this lately, never finishing your sentences." "Have I? But, Your Majesty, is it possible for those people to change their faces?" "Are you talking about the Dark Mage?" "Maybe, but I'd recognize it immediately. If they used magic, that face would be real." "Then, Chelara isn't the Dark Mage? So, without using magic, it's impossible to change one's face?" "Probably." She lowered her head, thinking to herself, so digging deeper is pointless after all. Suddenly, Callier remembered something and said, "If it's a disguise technique, you can change your face without magic. But why are you asking about this?" "Well, it's just that Lady Diril seems a little different from what if what you're saying is true, that is suspicious." Suddenly, Scarlet gasped and exclaimed, Your Majesty, what is that thing?" "It's not a magic beast, is it? It looks like a bird." "Look, it's just an ordinary bird." "Ordinary? But it's glowing." Suddenly, the bird looked at her and hopped onto her shoulder, nuzzling her affectionately. Charlean observed and said, "This bird itself is a mass of magic energy probably sent by Bersha. You can even do something like that?" "This feeling, I heard Bersha's magic is pink, but this little one is blue. Your Majesty, look. I don't know its purpose, but it's harmless. There's some kind of flower on its tail." "Really?" She glanced back. Charlean continued, "Glenn, did you hear that? That's how it is. Our little bird friend is incredibly beautiful. Glenn, why are you standing out there instead of coming in? What are you doing outside? Have you even been listening to us? Don't tell me you're avoiding interrogation like this." After a long pause, Glenn finally spoke. "Sister, I remember now. Chelara is someone I know. She was my childhood fiancé." Scarlet released the glowing bird and said, "But earlier, Lady Diril treated me as if we just met for the first time. I don't know the reason." Charlean thought for a moment before replying, "Well, it's perfect timing. Lady Diril just invited me to her estate to repay me for saving her from danger." Scarlet was secretly astonished. "Chelara Diril invited both of you? Have they already spoken to each other? Charlean added. If you're curious, you can ask when the time comes. Just moments ago, he had called her suspicious, yet now he was eagerly accepting her invitation. No matter how much I struggle, can I not escape the fate that's already written? At that moment, the axis of destiny seemed to turn toward her. This was clearly jealousy. Occasionally, when I recall the scene of their meeting from the original story, my heart feels gnawed away. This hopeless love is more exhausting than I imagined. Maybe I shouldn't interfere with them. If Charlean really is the dark mage, that means there are even more concerns. But for Calier's sake, for the sake of the destined love in the novel, perhaps I can help him break free from that dark mage group and eliminate them. So, the only reason I came to Charlene's room this late was pure curiosity about Charlean's suspicious behavior. With that thought, she approached Charlene's door and called out, "Your Majesty, it's me. Are you asleep?" Suddenly, Charlene's voice came from behind her. "My lady," he quickly threw on a robe and asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" Well, earlier, Your Highness mentioned that Lady Dirl is suspicious, so I was curious about what makes her so. Come in first. By the way, I also have something to ask you. May I go first? Of course. What is it? Aren't you curious why? What do you mean? I'm talking about Lady Dirl's invitation. Oh, that. Now that I think about it, Lady Dirl has such a pure beauty, doesn't she? Did you know that, Your Majesty? If someday you change your mind, if you find the one you love, please let me know. Why? Are you going to kill them? Do you think I'm like you? Kill what? No, I mean, when the time is right, we should annul our engagement. Charlean turned, his voice cold as he called her my lady, then stepped closer, leaning in to whisper. Don't joke like that. If it were you, what would you say? If this were a romance novel, and this man loved me, I would have screamed by now. But the other party is Charlean, the man with a destined love in the original story. She clenched her fists and replied. I would say. Suddenly, she paused and asked. Why are you angry about annulling the engagement with me? Charlean said straightforwardly. Because I like you. I like you, Scarlet. Now it's your turn to answer. What about you, my lady? Your Majesty, you must have realized by now, I'm the complete opposite of your ideal type. At a glance, there might be some similarities, but I'm not that kind of person. I'm just an ordinary commoner, good at nothing. I don't like being the center of attention, my nature is meek, and my way of thinking is utterly mundane, nothing like you. So how could you possibly love me? Why do you keep acting as if you have feelings for me? Your concern for me is awkward. And while we're on the subject, you don't act like this with others, do you? Charlean frowned at her contradictory questions, rubbing his temples with a sigh. Act like what? What are you even talking about? She blushed and mumbled. You know, saying I love you with that radiant expression, talking about taking me anywhere with you, even though I do like you, I have nothing to say in return. After all, I've been trying my hardest to stop liking you. Why would you try? All you had to do was ask to annul the engagement. Yet you kept insisting on canceling it. What was that about? She was startled. He knew all along? You never mentioned divorce and kept making excuses. Why? Were you trying to keep yourself from opening up to me? That statement struck her because her heart already belonged to Charlean, she had been deliberately holding back. Moreover, Charlean had just confessed his feelings for her, and his like went beyond mere friendship. Charlean kissed her hand and pressed. Answer me, Scarlet. He gripped her hand tighter. Right? You have feelings for me but have been holding back, am I wrong? Scarlet answered softly. Yes. Hearing her answer, Calier laughed like a delighted child. So you do have feelings for me. Something like that, she flushed in embarrassment. From now on, you don't have to try so hard anymore. Scarlet, red-faced, asked. Why? Because I like you, Scarlet. With those words, he leaned down and kissed her hand again, pulling her small frame into his arms. Under the dim, flickering light, the two gazed at each other with heated breaths and smoldering eyes. This wasn't a dream, in other words, now was the perfect moment. Scarlet looked at him and finally bared her heart. I like you too, Your Majesty. That night, anything could have happened. Feel free to let your imagination run wild. The next day, everyone discussed among themselves. There's a high chance Chelera is the dark sorcerer, so it would be better to send the young lady back to the Empire. Compared to now, we might face even greater danger. There's no guarantee that the road to Dirl's territory is safe for her return. I'd rather stay by your side. I might actually be of great help. When we arrived at the estate, we brought Glenn and the elders along. At that time, the elders told me. Your mother is a distant relative of Radsahel. Though Brian and Adrian didn't know the details, when they tried to deduce based on Scarlet's diary, the strange things they said to her, like the other half or something similar, suggested she might be capable of using magic. Lady Adrian remarked. Given what we know, perhaps that person was born with Radsahel blood, which is why the replacement lord has been exceptionally fortunate. The recent strokes of luck don't seem coincidental. You're like a symbol of good fortune, just staying in one place brings benefits. I didn't mention it because I didn't think it necessary, but my intuition is very sharp, especially when it comes to dark sorcerers. Why only dark sorcerers? I don't know either, but it has nothing to do with the divine temple. I'm the type who can sense such individuals. Based on instinct, can you really do it? Is that so? Clovar cleared his throat and interjected. May I join your conversation now? Up until now, your majesty has been relentless in pressuring dark sorcerers, and this intuition of yours has played a crucial role in the actions people criticize, claiming your majesty has massacred those associated with dark sorcery. Scarlet asked. Has that intuition ever been wrong? Of course not. Your majesty once even dealt with a demon beast hiding among a crowd. Only after killing it was it confirmed to be a demon beast. Good heavens. At first, I could hardly believe it, but your majesty is practically the natural enemy of dark sorcerers. My intuition sharpens when I'm with that sword. I never expected Charlean to have such an ability. He's far more capable than described in the original records. It's fortunate he's not our enemy. On a stretch of road thick with fog, the group continued their journey. That's good. If not for the flower the little bluebird gave me, I might have been poisoned by this toxic mist. How did you kids know about this? We know everything, it's just something we can do. During the time we were apart, these three little fairies had matured considerably. Since they disappear quickly even when near me, I hadn't seen them in a while. When we reunited before departure, I wondered if they were really my children. Had they grown so much because they wished to mature? They did mention eating a lot during growth spurts. Scarlet warned them. Once we reach Deerl's estate, you must hide very well, understand? We're really good at hide and seek. Your Majesty, please come in. Thank you for receiving us, Lady Chelera. Didn't I greet Lady Armand last night? Come to think of it, there are others here I've yet to meet. How observant. Let me introduce them. These two are His Majesty's knights and attendants. They're Charlene's top two knights, disguised. And this is Lady Samia Esther. She wasn't present last night, so she came today to greet Lady Scarlet. Scarlet smiled brightly. The others are preparing for the operation against the unidentified demonic creature they're waiting outside. But I've heard something rather surprising. Glenn mentioned he knows you. Are you certain you've never met him before? In my mind, Chelera had always been a striking figure because of her deep red hair. But right now, what caught my attention more than that vibrant red were her eyes. Though they were a bright blue, for some reason, they gave me the chilling impression of a dead person's gaze. Chelera feigned surprise. Oh my, now that I think about it, my memory is quite hazy. Though we've never met, my father once mentioned I had a fiancé since childhood. Speaking of which, I do know a little about him. Since childhood? You didn't even ask how old the boy was, did you? Charlean cut in with a sidelong glance. About that, if it's regarding young Master Glenn Major here, I have heard of him. Is that so? You seem remarkably calm for someone seeing their fiancé for the first time. If I acted surprised, wouldn't that be impolite of me? I see. Since we're on the topic, young Master Major is practically like a younger brother to Lady Letty. And your status is beneath hers, you could say you're like a younger sister. Yes, as your Majesty says. Then from now on, I expect you to treat Lady Letty with the appropriate respect. Of course, I shall do so. Kalier, you worthless fool, how dare you speak to me like this? Chelera seethed inwardly. I'll eliminate you with my own hands. Outwardly, she smiled sweetly. Your Majesty is too kind. I don't know how to thank you. Let's save our heart-to-heart for later. You've traveled far, you must be tired. I'll show you to your quarters. Though I wasn't sure if Chelera was involved in dark magic, Glenn's dazed expression was not a good sign. Maybe it was just my suspicion of her coloring my perception, but at least when he was with us, Glenn never looked like this. What trick did Chelera use? Even so, how could she have such a strong influence on her in such a short time? If that woman really is a high-ranking dark mage who has kidnapped Glenn, what should I do? Moreover, earlier, though it was faint, I felt an oddly familiar sensation. It was deeply unsettling. Entering Chelera's room, my anger at the Prime Minister and the guards only grew. That tyrant didn't react at all to my charm, not even slightly. And then there's Scarlet Armand. Since when did this strange feeling emerge, making my cheerful mood vanish whenever I saw her? What is this indescribable anxiety? At any rate, seeing her hovering around Glenn Major like that, their relationship seems quite close. Chasing him all the way here is commendable, but exploiting Glenn Major has become much easier now. Kalier and Armand, you two are digging your own graves. I'll make sure you regret this. I need to retrieve the sacrificial relic that hasn't changed. Once Glen Major dies, I'll have no further ties to these trivial matters. After reclaiming the relic, I'll face you all properly, bit by bit. The next day, somewhere else. Barca thought the plan was progressing faster than expected. He wondered if Scarlet had encountered any dark mages, but upon entering the central area connected to their base, luckily, there was no one there. At least for now, with none of their leaders present, she wouldn't be in serious danger and could handle things. As for Glen Major, though they had never spoken directly, Barca knew exactly who he was. He wasn't as skilled as the Armand brothers, but he was born as the perfect sacrificial vessel. What a pity. This time, Glen would die his second death. Not even Radsahel's luck could save him now. But why would she want to kill Glen? Dark mages aren't stupid. The idea of killing someone under Radsahel's protection in that situation wasn't simple. Callier, Armand, and Radsahel. To obtain the power of these three families, there were two methods. Kill every member of the family. Absorb the accumulated power and kill the chosen vessel. A fragile vessel could never contain such immense power. If the entire family was slaughtered, the scattered power would gather into the nearest suitable vessel outside the family. On the other hand, if one absorbed the accumulated power and killed the chosen vessel, the power wouldn't flow into the fragile vessels within the family but rather to the most compatible vessel outside it. In that case, the remaining two families would be left with nothing. The Dark Mages had destroyed Radsahel using the first method, while Callier had planned to absorb power using the second. Right now, the situation leaned toward the first method. If Glen Major were killed now, his power would first flow to Scarlet Armand, the one who possessed the strongest ability within her family. If so, from the Dark Mage's perspective, this would benefit Scarlet. If they were rational, they wouldn't choose to kill Glen there. Could it be that they didn't know Scarlet had inherited Radsahel's bloodline? If this was the work of the Dark Mage leader, they should have realized it from prior investigations. That would mean this was just a discarded pawn. The Dark Mages of Diral's territory were being used, but it made no sense for them to waste their remaining forces so recklessly. Was this Radsahel's luck at play? Should this be considered the Dark Mage's mistake? While monitoring the entire mansion, I saw no signs of a Dark Mage ambush. If so, were they attacking Glen's side instead? We had to get to Glen immediately. Charlean called guards number 1 and number 3. A knight spoke. Actually, I tried contacting them through the communication orb, but there was no response. We really should go look. As soon as he finished speaking, Scarlet saw a pool of blood. Glen lay in the middle of it. Glen, Scarlet cried out. She rushed forward but was struck by a surge of dark magic. Clutching her chest, she gasped for air. Charlean called out to her, Letty, milady, are you okay? Why is this? He was shocked. This was the power of the family's protective magic. So that was dark sorcery? When I regained consciousness, my mind was astonishingly clear. Scarlet, you're awake? Charlene's face was filled with concern as she looked at her. Scarlet slowly opened her eyes and called out. Your Majesty, are you all right? Yes, my spirit feels refreshed. What a relief. Still, don't push yourself too hard. I'm fine. In fact, my body feels even more energized than before. But if you ever feel unwell, you must tell me immediately. I understand. Her eyes widened in surprise as she noticed the people gathered nearby. How long have you all been here? Was I unconscious for that long? Not too long, just a brief fainting spell. A knight stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, the young lady has also safely regained consciousness. Now, I shall provide a detailed account of the incident. When we arrived at the room with young Master Glen Major at noon today, he showed no signs of abnormality. About an hour later, before the meal, the butler mentioned that he had brought a servant along. However, after they left, the young master's condition gradually became strange. Strange how? Yes, my lady. Though they appeared to be ordinary people, the young master seemed as if he were hypnotized. At that moment, he suddenly drew a dagger and stabbed himself in the heart. In that instant, the only thought in our minds was to chase after the dark sorcerer, but we were wrong to leave the young master's side. Even during the pursuit, we had no idea what had truly happened. We sensed no traces of magic or dark sorcery. Communication was also disrupted, so we couldn't report the incident. At the time, we never imagined the young master would vanish. To summarize, whoever deceived you must possess the ability to amplify dark magic. Indeed. Or perhaps the Nightmare Knight was exploited after death. If not, then it seems we're dealing with a dark sorcerer so powerful that we couldn't even detect their presence. Whoever it may be, there's no denying that this dark sorcerer is the strongest we've ever faced. The strongest dark sorcerer? Those words implied that a single attack wouldn't be enough to kill that dark sorcerer. Scarlet thought to herself. Then 2 attacks should be enough to kill the dark sorcerer, right? She didn't understand why, she felt no fear. Here we go again, she must be imagining something bizarre. At least everyone is safe and unharmed. What about Glenn? Don't worry, my lady. The young master's wound isn't fatal. Really? Yes. We just need to leave him in the care of the fairies, as we're doing now. Charlean asked. But Scarlet, you seem a little different? What do you mean? Right. Now you're not nervous anymore, because you've found the master's symbol. The master's symbol isn't something with a physical form, it refers to an inner strength. Before arriving at Deerl Manor, Iszar had contacted me through the orb. Scarlet said so. How do you draw out that power? I'm not sure. Scarlet smirked mischievously. When we get back, I'll have to show off in front of that old baron first. I feel a little sad, though. Scarlet blinked in confusion. Sad? Why? Because every time I look at you, my heart races. But you don't, do you? Isn't that the case? It's not that kind of nervousness. Earlier, I was just scared. But now He cut her off. I know. Really? Yeah. What's with that look? Scarlet suddenly turned and kissed him on the cheek. Now do you understand? My heart's pounding like crazy. Not just a little thump, you know. Charlean tilted her chin up and said, I see. Just as they were sharing a sweet kiss, the little fairies called out. Letty, we've made a little brother. Stop smooching. Hurry up. Come quick, Letty. Scarlet, urged on, pulled away from Charlean's chin. Let's go over there. Charlean's face darkened as he replied. Fine. Letty, we did a great job, didn't we? He's the youngest, it seems Rashahel's resemblance to a fairy might actually be true. So, this is the infancy of a fairy? Everyone stared in amazement at the baby in their arms. Oh, Glenn. The baby slowly sat up, rubbed its eyes, and called out. Sis. Scarlet's heart felt like it had been pierced, and she exclaimed. Oh, how adorable. It seems she still retains her memories, an ordinary person turned into a great fairy. Well, the situation is more or less resolved. Let's go now. Scarlet turned back and said. Not yet. Before we leave, there's something I have to do. What do you need to do? When you fainted, did you see a prophecy? No, not that, it's about the sacred artifact of the fire goddess's shrine. It's an incredible relic with healing powers, even the power of resurrection. If it's me now, carrying the power of the family head. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Charlean warned. Scarlet, don't do anything dangerous. It's fine. From her fiercely surging heart, a warm current of radiant golden power gathered at her fingertips. Scarlet thought. I concentrate my power into my fingertip, and bring it close to that spot. If I do this. Scarlet reached out, unleashing the family head's power. A brilliant golden light burst forth. The knights murmured in awe. Such a dazzling light. Is that the power of the Armand family's head? Amazing. Is it divine power? No, it's more than that. It's beyond divine power. After a moment, Scarlet stood up and said. Done. A lush green spread before Letty's eyes. Incredible. The grass isn't dead, it's thriving. If it were divine power, it could be seen as reversing time for the target. But this grass, how could it be so vibrant? Clovar wondered. What in the world is this power? Charlean said. It's miraculous. Not divine power, this phenomenon is truly unbelievable. This place feels much warmer than the others. It's like purification, isn't it? Yes. And earlier, when I used my power, I sensed a resonance with my sacred artifact. I don't know exactly what the nature of His Majesty's relic is, but the fact that the moon god doesn't exist in this world is anything but normal. Scarlet continued analyzing. Assuming these relics are connected to the power of the three great families, then everything that's happened so far might not be a coincidence. Charlean wields a sword imbued with the Curia family's power. I've just awakened the Armand family head's power. I don't know what happened on Rashahel's side, but they must have employed some kind of method as well. And these relics, they seem to be reacting to the power of the three families. Scarlet silently worried. But why do I still feel so uneasy? I can't shake this feeling that we're being drawn into something much bigger. To stop the dark sorcerers, it's almost as if we were chosen to become the main players in this. Either way, we have to head to Bersha. Scene transition, Armand Manor. Thank you, elders, for your assistance. Although we've received word from His Majesty's close associates, there's still no clear evidence that the dark sorcerers will attack the manor. For now, the immediate task is to thoroughly inspect the manor's surroundings. I hope to receive your cooperation. Young master, actually, we came here intending to deliver an oral report directly. Iszar turned and nodded, saying, A report? A few days ago, I decided to repurpose the golems, turning them into guards for the entire territory. Correct? The modifications were completed quickly, but a problem arose. Someone outside the research team had secretly infiltrated our institute. Initially, when designing the golems, I took great care to ensure they would only obey orders. However, some later went out of control, forcing me to launch an investigation. And the culprit was not a researcher. That person killed one of our former researchers, then assumed their identity to infiltrate the team. I suspect the dark sorcerers are behind this. However, if that's truly the case, such a direct, open attack isn't their usual modus operandi. Dark sorcerers typically operate from the shadows, manipulating events unseen. They wouldn't endure a prolonged confrontation in Armand territory like this. That person drank holy water. Holy water? So does that mean the dark sorcerers and the temple are colluding? Not just that. The flooding of the river, which caused hardships for the people of this territory, was likely also their doing. Could it have been done without dark magic? I doubt it. It's not just dark magic, but this is clearly no natural phenomenon either. Actually, I asked the elves on my way here. And I heard their answer. What did they say? They said a god intervened. Not the Watcher gods. What kind of god would do such a thing? It can only be the demon god. Only the elven elders still remember the demon god. That deity was sealed away long ago. What if the dark sorcerers, the temple, and even the sealed demon god are all working together? Though you have no evidence that the dark sorcerers will attack this place, my thoughts differ. If I were them, I'd head to the temple first. Even if the temple's influence has waned, they might have a backup plan. Those who call themselves the heretics. The temple worships all gods. Though corrupt and financially weak, they still hold immense spiritual sway over the continent's people. If they directly attack the royal family and the Armand household, we won't just be facing dark magic anymore. If we must oppose the temple itself, the situation will change entirely. Scene transition. OT. The Callier's side. Your Majesty, is it truly safe for everyone to return now? What about them? No matter how you look at it, they're being attacked and cornered. Coming here feels like we've stepped into a game orchestrated by the dark sorcerers. Scarlet said. I didn't see Chelera use dark magic, but the way those demon beasts chased her felt like she was acting. If she could fake it that well, she must know how to handle demon beasts. For now, according to the fairies, the way back won't have any obstacles. But you don't need to worry so much, Scarlet. They've already reached the royal palace. Scarlet startled and asked. Really? Does this mean their goal wasn't just to kill? Perhaps they won't pursue us anymore, because the divine temple is in the capital. If that's the case, hasn't this already become a serious matter? Let's see, Charlean, what's the answer? I'm dying of curiosity. He smirked. It's fine. Because preparing to counter the threats posed by dark mages and the divine temple is their responsibility. Besides, the capital is also the royal family's territory, so you don't need to worry. Has Your Majesty gathered all the evidence related to dark magic? Yes. But whether there is or isn't any, it doesn't make much difference. Still, with evidence, we won't have to listen to nonsense later. Just like when the Moss family massacre happened, Callier won't have to bear responsibility for the dark mage's actions anymore. Even if we publicly reveal the reason for killing someone now, my point isn't to justify what happened, but at least, from now on, we should care about having a legitimate reason. Among those who have been killed so far, excluding the dark mages, those people definitely had to be eliminated. Otherwise, Your Majesty's infamy would only spread further. So listen carefully. Charlean gazed at her intently and replied. Even if only a handful of people are truly capable of killing that group, those who want to punish them must be the overwhelming majority. Your Majesty, don't become everyone's common enemy. Because I'd be really worried. You'd worry? Her cheeks flushed as she answered. Of course. I don't like it when people who know nothing about you speak ill of you. After saying that, she thought to herself. Why did he suddenly go quiet? Did I overstep? Is he angry? Suddenly, his hand moved swiftly, grasping hers. Scarlet's mind shifted gears. Could it be, now? The image of the two of them kissing earlier resurfaced. Could it be? Scarlet closed her eyes, waiting for a kiss from him. Charlean burst out laughing when he saw this. Scarlet's eyes flew open, flustered as she stammered. What's so funny? Why are you laughing at me? Charlean shrugged and replied. No, it's nothing. Scarlet frowned. You laughed, and now I want to laugh too. Hearing this, Charlean immediately stopped laughing. He gently pulled her into an embrace, his gaze deep with affection, and whispered. I love you. I just suddenly wanted to say this to you. The next morning, Iszar contacted Scarlet. What is it? It's so early. It's urgent. There are rumors that the Divine Temple is about to act likely the heretic faction. The heretic faction? They're probably planning to exploit the Divine Temple's authority to declare our family and the royal household as heretics across the continent. That way, they can more easily seize control of the capital. To prepare for any danger, elders like Adrian, Brian, Elfin, and Freya are already here. Thank goodness, thank them for me, will you? Nothing's happened yet, but I wanted to warn you in advance. Just finish what you're doing and return safely. Understood. Scarlet thought to herself, even a single moment, we must hurry. I need to meet Barksha somewhere. Barksha said. The inspection of the mirror seal is complete. Shall we depart? Which way should we go? Toward the capital or toward the war zone? If trouble arises in both directions, it would be better for the council to travel with Scarlet. The god of death, the progenitor of the three families? Because the tale of the progenitor is widely known across the continent, the temple cannot openly oppose the three families. The Divine Temple here worships the highest-ranking god. But since it also enshrines many other deities, the Divine Temple has no other choice for now. They are slumbering gods devoid of divine power. It seems those who once wielded divine energy there have all been expelled. I thought Barksha was one of them. But now, it's clear there's more to uncover. We'll need to investigate further? Charlean glanced at Scarlet, thinking to himself. That face she makes when deep in thought, it's strangely captivating. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with realization. He studied her expression and remarked. You look rather pleased about something. Huh? Me? No way. Then what's on your mind? Well, nothing major. Just considering how the Divine Temple is currently positioned against the god of death's descendants, right? In that case, before they can scheme to brand us as heretics, why don't we dismantle their credibility first? Fear of losing face would cripple their plans. Brand us as heretics, that's what you meant? And restoring honor to divine officials like Barksha, I believe that's worthwhile too. The next day. At last, we reached the Moonmirror Lake, a site Barksha once visited. But your majesty, miss, why have you stopped? Scarlet fixed her gaze on the lake's surface, her thoughts racing. Barksha Brockle, what exactly is this person plotting? The entire area pulsed with Barksha's divine energy. Or more accurately, the power of the deity Barksha worshipped now shrouded the lake, as if concealing some secret. A human could never achieve this. Only a god's intervention would explain it. Meanwhile, Chelara's perspective. She couldn't comprehend how things had derailed. The original plan exploited Glenn Mazur's death to cast nightmares and curses upon Callier and Armand. Yet even in her wildest dreams, she never imagined the scheme would collapse within mere hours. Why did that woman faint so abruptly? Did she panic at the corpse and swoon? But Scarlet, since when is Armand so fragile? How did everything spiral out of control? Why do Scarlet and Armand always interfere at the worst moments? Charlean sighed. His sword began emitting faint vibrations. Offer? Charlean suddenly called out, Scarlet? Yes? Charlean recounted. Offer says the world is nearing completion. The perfected world once held both gods and humans. Such a world was split in two because sealing away the gods became necessary. That's what Offer claims. Scarlet stared bewildered at the sword. Not only did it resonate, it could speak. If the Divine Temple learned of this, the balance of power would undoubtedly shift. Clovar interjected. When you mention sealing the gods, are you referring to the very deity the dark mages now seek to unseal? The one they don't call a demon god, but the prime deity? Prime deity? You mean His Majesty is the god of gods? But isn't the current deity the sun god? Legends say the present sun god led the effort to seal the prime deity long ago. This tale has passed through generations. Why seal a deity of such stature? What warranted it? The demon god was sealed for seeking to strip humanity of free will. To stop him, the other gods united. Yet folklore claims they couldn't simply depose the prime deity, so they chose self-sacrifice instead. The sealing succeeded, but the gods fell into slumber to spare humans from their war's devastation. The three representatives of Callier, Armand, and Radsahel perished as well. But how does a sword know these secrets? Charlean fell silent, then raised his hand. Now the sword says, my benefactor forged me into this blade, those were its words. Wait, that benefactor, surely it couldn't be Barksha. Charlean shrugged. I only know he was a high priest with pink hair and eyes. That description fits Barksha perfectly. How old is this person? Unclear. But if we meet again, I won't let him slip away. How could a high priest let dark mages steal what he guarded? Unless? Exactly. The relic's theft and the dark mage's actions reek of orchestration. He likely knew everything. But how does one manipulate someone so capable? We must force his hand. Whatever his scheme, he's not trying to kill us. It's more like, he's training us. Charlean arched a brow skeptically. Truly? Scarlet shot him a sidelong glance. Mark my words. With that, she strode to a boulder, hefted it overhead with dramatic flair. The group gasped. Milady. Her arms trembled, but her voice didn't waver. This trifling task is beneath me. She hurled the boulder into the lake. The impact boomed across the water, rippling through the barrier Bersha had woven. At the same time, as Bersha was walking, she suddenly sensed something and stopped. Seems like someone's at the lake, this aura it's Scarlet. I thought she'd already gone to the battlefield, so why is she here? In an instant, Bersha appeared and called out to Scarlet. What are you doing here? Scarlet was surprised. Oh my, long time no see, Bersha. Scarlet grinned excitedly. Bersha's here now, leave it to us, everyone. Yes, just leave it to us. Bersha stepped back. What were these people planning? Why were they getting closer to her? The guards flashed dangerous smiles. If you behave, you won't get hurt right away. Bersha screamed in panic. Ah, no. In no time, Bersha was tied up. Scarlet walked over and asked Bersha. Is the god you worship truly the sun god? What about it? You really are serious. Charlean also grew curious. What is this so-called complete world? Bersha replied. Do you two know what a mirror is? A mirror? It was meant to seal away the demon god, the one who could not be defeated. The best solution the gods could devise was to create a game, a jest played upon the entire world, or rather, a disguised trap made to appear as one. The gods succeeded, but at the same time, they failed. The demon god fell into the trap, but instead of being fully sealed, most of the gods fell into slumber even faster. So, before the demon god was completely sealed, he sent the sacred relics of the slumbering gods into the illusory world. This world and the world beyond the mirror were split apart, becoming the world we live in now. That's why the book I possess is, in truth, the original world imprisoned within the mirror's other side. And that world is also a dead world. A dead world? Yes, because time does not flow there, it stands completely still. Similar events repeat endlessly, frozen the moment the gods fell into their final slumber. To become complete means that if the mirror shatters, everything will merge back into the original world. In short, the people of this world are like shadows. If the world becomes whole, the shadows will return to their original forms. Wait, in other words, right now, we are the reflections in the mirror. You could say it like that. You said if the mirror breaks, Charlean and I will be sucked into it and absorbed by the other entity? Not wrong, but absorption only happens after the demon god is completely dealt with. What do you mean? The gods have a plan to make this world real because the demon god was only sealed, not completely destroyed. If the demon god regains its power at any moment, everything will be annihilated, whether this world is real or fake. We must follow this order. If the demon god is killed here, this world will become the center, as it's where a high-ranking god perishes. Therefore, the world's central axis can shift its position. How can we kill the demon god? That way, even if the seal is broken, the demon god cannot immediately ascend to godhood. Before reclaiming its divine status, it must first pass through a mortal state. It will possess a human vessel and cannot separate from it yet. If it dies by the hand of a god, it will perish completely. So we can still fail? If we fail, we'll be trapped here because this is a fabricated world. However, that's the worst-case scenario. Time in the real world has stopped, meaning it's as good as dead. That's why we must save this world. But Bersha, even if the demon god is still in a mortal form, no awakened god exists here. How do we kill a demon god who has descended into mortality? Bersha replied. Why say there are no gods? There are two right here. You mean relying on the descendants of the dead gods? Exactly. Because the dead gods determined that the other side of the sleeping gods is this world. In short, Charlean and I, those who hold divine power, must face the demon god. Its descent was undoubtedly orchestrated by the dark sorcerer. Either way, this is what we must do. Charlean fell into thought, then called out to him. He responded. I have a question. How are you so sure this world is fake? Because time in the other world has stopped. The demon god is the deity who governs time. Since it's sealed, the world where time is affected should be the real one. That god isn't dead. So why has time stopped in the other world? Moreover, the demon god was sealed in the other world, not this one. Sealing it there was intentional, wasn't it? It's not as you think. Then, was it accidental? It seems the demon god won't be easily defeated. Damn it, Scarlet asked Bersha. Why was this the only world without a moon from the very beginning? If it's a mirror, shouldn't it reflect the moon as well? Because the first god to fall into slumber was the moon god. Everything else remained, only the moon disappeared. Why is that? I heard the moon brought death to the first 3 gods. First the moon, then the goddess associated with fire, which is why no luminous reflection could be created in this world. Scarlet continued. Wait, wouldn't it be the opposite? Falling into slumber was meant to activate the mirror, wasn't it? If that were the case, the shadow would have already been created. The moon god fell asleep, and the moon vanished. If you say that, who knows? Maybe the demon god was sealed in the real world, not the fake one. One more thing, this sacred relic has reacted multiple times to the god said to be in deep slumber. If so, has the moon god already awakened? Somewhere, a hoarse voice muttered. That guy hasn't shown up lately. Seems he's gone mad and can't keep up. How could they not know? For a frail dark mage like him, the power of a god is unbearable. If he can't fight against the strength of a slumbering god, then this power is useless. Even so, only the 2 of us remain in this world now. If this keeps up, we'll only face more trouble. The dead gods haven't weakened. If we can't defeat even one of them, he'll be furious. The demon god is the master who granted me, a dying wretch, new power and formidable abilities. I must repay this debt to him. There are only 2 of us. How can we possibly win against the fairies and descendants of the dead gods? What did you say? He stepped forward, lifting Chelera up. You said they're with the fairies? That's what happened when I encountered Armand's group earlier. Their power is nothing ordinary, but not yet a real concern. Are you sure you saw correctly? Who do you think I am? That's my line. Why didn't you tell me? Scarlet, Armand carries the blood of Ratsahel. I only found out recently. Chelera glared and said. Ridiculous. Then she swung her arm and pushed him away. No matter what, we must accelerate the descent. Just the 2 of us might not be enough, but even if it's incomplete, the descent has already begun. What? My god has already commanded direct action. The missing pieces were destroyed, but they will gradually be replenished. So, loyal Chelera, now fulfill your duty. The scene shifts to Scarlet, who had always believed this side was the fake only to realize that the other side was the false world all along. No wonder the gods have been trapped in such deep slumber. All this time, they've been imprisoned in the false world. I was worried about how long this has dragged on, but now that divine relics have appeared in this world, it's clear they're slowly awakening. If that's true, the demon god's descent will be far stronger than expected. With just the 2 of them, they won't stand a chance against him. I can't keep delaying the unsealing forever. I've wandered aimlessly all these years, binding my fate to the gods only to be deceived. The path to completely eradicating the demon god is still too distant. Charlean snapped impatiently. You're being too loud. Need me to help you calm down? Scarlet let out a bitter laugh. Be patient. He's probably in shock. In short, the gods are fighting among themselves in that war, the temple gods and the dark mages. Everything is connected. I'd love to toss them all through the mirror and let them kill each other. Or better yet, just gather all the divine relics here. Scarlet blinked in confusion. All the relics? Charlean hesitated. Is that safe? Of course. Bershah's voice turned grave. Listen. Assuming this world is the real one, if we retrieve all the divine relics and find their rightful owners, could we handle a newly descended demon god? Charlene's eyes lit up. That's a brilliant idea. And with the fairies possibly on our side, if we combine our strength, it might just work. Scarlet grinned. What a clever kid. Bershah was untied shortly after. Scarlet added. I'll search for books or relics and catch up later. If we don't meet on the way back, just head to the divine temple. Charlean tilted his head. Why the divine temple? Bershah explained. It seems the god currently enshrined in the divine temple is actually a demon god. Now we can openly destroy it. A few days later, on the way back to the capital, fortunately, Bershah hadn't been gone long before he found the book. He immediately rejoined our group. Clovar asked. How were you able to retrieve a book containing a divine relic so easily? Bershah replied. Aside from the relic, I can sense traces of the slumbering gods. But earlier, the book was stolen by 2 dark mages. Now, I can no longer detect the relic's aura from them. Charlean frowned. Divine relics are the last remnants of the gods. The sleeping ones can awaken when relics are used, yet their aura has vanished. He pressed further. When you recovered the book, what condition were the dark mages who stole it in? Bershah answered flatly. Nothing noteworthy. Scarlet narrowed her eyes. What? Where did you even get that book? How? Retrieving it was simple. When the thieves weren't present, the book returned automatically to where I summoned it. No issues. No wonder you found it so fast. Then what about the nothing noteworthy part? Any traces around it? I'd just summoned it, so when I approached, I took care to avoid detection by the dark mages. I memorized the thief's magic signature. If danger arose, I'd have retreated immediately. But no matter how closely I checked, there was no sign of the dark mages who stole the relic. It seems no one's touched the book recently. They might have left it there and gone far away. Yet for even the relic's aura to disappear, that's suspicious. It shouldn't have been this easy. Suddenly, Scarlet staggered, clutching her head in pain. Charlean tensed. What's wrong? I just felt the divine energy I'd infused into the relic before being forcibly erased. A few days ago, on my way back after handing the relic to you, I dreamed of someone who looked like Chelera, but her appearance in the dream was completely different from now. Something felt off, so I channeled a bit of divine energy into the relic, but that power is now gone. Then that was Chelera. If so, it meant the entire original plot's thread was tied to Chelera the Dark Mage. Charlean, Bersha, can either of you sense Chelera's magic? She's not nearby, so testing would take about a day. Also, the enchanted relic that Dark Mage carried, I can't sense it anymore either. Wait, then later, upon reaching the capital, I realized the relics had become 2 sacrificial offerings for the demon god's descent. To kill a god, sacrifices are needed, just as, long ago, 3 gods had to die to seal the demon god away. If this is the real world, even if the number of relic bearers increases, then between Callier, who wields the East Wind's power of judgment, and Armand, blessed with prophecy and luck through Radsahel's bloodline, one of them must die. And it will surely be Armand. Callier's power to eradicate evil must remain. That's non-negotiable. The demon god has awakened. He said he is not yet complete, but it's not bad, thanks to the 2 divine artifacts his subordinates brought. If they had brought the sacrificial offering from the clan of the dead god, perhaps they wouldn't have lost their lives. Unfortunately, to complete the full descent, the sacrificial offering must be obtained within 3 days. Charlean, Callier, Armand, and Scarlet. Armand's soul once split in 2, then merged back into 1. One half of the split had vanished, and no one knows how it returned and reunited, but we must use him as the sacrifice. That night, as Scarlet was sleeping, she suddenly heard a voice calling out, "My child, my own child." The sun god residing within her body had tried to devise a plan, but the demon god's aura was fluctuating abnormally, leaving them no other choice. Scarlet wondered, was this the voice of the fire god? Had he awakened from his deep slumber? The voice spoke again. "You and Kuria this time, one of you must sacrifice yourself. So, make your choice. If you choose to sacrifice yourself, I can return your soul to the world you once lived in before." Scarlet clenched her fists and replied, "I was split in 2, and my mother sent me away to another place. But my soul originally belongs to this world. This is my homeland, the child of Armand." The god answered, "I can only trace the remnants, but that is enough to send you back to where your mother sent you. The moon god and I will help you. I will guide you to stab the descending avatar directly, and the moment it dies, I will return you. The important thing is, before doing this, you must break the contract by canceling the engagement. Only then will Kalia's child remain unharmed. There isn't much time left to decide, but call me when you've made your choice." Scarlet jolted awake, cursing inwardly, "Coward. The gods cause trouble and then force humans to clean up the mess. Do you really think I'll obey you?" The next morning, Scarlet sat before the mirror, feeling fortunate that despite her anger all night, her face still looked fresh. She recalled, the magical contract written during the engagement remains valid even in death. First, she must cancel the engagement, but how should she explain it to Charlean? She called out silently, "Humph, fire god." A voice answered, "Have you decided?" Scarlet replied, "Not yet, but I have a question. You said we need the death of a god to kill a god, right?" The voice responded, "Yes. But now, only the descendants of the dead gods can act." Scarlet asked, "Then how were you able to awaken?" "Because I came into contact with you, a descendant of the dead gods. And a man named Bersha Bracco used the last of the sun god's power to remain. Since he is the sun god's servant, that god also awoke early." Scarlet pressed further. "So if I touch others, can they awaken too?" The voice said, "Over the past few days, you and Callier's child have held hands, awakening many gods. If you use my power, you can awaken all of them." Scarlet was skeptical. "You mean exchanging divine artifacts?" The voice confirmed. "Yes, don't worry about that. Once the gods awaken, they will seek out suitable vessels. If possible, try using the moon god's power and approach those close to you. Is that so?" Frequently using divine artifacts would bind her as a servant of the gods, so she had to be careful. But right now, it was very useful. "Thank you. The results exceeded expectations. All the information was valuable. And now, there was something urgent to do, something that would surely make Charlean kick her. Later, at the meeting, they discussed how the bad rumors about the temple had led to negative public opinion, so security was tightened even more than before. Therefore, the gods would open a dog hole, no new entrance would be made on this side. Suddenly noticing Charlean's silence, Clovar asked, "Your Majesty, is something wrong?" Charlean replied, "The offer has something to convey its warning that the descendant's body is inside the temple, so we must be more cautious than ever." "Then, isn't this a major issue? We no longer have time to exchange or use the divine artifacts," Scarlet spoke up. Charlean said, "Focus on the immediate task, Bersha. Once we reach the temple, immediately search for the location of the descendant's body. If there's a barrier around it, safely dismantle it. Meanwhile, we should stay away from the divine officials." After finalizing the plan and quickly heading to the temple, I voiced the words I had previously held back. Scarlet said to Charlean, "Let's call off our engagement." Finally, the time had come. I was about to be dumped by Charlean, my tyrant. At the same time, Bersha Braco was searching for where the descendant's body might be. Bersha asked, "So if we lock this door, the exit will disappear, right?" "Exactly. The demon god's true form won't be able to escape, it'll be trapped inside this temple. Even though the demon god's minions have taken over, this building has long been the dwelling of divine officials. Though it's been renovated many times, its core mechanisms remain intact. The demon god can't do anything about it." Bersha was skeptical. "Are you sure? What if it's like last time? Didn't I say I'd assist in everything? Trust me. If I sense anything wrong this time, even if I die, I won't believe in the gods anymore." Bersha proceeded to lock the door, then turned back and asked, "This side is pretty much handled, right?" Charlean's knights were huddled together, whispering, "Is the high priest about to die? They've hindered us like this, no doubt they've colluded with that demon god. He shouldn't just die, he must face judgment from the royal family. Our liege's tarnished reputation has only just begun to fade. Should we contact Count Lerman? We should stay here. The celestial envoys can't be absent either." After discussing, everyone turned their gaze to Clovar, the top knight, who spoke up. "The most useless general here, go deliver this item to the palace." Clovar, unwilling but compliant, hoisted the high priest onto his shoulder and left. "Then we'll leave it to you, Bersha. Have you found the descendant's body yet?" "Yeah, pretty much. But what about Scarlet and Charlean?" I'm not sure. After detaining all the rogue divine officials, I stayed with them until the trial submission. I heard they wanted to talk privately. Elsewhere, they were indeed having a private conversation. Let's call off our engagement." "What's the reason?" "If I tell you, will you break it off?" "I don't know yet. Maybe I won't." Charlean ran his fingers through her hair and said, "Even if you hate me, I can't let you go." "So, Scarlet, why would you say that?" She softly replied, "It's because our marriage contract will interfere with this mission. So we should annul it first. Once the war is over, let's get married. The gods are fighting among themselves, there must be sacrifices. I won't obey their will, let's do things our way. I don't care about the engagement contract." Charlean smiled. "Marry me, Charlean." Hearing this, Charlean joyfully lifted her up. "I love you, Scarlet." His response was perfect. And so, under the beautiful evening sun, the two shared a sweet kiss. So the magical contract between me and Charlean was annulled. After that, Charlean, Scarlet, and the others entered the temple. Everyone was now present. "Shall we go in? Into the place where the demon god awaits us, marking the beginning of the quickest and most cliched final battle in history." "Is he not here?" "It's too quiet," then, a voice echoed. "You're too late. Still, I must commend your courage in coming this far. Should I make an offer? If you are children of the gods, it's worth hearing." "Well? Do you want to listen?" Charlean drew his sword, but the demon god smirked faintly. Futile, he glanced at the blade in Charlean's hand. "You brought that troublesome thing with you? But it won't change anything." Scarlet refused to back down. "Don't underestimate us, you old demon god." His expression darkened. "I see no reverence for the divine in you." Scarlet and Armand exchanged glances, and Charlean's eyes instantly radiated killing intent. Scarlet quickly handed him a book, whispering, "Don't react, just hold this for me." "You're asking now?" "Yes." As both their hands touched the book, a brilliant golden light erupted. The demon god remained seated, unfazed. The power of the fire god? Such insignificant strength. Foolish to the end, you even let my minions infiltrate the capital. I just need a little more time to prolong my existence. Listen to me and stop wasting your efforts in this meaningless, trivial world. Scarlet stared at the book, silently urging, "A little more, just a little longer." A radiant glow began enveloping the entire temple. Scarlet, what are you doing? Stop, a stern voice rang out. If this continues, the gods will damn it. If you recklessly awaken the divine artifacts, all of them will belong to Scarlet. The moon, the sun, fire, the east wind, different divine artifacts used simultaneously will drain their power and lead to ruin. Scarlet wondered, what on earth are those two thinking? She recalled the ancient tales of the gods and this world, how divine souls resided within vessels, which was why they needed hosts. Only by possessing a vessel could a god awaken and wield divine power. She continued pondering, if we can destroy the vessel of the awakened god, then how do we kill the god without sacrificing either of us? The demon god stared at them with steely eyes and said, I've told you, it's all meaningless. And no matter how I look at it, I don't understand how the two of you merged into one. Immediately, Armand and Radsahel appeared. So it's really you, the demon lord reached out, trying to squeeze Scarlet tightly. Charlean didn't hesitate and stabbed his sword into him. But the demon lord looked at Charlean with eyes full of hatred. How dare you? You're just a mere human. He easily pushed Charlean away, while his body emitted terrifying black energy. Charlean covered his nose because of the poisonous gas. Bershau warned him not to breathe it in. Alone, he couldn't fend off the poison and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a small hand touched his shoulder. We will help. Ugly demon lord, don't bully my friend. The leader of the young knights ran over to support Scarlet. Miss Scarlet, are you all right? The children? It was Glenn, who stepped forward, placing his hand on Scarlet's and called out. Sister Scarlet. Scarlet joyfully replied. It's Glenn. The book seemed to be empowered, flinging open as the divine beasts returned to their places. Miss, I don't know what you intend to do, but can we clear the way for you? Yes, help me. The group of knights rushed forward to open the way for Scarlet. At that moment, the god's voice echoed again. Armand's child? Right then, as his minions had not yet fully regained their strength, he sent the demonic beasts toward you, my child. I will help. Scarlet replied. Easier said than done, that's basically telling me to commit suicide. Only when he carries divine power can he be killed. Therefore, I will wait until he completely devours you, my child. Scarlet slipped off her heels, sneering. How ridiculous. I only did this to please others, but instead. Taking advantage of the moment, Scarlet grabbed the wide-open book, leapt up, and slammed it against the demon lord's face. Take this. The divine beasts combined their powers to destroy the demon lord. To everyone's astonishment, at the highest point of the temple, a beam of light shot up into the sky, then exploded like it was breathing life back into the entire territory. Where the demon lord had stood, only a faint swirl of black smoke remained, gradually dissipating, marking the demon lord's demise. Scarlet stood firm until the demon lord completely vanished, then fainted. A week after that incident, at Armand's mansion, the lady asked, Are you going to see His Majesty the Emperor tonight? Yes, madam. I've recovered and want to visit him. Though others had returned to their places, it still took 5 days for them to regain consciousness. I fear you've overexerted yourself. His Majesty has been busy lately, today's the only day he has free. Scarlet, you are the head of the Armand family. If you are strong, the family will be stable. I almost forgot. But now that I have the family seal, it's all right. You found the family seal? You didn't tell me? When you confronted the demon lord's form, you almost died. Thanks to the seal, you survived. And thanks to the little fairies who unknowingly linked to you and suddenly grew strong enough to take over your spirit. My little ones. The royal children. Everyone hoped the children would grow well. I don't even know whose children they are. So you really almost died? The lady recalled. I promised to teach you things only I could, but you haven't had time lately. Now that you do, right? Yes. Then from now on, from your duties as head of the family, family history, internal matters of the territory, to the tasks I've handled inside and outside, I will teach you what no book contains. Scarlet broke into a sweat, thinking. She switched into strict teacher mode, saying she'll teach thoroughly. Fearfully, Scarlet replied. Yes. Silently, she wanted to scream. I never wanted this from her. That evening, in a flower garden, Scarlet called out to Charlean. He heard and turned around a man who had lived a lifetime soaked in blood, for the first time feeling someone truly adorable. Scarlet asked, Are they all flowers? Even saying, I will make you happy is impossible because he's not a good man. Even if the false rumors outside are erased, he's still a tyrant. He's not confident he can be a perfect holy king. Charlean walked over to Scarlet and said, At that moment, the situation was urgent and there was no other choice. We broke the engagement, no ties remain, but I want to seriously ask you once more, If you find happiness with me, will you agree to be my wife? Scarlet was a little surprised by the sudden question. Her face flushed red, shyly covering her surprise. She then smiled brightly and replied, I agree. I think I will find happiness. Maybe he saw it long ago. Then Scarlet said to Lucy, I actually planned to do it earlier, no need for His Majesty to propose. The family plans aren't even settled yet. Suddenly, Lucy sighed and gently cupped Scarlet's head. What's wrong? Are you hurting somewhere? Aren't we a good match? Lucy smiled brightly and said, Not at all. You look very happy today. Scarlet linked arms with Iszar and asked, Iszar, are you still crying? At this rate, you might not open your eyes again. Iszar gave a slight reminder, lowering the corner of his mouth. Just a little. How can I not smile on such a beautiful day? And you? Why do you keep crying like you're at a funeral? The person who escorted me thought I looked pitiful, so they cried. And then? Playfully, Scarlet stepped on Iszar's foot. He shouted, You're crazy. Be quiet. At the end of the hall, Charlean was already dressed in his formal attire, waiting for her. The moment he turned his head, the eyes of the two men who loved her met with a tense glare. Charlean decisively took her hand from Iszar's grasp and pushed her cousin aside. Scarlet thought to herself, Oh my God, isn't he even more handsome than me like this? No, he's the most handsome man in the world, especially those lips. The butler just said, Now the groom may. Charlean was speechless, unable to say a word. Below, the guests and family watched with mouths agape and wide eyes. Without waiting any longer, Charlean kissed her in front of everyone, a kiss that marked a perfect happy ending.